Herkese günaydın.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, welcome. Business casual, we were told. And now I'm on flat shoes. Apologies for that. Didem Arslanoğlu is my name. It's a great pleasure to be with you here, and I'd like to start by saying I met with the energy group companies of Sabancı Group, and the moment that they basically have become part of my life, so pricing and geopolitical developments and probabilities were quite important, but at the same time I had the chance to obtain a lot of technical information. That's why I have all these cards, and it's not because I want to tell about them to you. It is for me to learn further about it, so I'm not going to read it out loud. So energy industry is something that we talk about on the basis of the markets, and it is incredibly important for Turkey as well, and the place of it in the world is actually unquestionably quite important. Sustainability is also essential here, and like in the past 2 years, Enerjisa leadership is organizing the third edition of that. The first was organized in 2021, and back then we talked about the technology and know-how exchange among the stakeholders and how it could be really disseminated and how they could contribute to the industry. In 2022, we talked about sustainable transformation, and we focused on the sustainable transformation of Enerjisa. We focused on sustainability as a theme, and now that we're in 2023, and unfortunately we have this fact of earthquake, and we basically witnessed it, and allow me to also wish condolences to those who lost their loved ones in the disaster. It was quite a burdensome process. It was quite a challenging process, but we also learned how to really unite our forces, and this happened in the centennial of the Republic, and I'm saying it with huge pride as women of the Republic, trained by the Republic. So without a doubt, we can recover ourselves together and heal our wounds together. So this process after the earthquake and everything that we experienced, and the fires and the floods that we all basically witnessed, this is a fact that we're facing right now, and we have to not challenge the nature. Instead, we have to be in harmony with it, and Enerjisa has this kind of a mindset, and this is what it strives to do. So measure, assess, and manage is basically what they focus on. It's right, Emre, I guess. Okay, great. I now know it by heart. So this is basically the understanding and mindset of management, and you are the leading representatives of this industry. We have great speakers and academics with us, and each and every one of you, especially when it comes to know-how and experience that you all have. Well, I think we will be here until 6 o'clock in the evening, but we will have 8 panels today, and we will be addressing all these themes together, and I hope you will all find it quite useful. We have quite rich content with us, and let's have a look at our agenda, and with that in mind, I will try to show you what awaits us today. And Emre Erdoğan, dear Emre Erdoğan, will deliver his opening remarks, and he will officially inaugurate this conference, and we will talk about good practices in crisis management. When we talk about good practices, we are now talking about earthquake, and Japan comes to our mind, and this is basically a region that has to grapple with the reality of earthquake, and it has been quite successful in managing it and in recovering from it, so we have a lot to learn from it. And in the first panel, Yoshinori Moriwaki will be with us. Welcome, by the way. I can see you over there, and Yoshinori is speaking better Turkish than I do. By the way, I look at your badges and tie, and I'm quite impressed, to be honest. And we have a 10-minute coffee break, but it's basically not true, because well, it's not entirely wrong, but you going out and coming back in 10 minutes, well, you are only going to be allowed to have a coffee break if you basically mind the time. So we may be a little bit behind our schedule, but we respect each other's time. So when you hear the bell ringing, please go back to the room so that we can proceed with our agenda. So process safety approaches and disasters put our operations and processes at risk, and how to really secure it, how to really ensure the security of it. We will talk about it, and we will also talk about insurance management. It is quite important as well. Yes, companies are insured, hopefully, and hopefully all of them will be taking out policies, but how to really measure the claims, how to really look at the payouts, and how to make sure that people go back to their normal routines. We will be actually addressing these questions. We'll have a lunch break, 45 minutes, because we started a bit late, 15 minutes late. What did we learn during the crisis, and what we experienced during the crisis from the eyes of Enerjisa leadership, what they experienced out on the ground? We will be hearing about it, and what we learned from it, we will also be talking about it, and how to really utilize it and leverage it in the coming periods. And we'll have a guest speaker, Miktat Kadıoğlu, will be with us, and business continuity and crisis management is another panel that we'll hold, and proactive identification of cybersecurity, and this panel will be in English. So it will start at 4:15, and we have simultaneous interpretation, and you may take headsets if you wish to hear it in Turkish. And cyber security will be the ending panel, and then we'll have the closing remarks. Do you have any questions? No. Okay, a few more reminders. You have QR codes in your badges, and please scan it to see the flow of the day if you wish. And if you haven't noticed it yet, there is a portable and mobile earthquake truck right at the entrance of the building, and this will be operational all the day. And go back to it and have a look at it. And again, a fire simulation devices are set on the foyer, and we have a lovely, lovely library. And all those people who are with us, and those thinkers, authors who aren't with us, and their own books are there, and they are displayed over there, and they're waiting for you to pick them up and to take whatever book you wish, and just use it as a gift to your loved ones. So without further ado, I wonder if Emre is ready. It seems that he is. Emre Erdoğan is now invited to the stage. Enerjisa Generation Operations and Technical Assistant General Manager. Good morning. Welcome. Welcome. Esteemed participants, this is the third edition of the Asset Management Conference with a focus on the energy industry. It's a great pleasure to be with you here. Welcome. So the first edition was held in 2021, and well, now that I'm delivering the opening remarks, but Murat and his team have significantly contributed to where we are today, and we were presented an award in asset management, and we realized that we needed to share what we did with the industry, and we need to understand what's really being done in the world as well. We need to understand it as well, we thought, and this was the perspective that really pushed us to organize it. For the first time in 2021, we talked about physical asset management. In 2022, sustainability was our theme. Enerjisa Generation always focuses on human beings, and sustainability is an indispensable part of it, and this is our number one priority for us, and we need to minimize our impact on the environment, and regenerative approaches should be adopted in order to mitigate all the impacts that are being caused, and we need to leverage technology in that particular process. And this was all the ideas that we talked in 2022. And the objective of these conferences is not only exchange of information and technology. We also address the possible problems that may come up in the future. We need to learn from one another, and we need to be prepared and braced against all the possibilities. Both in the world and in Turkey, natural disasters are becoming our reality, and they always have a defining say on our agenda. And unfortunately, on the 6th of February, we were hit by an earthquake. 10 provinces were hit by the earthquake, and the first thing that I saw was the messages of my supervisor. We were trying to understand the scale and the impact of the earthquake, what happened to our people, our employees on the ground. It was our first priority to understand the situation there and the aid and rescue activities that could be dispatched and redirected to the region. We also focused on that. Our power plants and many other power plants were basically the critical assets of this country, and they needed to be operational. They needed to remain operational. So we basically shook off the shock that we were grappling with, and we then worked on how to bring back our power plants to life. And it wasn't only our employees, it was also the employees of all the energy industry who worked quite hard in that particular area, and they all deserve additional thanks for that. Enerjisa generation, we have hydroelectric power plants with dams, and these power plants, without them being severely impacted by the earthquake and them being able to remain operational, it was quite important for the support of the supply of energy. And it was also quite important to reach out to all those people who were in need. So these plants became a shelter for all the employees. And this disaster also showed one thing, for the physical assets to continue their operations and being prepared against these kinds of disasters, accurately managing the crisis and being prepared in terms of business continuity, they were quite important. That's why the theme of this year's conference is disasters and crisis management. It was thanks to the experiences that we all acquired, and we unfortunately are aware that it's not going to be the last earthquake that we will have to witness, and how to better prepare ourselves, what we learned and what we can do better. We want to plan all of them, and this conference is not only being organized to exchange know-how. We want to turn it into a platform for cooperation, and we want all the industry and stakeholders to cooperate in that particular area. And with that being the case, we have quite experienced academics and stakeholders with us, and they are going to share their experiences, share their knowledge with us, and we will look at what we can do better. So physical asset management, well, digitization is on the rise right now. Cyber security and OT infrastructure and their security, we will be addressing that as well. And insurance, that topic that we all deal with after disasters, we will also talk about that. And I hope it will be quite a beneficial day for all of you. And I would like to thank everyone for their participation, for their interest. I would also like to thank everyone who contributed to us while we were organizing and preparing for this conference. Thank you very much, dear Emre. And now the stage is being prepared by our colleagues, and we can just come forward a little bit. And you may also watch us on our live broadcast. I would like to welcome as well. Well, congestion is something that Istanbul is infamous for, and you are the lucky people who were able to be on time. I left home at 6 o'clock from the other side of Istanbul, right? And in this panel, we will be talking about good practices in crisis management. Well, do you have any example in your mind, like this should happen? I mean, something that you say that should really happen. Well, we went to Japan recently, and when we look at it, the design of the buildings and how they live and life is designed according to these probabilities, and Japan is quite a prominent example of that. And that's why Mr. Moriwaki has been in Turkey for a long while, and I think he is much more sensitive compared to how we are, and he is doing everything to help Turkey, and hopefully we're going to learn a lot from him. He's such a valuable speaker. Hazama Ando Corporation Turkey General Manager Yoshinori Moriwaki. Welcome. Thank you. Now you have the floor. Welcome. Mr. Moriwaki. Well, looking at our conversations with you, it was late 1990s. You came to Turkey for a project for 1 month, and you have been in Turkey since then. And you are basically working to make sure that Turkey is more prepared against disasters. And I think there is the fact that you admire bread with meat has become defining. So yes, the delicacy of Konya, I also can bake it myself. So after this introduction, so the Japanese culture is something that you're an expert of, and looking at Turkey and Japan and their level of preparedness, what about the differences that they have between them, and how agile we can be in order to address the difference between our levels? Well, sure. I'm going to be standing if it's okay for you, and if you wish, you may be over there, seated. 26th of December, 1990. It was the date that I came to Turkey, so I'm going to reach my 30th year. And this is Swiss, Japanese insurer, Hazama Ando. As the owner of the building, this building was built. 1991 was going to be the completion date of this building, and that was the reason I came to Turkey. And the moment that I came to Turkey, the third building was still under construction. The first had been delivered. The second was underway. And a team of 20 people came to see and supervise the construction of this site, and that was the reason that we had to stay for another year. And Japan has a zipper company, YKK, it's not PKK, and in Cherkezköy, and then Honda came, Toyota came, so some Japanese automobile companies and OEM companies came to Turkey, and it has been 32 years. And in Ekşi Sözlük, you see you see entries about me, Yoshinori Moribaki. So, a Japanese man in Turkey, it says, and I will be in Turkey till the end of my life. And well, these are the general entries about me. And I am working at a Japanese company, and the largest buildings and twin towers have been built with us in the world. And I'm the Secretary General of the Japanese Overseas Construction Companies Association. And in Marmara, in Osman Gazi, I was acting as this. I am a high architect, an advanced senior architect, and senior civil engineer. And senior architects must have knowledge of geology and constructions in Japan. And by the way, my father I remember my father playing with substations. He was constructing dams, and there were electrical components, and he was basically really playing with the substations. And I'm a civil engineer, but this is basically part of my lineage. And well, I didn't really see how electricity worked, but it was easy for me to see how constructions work. That's why I picked civil engineering as my profession. So you asked the differences between the two countries, and you understand the catastrophes that hit the both countries and how we experience them differently. After the earthquake on the 6th of February, you have seen this map. Turkey is made of 6 plates, Aegean and the Black Sea and Eurasian plate. And the Eurasian plate is shared by Japan. India is also there. You have 6 plates here, and we have 4 here: Eurasian and the Philippines and the Pacific Ocean plate and North America. 4 of them. However, Turkey always moves by 2.5 centimeters, but Japan moves by 8 centimeters. However, Eastern Anatolian line, some meters have been at stake when it comes to the shift. So the Northern Anatolia fault line we have, and it starts from Indonesia, goes to the Himalayas, and Nepal, it goes to Afghanistan, Iran, it covers Azerbaijan, Turkey, Greece, Italy, and Spain. It extends to this fault line. And 7.9 was the magnitude that Erzincan had to face. And horizontal structures are being built right now there, because we are talking about a plateau there. When earthquakes hit, water levels rise there. And in Hatay and Adapazarı, we can also see the same trend. In Northern Anatolian fault line, Turkey is like a domino block. In 1939, Erzincan was hit by an earthquake, and then Tokat, we saw the earthquake, and from the eastern part of the country to the western part of the country, it moved. And you remember the earthquake in 1999. And I lived in Adapazarı, and my workplace was in İzmit. I mean, I lived in Ataşehir, and Adapazarı, İzmit, Gebze had the construction sites that we had. Well, Japan is quite complicated, so it is really difficult to predict what's coming next in Japan. But in Turkey, you see the sequencing. And for Marmara, I will have different remarks. But for the Eastern Anatolia fault line, Elazığ, Malatya in 2020, and Yozgat, I had the chance to see these places for seminars. And I have 10 provinces that I haven't seen now.
So where were we? In 2020, I went to Elazığ. And you see, I said that, well, be careful. You should be ready for a massive earthquake on the Eastern Anatolian fault line. And unfortunately, we had Elazığ earthquake then. Do you remember in Silivri, there was an earthquake? And the minaret of a mosque collapsed, and several schools also were damaged. When I look back at 32 years of Turkey, but I see how, obviously, the one earthquake and then the 1999 Izmit earthquake, all of those happened, but after Silivri, we had Elazığ earthquake, and then last year, in 2022, December, 8th of December, I was invited to Kahramanmaraş University. An engineering professor invited me there to speak in front of students, and I said, well, the Eastern Anatolian fault line had not broken for a long time, but it's beginning activation, and like a domino effect, it would affect Malatya or Kahramanmaraş. It could happen, I said. I am warning you. It happened in Elazığ, it can happen here. So be prepared. And on television, it was broadcast, but not a lot of people paid attention. But unfortunately, on the 6th of February, the earthquake happened. And TV broadcasters remembered that speech, and they started inviting me. A car came to me at 6:30 in the morning, and they wouldn't leave me until 2 a.m. the next day. About like 11 channels called me. Well, anyways, let's move on from that one. So, where else? Twice in Maraş, Hatay was damaged. But in terms of fault line, Elazığ, Maraş, and then Hatay would follow, I said. So 2 weeks after that, aftershocks happened around 6.2 magnitude. I guess, actually, compared to Japan, it's easier to predict what will happen in Turkey. So I have a question. From Marmara Sea, we have one fault line passing through, but like we've said, there are two fault lines in the north and the south. Just last week in Gemlik, Bursa, there was something else. Well, this is a separate issue. So you have the Northern Anatolian Marmara, Northern Anatolian fault line. So from the Princess Islands, you have a northern direction. It's closer to the seaside, but it's shifted. And then on the southern arm, you see İnegöl, Bursa, Bandırma, and Balıkesir. and then it moves down to Aegean. I guess that's where you have your factory. Yes, in Bandırma, Enerjisa has a factory. So 200 years it has been since the last big earthquake. Well, you would have about a century or 150 years to have an earthquake of magnitude of 7, but in Elazığ, it passed only 80 years for 6.6. But for Maraş, it was a very large earthquake because it did not have an earthquake for 200, 500 years. So for Bandırma, if it waits for longer, it accumulates power and it would be larger. So it would be wise to be prepared. So you see this line. Where else do we expect an earthquake in Turkey? So we have seen the Eastern Anatolian fault line that's been dried up. After Hatay, it's around this area. From Cyprus, you see, it passes through both the north and the south. It could happen in the south, and it could be here in the sea as well. Secondly, Bingöl, Muş, up until Van. In 2011, Van went silent, but then it was in the east, not on the west side. And you have Izmir. After Elazığ and Malatya, Muş, then Izmir also dried up because 17 buildings collapsed. You saw those in the news. But its own fault line in Izmir, that's not broken yet. So it's a little bit far away when it happened a few years ago. Unfortunately, 17 buildings were very, very poorly done. You could break those pieces of the building with your own hands. And they had seashells in the materials of the buildings. They had sea sand in the construction. Iron bars were straight. They were not up to standard. So we're talking about really poorly made buildings. Okay, it's been a long slide. So we have magnitude in earthquakes, and then you have the intensity. That's different. So if the magnitude is about 5.5, it's medium level. How many times you would see that in a country? Obviously, you would have an average in 2 decades. China is the first, Japan fourth, and Turkey the sixth. Of course, China has a large landmass, and Turkey is twice bigger in terms of square meters than Japan. So you say Turkey ranks 17th in terms of square meters. The biggest earthquake to date was magnitude 1939, 7.9 in Erzincan. In Japan, that was the Fukushima disaster. You would remember that. It was a problem with the nuclear power plant, and the magnitude was 9. So you see magnitude 8 and 9. So you see there's just one digit number, but actually between the two magnitudes 8 and 9, and you think of the energy that's released, you see, for example, a grenade is small, but a missile is very big, right? In terms of power, at the very epicenter it happens, it would show what it looks like. So if there are 2 digit differences, it would be 32 times double. So you remember in Bingöl, it was about 7 magnitude, but it had magnitude 5. Was it nice, wasn't comfortable? Magnitude 5 is 2 times smaller than magnitude 7. It's 1,000 times, it's 1 in 1,000 actually. So basically, 1 out of 1,000 of the energy was released, so 9,999 still remains if you have just 5 magnitude earthquake. I've been here in Turkey for the 32 years. I've been checking out Turkey since the day I came. Think of it this way. I'm about like, I'm more Turkish than a 32-year-old person, because in the first 5 years of a human's life, you don't really know much. That's what I say to my students all the time. But when I think of the civil engineer, when I think of myself as a civil engineer and architect in Turkey, I believe that I am sad and embarrassed to share with you one thing. When we look at the casualties in an earthquake, unfortunately, Turkey ranks all of a sudden number 3rd in the country, in the whole world. And you see, Mehmet Ali Işıkara, you would remember him, the granddad earthquake. He would say, it's not the earthquakes that kill people, it's buildings that kill people. That's what he said. And then building inspection began after the Izmit earthquake. So the contractors would not do their job well, and they would steal their materials. So what happened was the owners would have direct contract with a building inspection company. So the main contractor of a building would be then inspected by this company. If that is done, well, that system buildings that were inspected by those companies were very, very minimally damaged in Hatay. There is 21 millions of building stock in Turkey. Unfortunately, 50% of those 21 million buildings are unlicensed, meaning they are illegal. What do you mean unlicensed, unauthorized? The municipality is not holding them accountable for the project, so the building inspection is not in place, so the system doesn't work. So this is the biggest problem. Of course, that's not the only one problem. There are other issues as well, but this is the biggest one. Maybe, well, you have an anecdote in Japan. During the earthquake, people would go back into the buildings, whereas it's the other way around in Turkey. Yes, when you think of a back street, you know, the streets would be narrow. If you're on a street, you would have glass or tiles or road signs falling on you. So people caught in an earthquake on the street would go inside the buildings because the buildings are there to protect people. That's why in Japan, people go back into the buildings when an earthquake happens. Yes, you follow me quite well, I guess. Well, generally speaking, it said in the beginning, in Turkey, there is this zoning amnesty that started. A TV broadcaster once asked me, "What do you think of the zoning amnesty?" I said, well, I didn't know what he was talking about. I'm a civil engineer and an architect. Amnesty? Zoning amnesty? Like making peace? In Ukraine and Gaza, there are war. And you would ask me, but for zoning, what kind of amnesty would you talking about? We don't have such a term in Japan, in Japanese. We do have amnesty, but how do we have it? So, there is a mistake in a building, the construction of a building. A person would be jailed for 5 years, but you would correct the mistake. And after 5 years, they would start working with wood or iron to make money. So a person would start to rehabilitate and correct themselves. There was a prince and let's say they're going to get married, that would be an amnesty. But a rehabilitated person would be benefiting from an amnesty. But what happens in Turkey for amnesty? For natural gas, for electricity connection, people benefit from it. Okay, that's fine, but in an uncontrolled manner they do this. You would then do retrofitting if there are missing pieces and materials. So you would do the retrofitting and then give the necessary licenses, in my opinion. Vice President was also held into a discussion. Of course, amnesty was not really pronounced as a term. After 20 minutes. Okay. The life triangle, you know about it. People can live without water for maximum 3 days. We're not only talking about what we need in terms of just water. A whistle. It should be it should be made of iron because plastic can break. A whistle is important for calling help, but in half a day your voice would be gone. But in 2 weeks you would be very difficult to you would have very difficult time to breathe. But you can hit it on something else next to you, and people can detect your sound if you have a metal whistle with you. And then chocolate cream. You know, children would really love this, chocolates in a tube. Obviously, you would want to have that in an earthquake bag as well. But when are you going to use that? Following the earthquake, and then you're in a life triangle and you survive, you go out. But this earthquake bag should be very close to your door, so you would have to take it out as you exit. The bag should have chocolate, a whistle. So I have them next to the sofa in the living room, here and here. So you need to be prepared ahead of an earthquake. I just wanted to share that with you. What else should be ready before an earthquake? First of all, think of your living place or your workplace. You should know whether the ground is good or bad. You can very easily find that out. So, for example, for this region, it's very, very strong. I can tell you that much. No problem here. Hard ground, good ground, would mean that in an earthquake, you wouldn't shake that much. You wouldn't have a lot of shivering. But if it is on a unformed ground, then the earthquake would happen slow and it would shake a lot. In Gölcük, for example, the Gölcük earthquake, this part of Istanbul, this region of Istanbul did not have any damage, but even though Avcılar was further away from Gölcük, because they had very unfirm ground, a lot of buildings collapsed during the Gölcük earthquake. Especially when you think of the old Atatürk airport area, Ataköy, Zeytinburnu, Küçükçekmece, Büyükçekmece, Avcılar. That area in its entirety has unfirm ground. So you should first pay attention to your ground, and then you should check whether there is construction permit and other licenses. Well, rules were different in 1998, but in 2000 regulations changed. So whether the building was made before 2000 or after, because when you think of these regulations in the past, even if the ground was very unfirm, the regulations would not note that. But following 1998, ground properties, the controls would be made, and then the grounds should be ameliorated before buildings are constructed. But no matter how well you do a building, how well you construct a building, if the ground is not firm enough, then it would collapse, just like the Renaissance building in Hatay. I guess it's stuck. Now it works. So, what do we prepare for before the earthquake? Obviously water. So you have parents and 2 children. You have 4 people at home. Normally, you would consume 3.5 liters of water, but you can have 2 liters, at least 2 liters of water with you for poor people. And that's what we say in Japan. For 3 days, you should be responsible for yourself. Don't wait for the municipality or for the state. Because even people in a municipality go through the same earthquake. They leave their families, they go to the municipality, and then they start distributing food and water. So for the first 3 days, you would take care of yourselves and then expect something. So in Japan, people are responsible for themselves for the first 3 days following a disaster. And now it's going up even to a whole week. Obviously, distribution would begin, but you might be in a remote village, so it could be different over there. Cling film, that would be very, very helpful. You should have cling film, a roll of cling film in your earthquake bag. For example, February. It's very cold, and then you go out to escape in your pajamas. But if you have cling film, you would wrap yourself in with that. Just like if you had a thick coat on you, you would preserve your own body heat. This could really protect you. Maybe you need water and food. What you can do, for example, is to wrap cling film around a plate, and you can use a plate over and over again. And these all can be found on the internet. In an emergency situation, where to meet with your family? In Japan, this would happen a lot. But, you know, people really love their families in Japan, but where to meet them in an emergency? So where's the nearest assembly point? Is it close to a workplace or a school? Wherever is most suitable, obviously that would be good. If, for example, it happens during the day and people are at school, you would go to the school. But if on a weekend, you go to shopping and to cinema. So as a family, you have to decide, where do we meet? Where do we get together as a family? So it would be nice if you can talk this out with your family in advance.
And you also need to look at your child's room. So if the cabinet is placed this way, and it first shakes and then it basically jumps and rolls down. So it shakes. In the earthquake of Gölcük, I've seen it. I've seen a wardrobe jumping from one corner to another. In order to avoid it, you need to turn it by 90 degrees, and you can basically stabilize it by doing it. And if the door is here, you need to fix it on the wall. you may go to Koçtaş or Bauhaus to have it fixed on the wall. And after that, this area can be used as a life triangle. Otherwise, it would be a bit risky. And the place of the window, if it's here, it's good, because even if the windows break, it's okay. But if the the curtains may help a bit, but curtains sometimes don't exist, and a film can be used. Some protective films, I mean, you may see them in the cars. You may use some transparent films that can be adhesive. And even if it breaks, it won't fall down on your child's body. The meantime, the Japanese and Turkish flags look alike, right? Because we're talking about red and white. And there's one more thing. You are crescent and the star, and we are the sun. It is quite similar because when we go and visit a house, we take off our shoes, not like Germans or the French. I hope we don't have any visitors from there. They may even wear their shoes on the bed, but no, we don't do that. We don't really do it so rudely. Or if we go to a village, we just sit on the ground. We set the table and meet around a circle. And culturally, we have similarities from Central Asia. If you go to Central Asia, you are Japanese, and if you go to the western side, you become a Turk. I have never taken Turkish classes. My Turkish may be a bit broken, but I think you can follow me. And it's agglutinative, so the languages are quite similar, so you don't have to change the syntax. So fortification is part of our cooperation. Mecidiyeköy viaduct columns were cut and seismic isolators were placed. And some cladding was done. An earthquake with a magnitude of 7.9, it can even withstand that. And the same goes for the first and the second bridges. Fortifications were made there. For the Osman Gazi Bridge, seismic isolators, we don't have it here. But the spike system for 4 meters were placed here. So it will slide a bit in the case of an earthquake, and it will stabilize the bridge. And it may be a bit expensive, I mean the bridge, but it's a personal issue. So Marmaray, it's also safe. You can see the tunnels, interior and the exterior tunnels. Yes, some heat losses may be experienced, but I would like to underline that it's not risky at all. So you may go to the tunnel and escape towards the tunnel if an earthquake hits while you're taking the Marmara subway. And as part of Turkey and Japan cooperation, we organize seminars. So because of COVID, we were unable to hold a cooperation summit, but we regularly have these cooperation summits. After the earthquake, the president invited us together with the academics from different technical universities. So we held a meeting for 7.5 hours. 70 people took the floor, 5 minutes each, because the president would like to talk a lot, well, which is quite normal. And the environmental minister also talked. So we only had 5 minutes to talk at those meetings. So we basically introduced our ideas and then we submitted it to them. Well, first of all, well, even the marketplace sellers and vendors turn into contractors. This is something that I hear, for example, civil engineers make better buildings. However, in Japan, it all depends on the annual turnover, but you need to have control over the architects as the civil engineers and engineers, civil engineers, and you take diplomas after a four-year study, and you can just sign for and confirm the architects. But no, they have not really gained any experience on the ground. We first require preliminary knowledge. We require a background for 2 years out on the ground. And after that, they still do not have the full authority to sign. They need to take a test and they have to pass the test. And only 7% of the applicants pass the test, because this is quite a sensitive job. Imagine a physician doing an operation and he basically ends up in malpractice and he makes a mistake. But when an earthquake, when an architect or when an engineer makes a mistake, how many people lives would be at stake then? So that's why I find it quite important. Architects and engineers, well, assistants, for example, from Yıldız Technical University, they're all invited here now. They're with us. And they need to be quite careful in what they do. And they need to meet some requirements. And walls, for example, well, you only place the throw the bricks and you cause cracks in the bricks. As you are building walls, there is not even any steels and iron in it. However, vertically, horizontally, steels and irons are used in the walls in Japan. And when we notice that when walls collapse, the entire building collapses, and when the wall is strong, the building does not collapse, although it incurs some damages. And in terms of calculations, the main carrying point is the column, and if the walls are strong enough, it can withstand the earthquake. And this is a proposal that we submitted as well. And at civil engineering departments and architecture departments of universities, geophysics, seismology, and geology courses should be included. Well, it's not something that I can discuss with you here, but Turkey needs to include them in the curriculum of these departments. I have some more minutes left. Well, training is key. Well, earthquake awareness. Well, people get panicked. They panic. So imagine 5 people in Turkey and 5 people in Japan. And imagine an earthquake hits and they're holding a meeting together. And us, the Japanese, would put the bottles and the glasses, but the Turkish would just flee the building. And when we look at them from outside the building, from inside the building, we see everyone outside. That's why we tend to run away. Well, there was a TV series on a family, and they are releasing a remake of it. It is all about parents trying to prevent children from knowing it. But in terms of training, children should be made aware this is the earth and this is the membranes, and if there is a little bit of boiling inside of it, some movements may take place and then the cracks may occur. Imagine a boiled egg. So just like that, the earth has cracks. And this is where the cracks occur. And if there is a little bit of boiling inside, there may be some splashes. And this is what corresponds to an earthquake. Could be the framework that we can provide to children. And as the MC has cited, this was something that I said manga series released for children, what to do before the earthquake, during the earthquake, and what you need to have after the earthquake. So this is a manga that we have published. You may find it at DNR stores and you may get it for children. And today Enerjisa is basically distributing them in the library. And if you have any children at home, you may get this book for them at early ages. I don't have any time left now, but you need to teach children at younger ages. And yes, many other details to be covered, but for highways, unfortunately, overpasses are quite dangerous and fortifications are needed here. And you will have local elections next year. And urban transformation this time is crucial. Well, it is my personal opinion. Well, better budgets can be allocated for urban transformation, and a person with knowledge of civil engineering would be even better. There was a seminar that I attended with Professor Naji. Well, training courses should be organized as well. But 1 million people, if they're already involved, they can better communicate with one another and they can monitor the processes in a better fashion. So Turkey is a strong country. And if you look at the same direction, people can be even stronger. But if they look at different directions, this makes people less prone or more prone to risks. So this will be quite important for you as you decide on the mayor next year. So everything that I've covered so far, 3 important points here. Triangles for life, they're important, but of course inside of them you need a bell and you need some water, and secondly you need to plan with your family. Where are you going to meet your parents and where are you going to meet your family? And you need to place belongings and objects in a safe manner, especially wardrobes and cabinets. I'm a Kemalist. And I read him, and I was quite impressed by what he created. And without Atatürk, Turkey would not have even existed. Well, in Japan, samurais existed, and then we had other fighters. 10 people did accomplish things. But Atatürk was only the single leader. I mean, he had some comrades, but he was alone in his accomplishments. So that's why I think about him, I read books on him, and I always share this piece of knowledge with children. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much, Mr. Morivaki. Thank you very much. And dear Emre, thank you very much as well. Would you like to add anything? Morivaki basically covered everything that needed to be covered. I've known him for years now, and I'm a civil engineer. In the earthquake of 1999, we were students at university, and people were always citing some dates, and our entire focus was when that could happen. Was it 2020? Was it 2030? And back then, Mariwaki said something. It doesn't really matter when it will hit. It will happen. So whether tomorrow or later, you need to make sure that it's not going to be enough. I mean, 1 year is not going to be enough, so you need to prepare for it from now onwards. And cultures of Turkey and Japan, many similarities we can see when we look at them. And one similarity is this reality of earthquakes, and that we need to be prepared against disasters, and we need to be as aware as the Japanese. And two civil engineers and one a mother of a candidate civil engineer and the mother of a civil engineer. So it's basically a coalition of civil engineers everywhere. And thank you very much for your remarks. And now it's 20 past 10. Let's come back and meet at this room at 10:30 for the next panel. Thank you.
tekrar merhabalar. Çok teşekkür ediyorum vallahi sizlere.
Welcome back. Now let's start with our next panel. Process safety approaches is the theme of this panel. We will focus on regulations, the integrity of assets, danger analysis methods, and effective research. We will be talking about that. I will invite panelists. Enerjisa Generation Asset Management and Sustainability Leader Murat Ereöz. We continue Tüpraş Process Safety Manager Gözde Türkeşki. Gazi University's Chemical Department faculty member Fatma Suna Balcı. PSRG EMA Director Tekin Kunt. Welcome. You have the floor. Welcome. Process safety is the theme of this panel, and any production plant, it can be power, mass, or any other matters. And in the case of any hazards, how to really address them and what kind of measures we can take. Process safety accidents, when they occur, before they occur, what we can do, and in the case that they occur, and despite all the measures that are taken, the things, the actions needed to be taken, I mean, we can actually divide it into two. In 1967, in Seveso village of Italy, and in 1984, in India, in Bhopal, certain accidents happened. Process safety, energy, mass, and matter basically emerged, and they are basically associated with it. And in all the plants and generation plants, at every stage and at every process, we need to study them, and we need to place it on the top of our agenda. And we have esteemed panelists with us, and we will be tackling with this quite sensitive topic. As I mentioned earlier, prior to that event taking place, what we can do, and let's start with that actually, and the most critical aspect for the production plant would be as follows. After these two big accidents, we have seen some evolutions taking place, and regulations is one of the areas that we need to look at. Let's start with you. And in terms of regulations and process safety, what kind of matters come to the fore, and how can production plants use it more effectively? I will try to describe it as best as I can. When we talk about regulations have a certain power. They bind us and they push us to take certain action. As we are working on the ground, regulations are quite important, because when the grip is loosened, we make mistakes deliberately or unintentionally, and any mistake that an engineer makes would have an impact on not only one person, more people, or sometimes even hundreds may be impacted by anything that an engineer does. And as for regulations, we need to have a global outlook of it, and sometimes Turkey is lagging behind the regulations. 6311 is the law in Turkey, and we look at general global approaches in Turkey, and occupational health and safety is mostly about prevention. As for process safety, Seveso 1 directive and directives 2 and 3 were introduced, and prevention of large industrial accidents in Turkey has been the name of the regulation. However, when we look at the practices out on the site, I'm not a practitioner on the field, but when we need to understand the style of it, we need to understand how things should be done for us to properly. However, regulations have this shortcoming. They only impose things on us, but we don't really know the how of it and what is the danger and the process that it leads us to the accident, and the measures that can be taken to prevent it, or the measures to mitigate the impact and the scale of it. So maybe we shouldn't really expect much from the regulations. A very severe accident happened in a construction site in Ankara. 2 workers fell from height. And especially in your own plans, we see certain measures in place and what can lead to an accident in relation to the mistakes that we make. And when we talk about process safety, it's not really easy to distinguish, because when alone engineers are processes are quite free of risks. However, all these matters can be quite tricky and dangerous, and they can lead to deviations. And when left unattended, they all lead to accidents. So Seveso directives and the equivalent regulations with that, can we really manage it? Well, safety management system, yes, can be established.
But my roadmap has certain locations that I can benefit from, and when I think of all the legislation and law, like for example, if I'm going to have work that will involve in high altitude, or for example, if I'm going to do repair in closed doors, or if any fire material is involved in the work indoors. So you add all those elements, and then you can start managing the legislation, because on your own in the security management system, it's not just about setting up the necessary infrastructure. We would need to abide by new legislation, but there is also a problem therein. How to implement the rules and regulations. There you need standards in place. When standards are not imposed by legislation, in the field out there, it will not be implemented because it's not known what to do, and because it takes time and also brings along additional cost, those implementations can be skipped. So in terms of legislation, if I am to criticize the state, then I would say the following. I would make certain references to certain standards. So, for example, things like make sure you note this and that. The annexes of our legislation can be very much guiding us in the right way. So annexes should be put in place in terms of risk assessments. Of course, we wouldn't have to assess risk in a chemical process to prevent an accident or to reduce the intensity of an accident. You need to have risk assessment. But in, for example, in explosive industry, in a symposium that we just organized, when that person listened to the regulations about explosives, they said, "Well, I'm just hearing for the first time." In the explosive industry, not related to us at all, if I'm working in the explosive industry, it's as though only standards in my industry would be relevant to me. So we should create awareness out there in the field among ourselves in terms of what legislation stipulates. So, for example, in a chemical facility, chemicals should be classified in CLP should be used for classification, and packaging and labeling should be done accordingly. At least you should know that. And one thing that's also missing in legislation is the following. So if you have hazardous material, is water hazardous for our life? It's essential, but actually when you think of flood, or in terms of an explosion of a steam boiler, that's another question. Even if it's not added in legislation, maybe we should have other added there. So for example, nitrogen. A nitrogen tank can explode, and also people can be choked to death. or for example, a valve can be turned and an accident could place. So process safety guidance is not included in legislation. That's the one problem that I see in legislation. And then they always talk about hazardous chemicals. And in terms of large-scale risks, it's as though just the storage area that's relevant. But when you come up with documentation, you find out that the critical equipment is not in the storage. I believe that these areas are still missing out there in the field. Thank you for giving me the floor for this. I have let this off my chest. Of course, implementers out in the field could talk about what's missing out there better than me, but you put it in a nice way. So the legislation does talk about what should be done, but in terms of how things should be done should also be mentioned, and standards should be involved. I'll move on to GÖZDE. So when we think of asset integrity, there are precautions to be taken. Preparations should be in place, and danger analysis is one of the most important parts of this job. So when we think of complex situations where you have fluid and explosive materials and energy incorporating materials, you need to have certain methods in place, and you need to implement different methods, different techniques. So what should be done? What approaches can be adopted in danger analyses? Well, I'm going to start over from what Suna left off. So here in our industry, we should not start one thing just because it's legally stipulated. It could be maybe a triggering point, but actually when you move ahead, you might find yourself stuck if you just follow the rules as per law. So you need to have a risk-based management system and start with a trigger that is law, but in all the decision-making processes, you should have a risk-based approach. So when we think of all of our teams, the maintenance teams, the operational team out in the field, not just HSE teams, they should all have a risk-based attitude in the way they govern their job. And it's true in our daily lives too. When we think of the simple definition of risk assessment, it's brainstorming. We use that in our workplace too. And it is something that we do individually in our daily routine at work. So to put it simply, we think of what we're going to wear out in the street. So maybe we look out and we take an umbrella and we put another layer on. Just like you've said, it starts from very simple to very complex, and it depends on the situation. So no facility, no process can be assessed with a single risk assessment method. If you do so, you can just find yourself in a very, very simple scenario or get lost in complexity. So you need to be specific in what you do. So we have literature that's quite rich, depending on your purpose and what kind of risk you have. You can run your process in a very smooth way. So we're going to talk about several methods. We do the same thing. So maybe to put it in 3 items. So you identify the danger, you identify the processes, the areas, people that can be affected by that danger, identify the risk, you look at your barriers, and if the barriers are not sufficient for you at the end of the day, you wonder what you can do more. So this is at the root of it. What if is a method that we use. So when we think of in simple systems, to brush, for example, we have change management. For small managements, like for example, a valve can be changed in a facility, a new chemical might be onboarded. So we have basic risk assessment techniques. And on top of that, we have semi-quantitative ones, HAZOP. So especially in chemical facilities, and actually when we think of the entire energy industry, it's a part of it. So it's an essential element of what we do. HAZOP is not doing something very different from all the others, because what we do is we need to be more systematic because we are talking about a more complex system. So it has keywords in it, nodes, for example. And so we have these elements in HAZOP. We have mathematical values that we need to have at the end of the year after we set up the scenarios. We have fault tree and event tree, and or we can use maybe LOPA. That's also quite similar. So HAZOP is put into a scheme and put on a mathematical base that requires extra resources. But so we have a scenario. I've checked my barriers to do the risk assessment, and I've identified new additional barriers, but that's not the end of it. Even if this is just what's required, it's 10 minus 4, but in Europe it's 10 minus 6, and the possibility is unknown. We don't know whether a risk can occur today or tomorrow, just like the earthquake. So when you think of scenarios and mathematical evaluation, you should model the scenario and communicate it. That's where the risk assessment becomes efficient. So you need to communicate it. What risk have I identified? How do I manage it? And what to do if it occurs? So we're talking about this whole picture that needs to be ready. So we have this loop. And there are elements that are outside of this loop, but what's also very importantly a part of the process management systems, obviously we're talking about disasters, right? And in an accident scenario as well, the locations should be taken into consideration and facilities should be built in convenient places. And for risk assessment to be effective, obviously, you cannot do this job alone. So you need to have teamwork. You need to have experienced teamwork, and I'm not talking about just a room of elders, because when you put elders in the room, say, well, for the last 10, 20, 30, 50 years, we've never had such an accident. That's what happens when you have old people in the room. So you need to have people that have a risk perspective. And maybe people that have just started work, that are kind of blind to the operations, so to speak, because they can ask very different questions. And in terms of effectiveness, you need to have it up to date. Risk assessment should always renew itself. I think there is no perfect risk assessment. Every time you do it, if you cannot find anything new, most probably you have not done a good job. You haven't been quite idle since the last time you checked your risk assessment. You need to find something each time with accidents or with other experience, or maybe a fresh perspective would tell you something different when you look at the risk assessment. You need to have current conditions involved as well. So, for example, the disaster issue in the background. Disaster definition, obviously, this year it has been earthquake mostly, but you also have sustainability. In 2023, Economy Forum talked about global risks, and they have a current risk, and we have a rising trend since 2019 in natural disasters. We have changing weather conditions, we have flood, we have also precipitation regime changes and temperature changes, and these are critical for our facilities. So you need to have the incoming data to update your risk assessment. And in global risks, for example, in the last 5 years, normally we would have 10-year visions, and then digital vision and cyber security. We have that now in the 2-year vision as well, and cybersecurity will be on our agenda today as well. So I just wanted to open this parentheses, and I'll be looking forward to listening to my friends about this. Thank you very much. This was a nice summary, in my opinion, when it comes to the effectiveness of risk assessment. So actually, we're talking about the entire system working in coordination and in smoothness with each other. And I know that it's important. So we're talking about the system. I'd like to turn to Tikin. When we think of effective and correct process management, we know that there are so many elements to be put in place. We have several standards out there, 12 items or 15 items. It changes. Tikin, so I have a question to you. When we think of what works, When we think of corporations that adopt a process management system, what are the elements that stand out? When we think of a content, are we talking about living documents rather than just don't decide, put somewhere in a cabinet? That's a very good point, actually. Thank you very much. I'll take over from where Gozda left off. So we're talking about risk analyses, right? But just like Gozda said, this is just a small part of the whole picture, and a lot of goes into it. Process security system is what does it. So when you set it up, risk-based perspective should be adopted. Obviously, systems might change, but at the core of it all, we have a risk-based approach. Why? First of all, the management should own this. If the management owns it, then resources will be created for that. People will be organized for this purpose. So, number one, management should be on board. Secondly, the risk should be comprehended. The third is risk control. And fourth, learning. So in our facilities, we have certain incidents that take place and then also learn from what other facilities go through. And those pieces of learning are more valuable for us because it hasn't happened to us. It's other people, of course, we would be sad for them. But unless we learn from those other incidents, we might have something similar in the future. So these are very important. We are talking about 4 elements. Various systems can have, for example, Ocean 12 and stuff. So more or less, all the systems give you a formation, an approach, how to look at it, what matters most in these approaches. So it's very important to know where you stand. As a corporation, you say, well, I have a system, I want to improve it, how to do that? So one would say, well, do a gap analysis. Let's see where I'm lacking. I should look into the legislation, whether I'm covered by it, or maybe I should benchmark it against other studies. At PSRG, we look at the maturity model. When we think of maturity model, we talk about a company's maturity. So, for example, when we think of process safety, there are so many other things, like from HR to purchasing. You have so many functions in a company, and you have different maturity capability levels in each of those functions. When we look at process safety, it's just an extension of it all. For example, you might have a very good human health management system, but you might be new in process safety and you might want to do a lot there. Or maybe you have been involved a lot in this for a very long time. You will have a different approach if you are mature. So you should start with a maturity model. It not only shows your gaps, but it shows you what you have as well and what you can build on what you have. So this is what we suggest as an approach. And here's what we see. We always talk about these anyway. You need to manage knowledge, manage information. So do we know this? Do we not? How to do it? How to learn from it? Is it in legislation or not? When we look at what's happening in the US, for example, which is where I come from, OSHA, the Secretary of Labor says, well, we have legislation, but they have one rule. The employer should not kill their employee. If there's nothing in legislation, then they say, well, here's what it says, and you're fined because an employee is killed. It might be good or bad, you might discuss, but you need to guide people in the right way. The company should have to find their own way, because a company is the only entity that would understand its own dangers, and you need to make it continuous with a maturity assessment. We are a consulting company, and we would come to a place and spend a week. We can't change things in a week. You need to change things internally. You need to fully embrace, fully internalize the concepts, and you can do so with info management. We're an information age, and obviously we are passing through intelligence age. We have ChatGPT and all other things. The world is hurling towards a completely different place, and process safety is being dragged along. So we're very excited. I think very nice things will happen. Here's what I'm hearing from what you're saying to us. Well, we have good guidance in process management systems, and we need to adopt and apply them at companies. But there will be processes that need to be customized, and they should be revised constantly. That's what I get. So, we're talked about planning, preparation, standards for things to not happen, but unfortunately, during manufacturing processes, certain accidents, incidents do take place. That's a reality. So I'll go back to Gözde again. So when incidents happen, companies more or less adopt and put in place their incident management processes, and they draw lessons to not repeat such incidents. So what should we pay attention to when it comes to incident research, incident analysis? Like, what would be most effective in terms of results? When we think of incidents, we always look at it from a reactive side. In a company, we always talk about, okay, after an incident, we see how employees are on the defense, the unit manager or the field, but actually, companies are also like on the line of defense, on a defense side. So an incident happens, the approach would be like, well, if that hadn't been the case, it wouldn't have happened, or this and that. In risk assessment, Murphy is always with us. If something is supposed to go wrong, it will go wrong. And sometimes, even if we don't want things like that to happen, they do. After an incident, how can you be more proactive? If you are proactive, you can draw lessons. Even though I don't like that in terms of safety, there is one thing that I don't like to hear, but it's unfortunately true. Rules are written in blood. So you have an output from an incident. Just like in risk assessment, you need to have an end-to-end perspective on it. When you look into an incident, we should start from the reverse. So in risk assessment, you would think of a potential and try to write a scenario. But right now, the scenario has already played out. Something completely unprecedented, something forecast. But right now, you follow from behind and see what you can do. So incident search has something that we always skip. So an incident occurs, and after that, what do we have from the data in the field? It's about info management, but we're talking about a small set of data. So an incident happens, and then we want to recover immediately. But actually, the immediate data is very, very valuable for us. We have, otherwise, we would just have presumptions and just apparent causes. So in situ analysis is very important. You need to have a research team. Just like in risk assessment, the intention should be to find the root cause. So why did this happen? What to do for it not to recur?
And here, investigation of the event is quite important. So is that really about us imposing prohibitions so that we can be in compliance with the regulations? Is that only because there are auditors and supervisors conducting an audit? Or are we really doing it to see the root cause? And are we really doing it to prevent this from happening again? When you have this kind of a mindset, people who manage the site will definitely find the root cause. So we're not really talking about quite a complicated case here. And what happened, we need to have a step-by-step approach here. As we were talking about the tree of errors, this is more like a simplified version of it. Sometimes we have methods based on 5 reasons. There are different methodologies. So from the very end to the very beginning, what happened, looking at it step by step, and what kind of barriers would have been in place so that I wouldn't have been here, is basically the approach that we take. And for this to happen, the team needs to be working for the root cause, because when we look at outcome. If it only is related with one person and with one side, you definitely need a certain mile to go because you need to investigate it further. At the very basis of it, you need to address the root cause and you need to find the system-related root causes as well. And the reason why people cannot go down and as deep as the root cause, by the way, I'm not really talking about an incapability here, visible or intermediate reasons, it's quite easy to relate them with an action because you're only touching one person, one side, or one division. But it is quite difficult to associate actions with the root cause, but the real benefit lies there. And I think this is the most difficult part of it. Identifying an action and executing it. And allocation of resources is basically a prerequisite of the management system. But when we address the root cause, and regardless of the size of the action, we can maybe divide it into pieces and conclude the research and investigation. This is when it would be beneficial. Otherwise, it would be like this. The same event and incident taking place in different forms. Today, I'm experiencing it. Next day, Suna is experiencing that. And one side for one day and the other side for another day. We used to conduct a lot of investigations. And why are we doing it? We were asking all the time. And this even alone is an indicator. When you have high numbers of investigations and your root causes are basically accumulated in one single place, it means that you're making it wrong. And there are still areas where we are making it wrong, and it is quite easy to measure the effectiveness of the investigation. If you actually have seen the same incident taking place, you need to have a look at it again, and a good system should be in place for you to record the logs, and you need to analyze the outcomes of the investigations. You need to find out your soft belly there, and maybe on an annual basis you need to set annual targets. And yes, this is where we're struck most of the time, and we need to incorporate it in the annual HSC vision. Well, I'm quite impressed actually if certain things take place again and again, and if this has become a symptom, then we need to understand whether our approach is is correct, and our approach and our attitude towards this is also important, going down to the root cause of it. We need to involve all the members of the team. And Tekin, I have a question here. You are working with different enterprises in the US, in Turkey, in different countries. You provide consulting services, and looking at it, where do you think we are the weakest in terms of processes? What do we really ignore and omit things? And what we can do and what we cannot do when we see the implications of an incident being felt more severe? Well, Gözde said it very well. Well, investigation of an incident, and I use Turkish idioms. It is really easy to find a lot of people showing you the road after you already have your car broken, but you need to look at the past actually. And I have the following observations: how to really approach it, how to really divide it. There are three areas by which I look at it: the known things and unknown things. Well, I'm talking about incidents that we all know of. Well, this is the quantity of the chemicals I have, and these are the regulations that we have. This happens, there will be explosions, and this is what I know. But from there, we see a lot of weaknesses. We are struck a lot because information management is also defining here. Because all those things that are known, we do not really communicate it to people, and establishing the system in a better fashion and rectifying the mistakes. Well, Philadelphia, we experienced something in 2009, a huge refinery. There was a leakage and then a fire and a huge explosion, multiple explosions. The refinery shut down. And when we look at it, when we look at the accident and what happened there, well, this was something that we all knew. It was very well known that refinery was established long years ago. The methodology pursued there, adopted there, was not really good for the mixture there. It wasn't really resistant over the years. It was contaminated with corrosion. There were some leakages, and those, let's say, well-behaving chemicals, and they're really not well-behaving. And the moment they leaked out, and the moment they were unable to keep them inside the pipe, it was quite problematic. The refinery was aware of it as well. They knew it. But they said, we need to control it, they said, and controlling the risk is the most complicated and sophisticated part of the job. And asset management is included there, where risks and controlling risks. And the first thing they did was, yes, such a corrosion may be something that we will experience. In this case, we will keep an eye on all our pipes, because like controls are conducted once in every 10 years, and they made it more frequently. And recently, speed-based audits and improvements and asset management are all the themes that we see these days, but they just forgot one component. They look at the pipes, but they don't look at certain components of the pipes, and this was when the leakages occurred. So this was something that we all knew. And 70% of all these incidents are related with that. We cannot control risks. And there are also the known unknowns, and this is related with how we manage our minds as well. Well, the high quantity of chemicals, I have them in high quantities, but it's hazardous, it's dangerous. But there are areas where we are not really aware of. Ammonium nitrate blew in Beirut recently. When we look at it from early 90s, many explosions happened, many blasts happened. It is directly proportionate to the quantity of ammonium nitrate, and it is unfortunately not well managed. Other incidents happened in Beirut as well. Well, emergency management, for example, fire there was the trigger of the entire incident. And I think it accounts for 20% of all the incidents that happen. And the remaining 15% stand for all those things that we don't know. And earthquake and floods and climate change-related incidents, we know what they're about, but we don't know when they will hit. We don't know the frequency of that. We don't know the scale of that. And this happened as well in Houston, for example. Our chemicals plant, flood hit the plant, and chemicals unfortunately leaked outside after the flooding. And well, the more disasters we face, the better we try to understand it, and we find out more of it when we experience it. So this is when those unknown things become known to us, and although we don't know them, we need to question them. So are we in an earthquake zone? Are we in a flood zone? Are we in a wind-prone zone? Is that really cold here? Is that really warm here? And what kind of measures do we take? And unless we do that, the scale and the impact of what we experience is felt more severely, and we need to have independent safety measures, and this is how you can manage your system in a safer fashion. Well, this has been a good categorization indeed, and there are unknowns as well, and insurance methodologies are also taken into account for that, and we'll have a panel for that. So these are our last minutes, and my last question will go to Suna. So energy, mass and matters and chemicals. So process plants that contain all these components, when you look at them, how prepared they are, do you think? Well, we have started out with earthquakes, and I think we need to proceed with earthquakes as well, and this is the concept. And I'm going to pick up from where goes the left, and I will continue with safety management system, and I will have a list of recommendations to make an addition. Well, I am also going to contemplate whether they can be included in the regulations. As we are conducting risk assessments, if there are some measures in place, we act as if no accident will take place and no negative consequence will be basically experienced. So it doesn't really look like it when you see chemicals contained in a certain fashion. You think it's all safe, but it's not the case. So that chemical being contained in its container, it means that measures are in place. But we need to have dynamic risk assessment. So process management, if this happens. So what if that happens is basically a good question and good approach, I think. So if it happens, what happens? So in process safety, if one parameter goes off track, can we really secure the safety of the plant? So when the container rolls down, what happens? Will I be wet? Or we need to also have a company-focused approach here as well. So what if an earthquake hits? What if a flood happens? So what if the magnitude of the earthquake is this? So this is the what if scenarios, and from that we need to look at how prepared we are in the face of disasters and earthquakes. According to regulations, we need to look at the deviations in the operations, because this is how regulations are formulated, and enterprises should not really confine themselves to this only, and they shouldn't be happy only because they're not facing a particular incident. They need to learn from the lessons that others learn, and risk assessments should include worst-case scenarios, and worst-case scenarios should also include what-if scenarios as well. We need to have examples, and I think Tüpraş did it after what they experienced in 1999. After disasters, we have two types of accidents. Our processes, if we are talking about non-hazardous chemicals even are hazardous for me, but hazardous chemicals, their severity is bigger. And as for disasters, we look at two types of accidents. It can be earthquake, it can be the floods, and for that mechanical integrity can also break. In Tüpraş earthquake, for example, many incidents happened. Many of them were prevented, but fires in the form of tanks were not really prevented. In İskenderun, for example, after the earthquake, the fire that hit in İskenderun, the same can happen in the tanks of any plant in Kocaeli. This is what we're scared the most, that we're scared of the most. In such incidents, they come without signaling any imminence, and if we are unable to control deviations, we need to prompt alarms to the site in order to mitigate the impact of it, but it may not even give any signals. So this was one example. The second example is about the mechanical integrity. Well, I'm not really very well aware of it, but in 2021, when hydroelectric power plants and a dam collapsed. Well, there are rumors, so it's not really being reported in official records, but these things would all add to the severity and significance of the flood. So from that mechanical integrity, we can look at it. So rather than that, though, the impact and the consequence of the mechanical integrity, can I really prevent it? With the refrigerating and the cooling efforts of toothbrush, for example, the fire was contained within the tank farm, and this question was important. And the second type of accidents, which this would be the most scary one actually, because they're the most easily controllable ones. In the face of an earthquake or a flood, automatic shutdown should take place, because this is how you prevent big accidents from taking place. And automatic shutdown systems, have you designed it properly? For example, in the first session we talked about it. In the accident that happened there, did we plan it well? Tsunami impact of it and the severity of it. So had it been at a higher level, had its magnitude been higher, a radioactive agent could have been used, and such accident and incident could have been prevented. This should be the mindset that we need to follow. All the earthquakes that we've seen in the southern part of the country, Enerjisa had big plants there, and they directly said it, and it didn't result in any chemicals related accidents, thankfully. But God forbid, Dilova Valley, for example, the small enterprises all across the city. I think the Ministry of the Environment initiated a study, and they said it to me actually. So the exposure, our exposure to chemicals in Istanbul, because like small chemicals contained in a certain area and what they can result in due to a toxic impact, we need to look at them as well, and whether we are prepared for disasters. And this question should be pursued in the form of a mission that big businesses and organizations should really initiate and lead. These kinds of seminars and workshops can also be organized for us to raise awareness on that. And safety system and safety management system, and companies with good safety management systems are definitely taking necessary action, but these need to be included in regulations. I think worst case scenarios are not really incorporated in the regulations. I don't really know them by heart, but without further ado, I need to stop there, otherwise I would be just speaking endlessly. Well, thank you very much. This has been a good summary. And all the incidents and accidents and disasters, we cannot anticipate them, predict them, but taking into account what has been experienced firsthand is going to be a great opportunity. This is how I interpret your remarks. Well, this is the end of our panel, and thank you very much for your great assessments and considerations. Thank you very much for your patience.
Değerli konuşmacılarım.
We'd like to thank all our panelists as well. Thank you very much. Now we will continue with the next panel. Yes, apparently there is a coffee break between all panels, so it was partly true and partly not true. So you see that I had a point there. And this panel will be invited to the stage, and the stage is being prepared right now, but maybe we can also refresh the water here. Process safety, we talked about it. Every enterprise, every business, in order to ensure process safety, has some measures in place and must basically take some steps. And professors also underlined the need for its involvement and inclusion in the regulations as well. Yes, businesses do it, but should really everyone be obliged to really have them in their own internal systems? Well, this is something that we need to talk as well. Yes, disasters still happen, and insurance actually here comes into play. And yes, we did our best and nothing else is needed. Why do we need insurance policies, and why do we really need to take on this cost? Well, rather than it being a cost item, well, we need to actually get rid of this idea. Well, Turkey has been basically lagging behind a little bit. Now it's keeping up the pace, picking up the pace globally. And right after this panel, we'll have lunch And one reminder, we have a mobile earthquake truck outside. Well, saying it without making a mistake is quite difficult for me, but portable earthquake truck is outside. Maybe you didn't have the chance to go out because you didn't want to be called, but please make sure that you have a look at it. The trainers are there. It will be there for the entire day, and come back to me. Only after the conference I'll have the chance to check it out. We have a fire VR system on the foyer. And I've seen the library, and it seems many books have been taken, and I contributed to it as well. I took some books from the library as well, and I think the panel is ready. And in this case, insurance management in the cases of crises is the next panel. Sabancı Holdings Risk Director Murat Gençer, Aksa Sigorta Technical President and Executive Board Member Barış Altın, Kıvanç Çarı, Insurance Expert, and Eczacıbaşı Insurance General Manager Ulaş Pekin. Welcome. Welcome.
Hoş geldiniz.
Welcome. Welcome. I hope it's going to be a fun session. I would like to thank everyone involved in the organization of this event. I've turned my phone on. You'll know why soon. So, the things that we know and the things that we don't know. I'll look at from a holistic perspective. Donald Rumsfeld in 2002 in Afghanistan had a press meeting, and here's what he said. There are known truths, there are things that we think are true, and then there are unknown things that we don't know. There are things that we know we don't know, and more than that, we know that we don't know. We know what we don't know. I'm not going to read the English version of this. So insurance is what we're going to discuss. In the previous session, we focused more on risk management. We have two parts. First, we'll talk about insurance that will be connecting to risk management. Ulaş, to begin with you. Tell us about insurance. Insurance 101. That would be very beneficial. I believe that Ulaş's input will be very valuable. He's supported me a lot so far. So what is insurance when we think of limits, placement, and the guarantees? So if we adopt all of these terms, then we can see how it evolves into risk management. Well, in a nutshell, when we think of insurance, it's a pool, it's a system. So, insurance holders put their premiums into a pool. In case of a damage, then they get paid on the damage. Who operates the pools? It's insurers and reassurance officials. So, if you think there might be certain risks that can befall you, against those risks, you allocate some money aside. This is called premiums. And from that pool where everybody puts in their premiums, in case of damage that you see in your life, you get money paid back to you. So it's shared. But as a result of a pool being instantly emptied, that could cause disaster. Massive risks that can empty the pool instantly are not insured. Like massive things like nuclear disasters that can affect the entire world at the same time, like large wars, big-scale wars that cannot be insured easily, because the logic is that the damage should not occur to everyone at the same time, because if everyone wants to draw back their money from the pool, then the pool would be empty. And the pool's size cannot actually be big enough to pay off in case a damage occurs to everyone. You cannot insure every risk. Every risk that you want cannot be transferred to an insurance company, so we should know that. So for example, let's look at the basic terms in insurance. So fixed assets and profit loss insurance that you have. Fire insurance, a company package insurance are the other term that it's called. So for example, you have a table here, a coffee table that you want to insure. So this coffee table is insured. It's an asset that is insured. What about its cost? Its value is what it's cost. So how do you identify value? So it could be market price or replacement cost, substitute cost. For example, how much would I resell it as a second-hand product? And substitute cost is how can you replace it with a new one? Let's say it costs 1,000 TL. 1,000 TL is the insurance cost of this item. So you pay a premium based on that, divided it by the cost of that item. That is your unit insurance cost. And you have the insured. The owner of this coffee table is the insured, and that is the party that will receive the money in case it is damaged. And then the premium payer is maybe someone else, but in rare cases they can be two different people. So you have the insured, you have the one that pays in the premium, of course, you have the insurance companies. And then they are the operators of that pool. They receive the premiums. In cases where it's necessary, they transfer them to the reassurance companies, and then they repay the amount that is equal to the damage that's caused. So these are the basic notions about insurance, but there are other issues that come up. So you insure this coffee table, and you have an insurance cost of 1,000 TL, and then we say, well, the entirety of this table will not be damaged. It's not going to be completely out of use. So let's insure just part of the limit, and that's the insurance limit. So we say, well, what can happen to this table? It cost 1,000 TL, but most probably damage will cost 500 maximum. So the insurance limit is not the original cost of the table, but it corresponds to the damage cost that might happen. Maximum foreseeable cost. So that's the insurance limit that you have. But there might be a miscomprehension. Let's beware. The insurance cost needs to be identified right, and it should be reported to the insurer in the right way. You cannot just insure two legs of this coffee table and not the other one. Well, not a big disaster will befall in this table, and you cannot change the insurance cost like that. So for example, let's say I have a flat of 100 square meters. If I am going to have an earthquake insurance, you cannot say, well, I'm just going to insure 50 square meters of the flat. It has to be based on 100 square meters, noted, but you can change the insurance limit. Sometimes the insurance limit is equal to the insurance cost, sometimes less than that. And then you have exemptions. Why do we have exemptions in place? Because insurance companies need to know that we are managing this risk as though I'm not insured. We should not just sit back and take for granted that the insurance company will take care of whatever might happen to what I've insured. So parts of our assets, parts of the risk are going to be on us, and that's called exemption. Let's say, for example, you're going to insure a table that costs 1,000 TL. The insurance company says, well, 50%, 50 TL in a year will be exempted from it. So for example, if a damage is 100 TL, then 50 TL will be what I already hold, and then I will just get 50 TL back. So it's like an incentive for me to, it's like a reverse incentive for me to manage my risk well. So these are the basic notions of insurance. Like I've said, you have a coffee table. The real cost of it is 1,000 TL. Like I've said, it can be based on market price or substitute price. I wanted to insure it for 600 TL just to pay in less premiums. In case of a damage, if this entire one coffee table will be completely damaged, you cannot get the entire 600 TL back. Actually, you need to go through certain phases in order to have a complete peace of mind after insurance, right? Well, first of all, you need to put in place certain reassurances in order to have maximum benefit from the insurance. So the cost can be misidentified. With the cost and benefit analysis, you might do certain things wrong. So insurance on its own cannot be considered full reassurance. On the access side, I want to go through the concept of pricing. So let's say you have a 1,000 TL cost of an item. It's like 1 out of 1,000. What you're doing is you pay in 1 TL for premiums, and you are buying in for a year's worth 1 out of 1,000 of risk. So how does a insurance company set up this rule of thumb that's 1 out of 1,000? Because you need to look into the limits and the costs, and you need to go through risk assessment. And Ulash said, well, the pool should not be emptied. And when we think of the Istanbul earthquake, we are talking about a cumulative risk. What kind of a pricing has been in place for that? After the Maraş earthquake, focus has been back to Istanbul, and possibilities technically have risen on a relative basis. So what are we going to face in terms of the risk perspective of the insurance industry? First of all, thank you for this opportunity. Both Ulash and you have put it in a very, very good way, actually, in terms of both an intermediary person and then an insured. So I'm going to add 2 more points. At the core of insurance, we're talking about unexpected and sudden incidents. That is how you put any incident into a scope. So insurers, when they look into possibilities, that's the perspective that they have. So all these limits and exemptions are based on an awareness of insurance. So here is the rule number 1. Secondly, at the core of insurance, you have how you are in a certain way right before the incident happens. So there are market prices and substitute prices and all of that, but at the core of it, whatever your situation is before an incident happens, insurance wants you to go back to that level. So that's how you do all of your calculations. Insurance companies manage this pool, correct, but they use their own capital while doing this job. When we think of an insurance company, its obligations and its premiums that it collects, it has to have a capital that will pay off the obligations. If a massive incident takes place, the company has to have the right balance sheet figures to pay off. You might have heard about the financial deficiencies of certain insurance companies that have been discussed recently. So you have liabilities, and you need to have the right math and the right capital to make sure that you can stave off any problems in terms of liability. So earthquake pricing obviously is a completely different science of its own. But when we think of standard insurance calculation, here is how it works. For insurance policy, an annual policy. In the following year, you calculate the damage possibility of that item and the cost that can come out of that damage. You have so many actuary methods to do that. So about 15 to 20 actuaries work in an insurance company in order to come up with the right forecasts and come up with the right math. As you might imagine, the insurance industry is always selling a good which they don't know the cost of. So our entire job is based on forecasting. That's why a lot of statistics, a lot of models are used. We do all of that work, but I'm going to go back to the March earthquake. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible to forecast that at all. When we look at all the models that are used in the world, it's not possible to model such an earthquake because you're talking about 2 earthquakes that are triggered, the second one triggered by the first one. We're talking about an earthquake that has happened in the 250 years, but actually 2 earthquakes, one after the other, would happen in a millennium. So it's not possible to forecast. The frequency cannot be guessed. That's very difficult, and the effects are even more difficult to forecast. Well, actually, it was long way coming because we have the building stock problem and we have the licensing issue, and then I listened to the other sessions as well because the energy groups have done a very large-scale job, but unfortunately the other companies, the other industries are not very competent in terms of risk management. Gaziantep and Adana are very industrial focused. Hopefully and thankfully we have not had a lot of problems in those cities, but actually the Turkish economy would have been impacted even more if there had been more damage in these cities. Of course, it costs massively, but when you think of Adana and Gaziantep, they have industrial zones that are not very largely damaged. But if the earthquake had impacted those areas as well, the costs would have been higher. So, in a nutshell, forecasting and pricing earthquake is very, very difficult. We, of course, use certain models. For us, every model is wrong. We are trying to find the one that makes the smallest number of mistakes. So we blend a lot of models and we come up with the results and we reflect those results in our prices. And so we have a lot of technical calculations, statistics, possibilities, simulations, and then based on that price, if I get this premium and if I put that in my pool, I can come up with a reassurance and then I can cover the costs of a damage. So Kıvanç, you had facilities in an area damaged by the earthquake. Were your facilities damaged? How did you make use of your insurance, if any? When you think of other energy companies, what kind of experiences did you have? And generally speaking, what kind of insurance performance have you seen? What would you say in a general perspective about that too? Thank you very much, Murat. About your first question, yes, we do have power plants in the earthquake zones, in the Ceyhan Basin hydroelectric power plants in Maraş, and about noon. For the second earthquake, the epicenter was about 8 kilometers far from our facilities. Other power plants were about 25 kilometers far away from the epicenter, and in Adana Seyhan region, our power plants were about 125 kilometers away from the epicenters. But because the magnitude of the earthquake was so big that the Kandil Dam had certain dynamic load that was put into consideration in its design, but actually the momentum was so high. We are talking about a G-force of 200%, and that was the magnitude of the impact. In terms of actions that we took post-earthquake, let me put them in a nutshell. So we have Dam Safety and Construction Works Department. In the first 6 hours after the earthquake, we have piezometers, remote control devices to collect data, and then we had staff out in the field. They did visual inspections and sent us photos based on evaluations of the data that we collected. Our dam safety teams, in 20-minute intervals, analyzed these data, and we had this crisis management set up in the first hour after earthquake, and we were regularly reported. Thankfully, there was no risk that endangered the building, the structure safety, and the builders of the Kandil Dam visited our field the day after the earthquake, and they did not find anything putting the structure in danger. The State Water Affairs Department officials also visited the area, and on 10th and 11th February there were field visits, and they could not find any risks to structural safety either. Other companies affected by the earthquake, maybe I might not want to share with you names, but from what we've heard, some large-scale thermal power plants and small-scale hydroelectric power plants, long interruptions were made, and earthquake-caused damages were also observed. Damage experts, of course, worked a lot in the process, both in terms of identifying the scale of damage and also calculating the impact in production. So they worked a lot. And I know it also because we already have damage files that are still open because the experts are working a lot in the field. So we're going to round two. We have a certain insurance process. You do the purchase, and there's a process that comes after that, but you have something before, during, and after an incident. So insurance is a party. So we buy something, we pay in premiums, and then there is a set of services. I'd like to talk a little bit about that. So how do we position insurance in case of disaster? What kind of services do you provide? Are we talking about risk transfer only? Or if you want to move beyond risk transfer, how do we benefit from you? What kind of a world are you offering us? It's just not a policy exchange, and it should be going beyond that. So what kind of services do you have? Because you have a group of customers. Let's try to understand that.
Well, this is the main purpose, because insurance, as you're only paying the claims or getting the premium rather than seeing it this way, in industrial enterprises or in our day-to-day policies, we need to see it more like part of our lives. As for energy plants, power plants, insurance processes first start out with a risk analysis. So the risk that we want to insure, the candidate risk, we first go and see the plant, we see it, and our risk analysts examine the plant. Such security measures can be taken, and this can be improved or that. So first of all, the risk management philosophy of the enterprise, our team tries to understand, and then we want to measure how much we can contribute to it from our eyes and from our prior experience. Of course, we're not going to know better than the experts, but we basically prepare a letter of recommendations to them, and we share this letter with the client, and then we say, well, whether or not you take out a policy, whether or not you work with us, this is the requirement for your plant. And if this is the case, how are we going to support you? Yes, you will have a project, that's for sure. This is something else, but your investments will be needed so that we take this plant forward, or we make this plant a more effective one. And therefore, our recommendations involve sharing all these costs and expenses and finding the practitioners that will do that. We find them, and we basically basically propose a list of recommendations to them. So this is a risk management perspective. And of course, in many large groups, so this is already in place. So this is not very much needed. But when you think about medium segments, when you think about emerging segments, industrialists and small enterprises need it very much. And then the insurance policy is something that is taken out, and during the year we pay visits to them and we monitor how our letters of recommendations have evolved. And this is the way that we try to contribute to them. And at the beginning of the process, or only seeing us each other in the case of a damage, rather than doing this, we try to keep in touch all the time. We have experts seeing the policies and the plant. For example, yes, your assets have been insured, however, your loss of profit has not been insured, they say, and they basically are offered different collaterals, and different collaterals can be in place and can be implemented. We try to reach a consensus there. So these are all the examples and experiences that we've acquired over time. And earthquake was given as an example here. In the plants, nothing really is there, but some machinery lines have shifted in their lines. I mean, so there is nothing that happened that can be a subject matter of the insurance, but the place of the machinery has moved, and the plant cannot really continue production, and they're losing profits all the time. But the plant doesn't have a policy for that. Apart from a policy, there is no technician that can address that, because in the case of an earthquake or textile plants would need such a technician, such an expert, and a person like that, a person that can offer it, engage it, does not really exist. And insurance companies can basically create a plan. There is such a risk for your plant, so a company in Denizli, for example, can basically provide these services to you immediately in the case of an earthquake. So urgent action plans can be created this manner. It was an example that we've seen a lot, because insurance would cover your loss of profits if included in your policy. It would pay you the real value of your assets, but it cannot really bring back your market share and reputation. The main purpose here is to redeploy and recommission the plant, and to make sure that it resumes operations. Risk engineers work there. They go and see the claims. Risk surveys are carried out, and maybe engineers at the plants they may know the plant, and insurance companies and their expert has basically seen hundreds of businesses like that. So insurance companies are more experienced than us. That is true. Yes, so risk engineers go and see the site. There is a process. Risk engineers who will be keeping company of the expert, because there needs to be a plant visit, or there needs to be an awareness, and especially the ultimate party that is represented by the people who host the engineer. So I will look at risk management a little bit, and in order to manage this process in the most effective manner as a client, what needs to be in place on the side of the client. In the first tour, there were two topics that were brought out. The first is insurance that exceeds the manner. And this is basically me setting a price higher than its real worth. But no, it doesn't really matter how much premium you pay. The real worth of the belonging of the asset would matter. So the shortcoming insurance and the lacking insurance would really pay you the real value of the object. So you may have two different policies here, and you may be getting the claims payment. So you may basically have it insured by provider B and A, but it won't really matter. It doesn't include life insurances. So you cannot really have your claims compensated by two different insurers. And there are standard insurable risks. And looking at the wordings of loss of profit, there may be new extensions. In addition to that, there may be risks that we cannot really insure. I will talk about that, but as you can understand by looking at what I said, it is not really easy to take out insurance. So insurance professionals need to be involved on both ends of the table, on the side that provides the insurance and on the side that takes out the insurance. In large industrial enterprises, procurement must be basically carried out by insurance professionals. So accounting department doing that, or the finance department doing that, procurement department doing that, as if the enterprise were buying a generic commodity. It won't really work like that. So good insurance professionals must basically do this business. Otherwise, negative implications can be suffered by the parties. And there are different ways to approach it. Large industrial companies may have an insurance department internally, or an in-house insurance broker can be there inside the company, or an external agent or a broker can be engaged to make sure that insurance can be taken out. However, insurance companies have the minimum goodwill principle, and they are as transparent as possible. However, insurance buyer and insurer, they're conflicting parties. So they will both pursue their own interests and they will conflict. And lower collaterals being sold at higher premiums, and the insured would like to have a more extensive collateral and pay less in premiums. So then we need to go beyond the simple procurement process. The person who basically gives a tour to the risk engineer, if this person is involved in the insurance process, the structure would be known by this person and the entire process would be managed in a better fashion. And the professionals must be involved in this process, and it would be quite beneficial if this is the case. And when we look at Kıvanç, in order to make better use of our times as a risk professional, looking at the procurement and claims management and participation in risk surveys, you are basically taking the lead of all these processes, and you're a former employee of a broker company, and Ulaş is also an old broker employee. And when you look at the community, what would you expect from the members of the community, and do you think these expectations are addressed properly? I actually was on all ends of the table. I worked as an expert, I act as a professional, I act as a broker. I understand the expectations of all parties. And as for my expectations from the community, energy industry, the security of supply needs to be maintained, and specific requirements are in place here. Insurance brokers and insurance companies must be capable of developing specific solutions for these risks inherent in the energy industry. Secondly, the current trend and technology developments must be monitored, and innovative solutions must be formulated here. Physical claims, for example, cyber risk solutions that can respond to that, hydrogen, green energy solutions, or weather derivative, for example, innovative solutions are the solutions that we expect from insurance companies. And secondly, competitive pricing is something that we expect. A very reliable policy must be offered there. It's not only about the sales or renewal of the policy, risk management and the consultancy services being provided at the moment of crises. It's also important. And last but not least, a quick response to our requests. These are important for long-standing collaborations. To wrap up, so crisis, disaster management and insurance management, This was basically the headline of the panel. So buying a policy and transferring risk, rather than seeing it like that, we need to look at the big picture, and this is basically a component of the entire risk management process. And as this is being done, the parties must be capable of cost-benefit analyses. They must be aware of the risks on the side. They must be a little bit vigilant because we are talking about a legal contract here, and there are infinite details inside of it, and identifying risk premiums to each and every one of that would not be possible. If this risk occurs, such price must be introduced, and in the case of this component, this price must be introduced. Well, if you can create a mechanism like that, but when you look at the wording of the policies, which price you will encounter, you cannot really envisage it. And within this context, professionals in this business will be better at managing it. And post-disaster recovery period is also important because expert companies compensation of the claims and damages and their contribution to the liquidity. Well, in addition to that, the communities that they're part of must also come into play in the recovery of the damage because they worked with certain parties in the past. They've been part of the claims management, and they may act as supportive actors, and they may also support risk management processes. We have 2.5 minutes or 3 minutes left. I'd like to add one thing here. Insurance procurement can be at an individual level or a corporate level, but if you don't do it properly, we basically encounter what we did in the earthquake. 105 billion USD was the amount of total claims, and only 5 to 6 billion USD had been insured. So only 6 billion of it had been transferred to the market, and this would also entail the reinsurance industry. So this 105 billion USD is the amount of the total claims, and only 5 billion USD can be settled from overseas reinsurers. And this also means that there is not a well-established perspective for insurers in Turkey. And DASK, for example, the earthquake insurance, and before the earthquake, the amount per square meter was 3,000 TL, and 95% of the policies, 95% of the policies was basically based on 1,500 TL per square meter, and earthquake insurance was only obligatory in order to settle the claims from overseas insurers. And 95% of the insurance policies were basically the old versions of this regulation. 100 square meter of a house was always declared as 50 square meters in order to pay lower premiums. So when the Mass Housing Administrative opens a new tender, and when they look at the square meter costs of the households, 18,000 TL is the total cost. And by the way, DASK is basically an initial policy, but it is quite high. Right after the earthquake, this is the square meter cost, and 1,500 TL was what people received in return thanks to DASK TCIP. And some risks aren't really to be insured due to the nature of risk. Only 5 billion USD of all the claims can be recovered from overseas reinsurers. If we get any questions, we would be waiving from our rights to the lunch, but still I will give the floor to the audience, an insurance professional, and I hope it's not a question but a contribution. Zeynep Türker is my name. Thank you very much for all the information provided. For a long while we have been working in this industry, risk management, insurance, risk management, risk engineering, and risk analysis must be done prior to the insurance, and after that risk monitoring takes place, and they're key. We have always emphasized that. Barış, risk analyses are being conducted and you are providing a set of recommendations and you bring some the conditions like subjectivity. Unless these measures are taken, the policy will not be employed. And I wonder if the insured are sensitive and how much they respond to it. This is my first question. The second question is about 2024. We have a rough estimate of how it's going to look like, and probable and the possible, quite likely, Istanbul earthquake, and the shortcomings at enterprises, and the movements in the global markets. When we look at all of them, it has quite a negative impact on the market, and global market has also had to pay a lot of claims. So what about the expectations from the insured? Thank you very much, Zeynep, for your questions. I will start with the first question. There are some clients who take our recommendations very well and they take the same path as ours, and they place emphasis on risk management, and the risk quality levels of these enterprises are high, and energy groups and plastic groups, they're quite sensitive in this area and they're very eager to walk on the same path as ours. And there is another group of clients. Insurance is only a matter of procurement and it's really a matter of cash flow. I've paid 100 TL in premiums and I received 50 TL back, and I need to pursue and chase the remaining 50 TL. So this is the second group of clients. But we need clients who are after sustainability, and the number of such companies is on the rise. And yes, you may recover certain claims from the insurance. It's okay to basically pay the cash of it, but your reputation and your market share cannot be brought back by the insurance company. And the starting point for us is always improvement and mitigation of risk. And the feedback that we've received for the past 2 years has been very positive, actually. And if you are eager to do it, if you are enthusiastic, we are going to contribute to this investment. $1 million is the amount of investment needed. We either provide discounts or we provide cash in form of support, because 85 to 90% of our clients remain in our portfolio. This is the case for the industrial insurance industry, and this is basically the group of clients that we have. And the first group, we have higher number of clients in the first group. And 2024 was basically signaled in the last quarter of 2022. The world insurance market and all insurance companies have been aware of the low quality of the risks. They looked at the low quality of the building stock. They looked at shortcomings of infrastructure. It was something very frequently cited, and contacts have been made and it has been discussed. So 100 billion USD in the form of claims, and only 5 billion of it is insured. It's a huge loss for the economy itself, and it means anti-selection. It is basically you having insured only the risky components. You do not really create a pool there. And from the second part of 2022, with the crisis onwards, this was something that has been discussed and brought up. And as this is the case, the appetite for Turkey is going to diminish, was the message that they conveyed. Many natural disasters hit, floods basically happened, and earthquake was the last straw. And the entire insurance market of the world, capacity utilization being extended to to Turkey, and such a risk appetite is quite limited. And there are many reasons behind that: the quality of risk, low penetration, and the prices being quite below the market. Well, for sure, it doesn't mean that we're going to mourn and we're going to cry after it. We're not going to leave all the large enterprises uninsured, but we're going to focus further on how to really improve these processes. First, how to really improve the risks, how to really develop them. We deeply care about it, and changing the insurance programs, we also try to change them. Well, personal insurance and industrial insurance policies, VIP products are offered to individual insured and to corporate insured. So everything is basically covered. Your healthcare policy being applicable at all healthcare institutions, or, for example, industrial policies being covering, providing full coverage of all possible damages. Yes, they are great products. However, the insured must also be aware, and they must take on the responsibility as well in order to improve their risk. They need to have this understanding of insurance, and they need to demonstrate their eagerness. Yes, I have taken these measures, and for the damages, to that extent, I will be covering it from my balance sheet, and the bigger claims will be transferred to the insurance industry. As long as this happens, we will have a more comfortable year, and we will find better collaterals, and we will work with better guarantees. Thank you.
Teşekkür ediyoruz efendim. Sağ olun, ağzınıza sağlık. Ben ikna oldum. Kesinlikle. Çok çok teşekkürler. Evet, öğle yemeği vakti geldi. Alt katta fuayede öğle yemeğinizi yiyebilirsiniz. Lütfen deprem tırına uğramayı unutmayın, ihmal etmeyin. Saat 13'te görüşmek üzere. Afiyet olsun. Hoş geldiniz.
Welcome back. After lunch, we're back and we might feel a little bit sleepy because of it, but we're going to wake you all up because we have wonderful panel discussions in the second half of the day. We have 5 panel discussions. The first part, as you know, will show you why we are organizing such an event, why Enerjisa Üretim has organized the third one this year, especially in terms of disaster and crisis management. Why do we have this theme? We talked about process safety and we then discussed insurance. Now for the second part of the day, Enerjisa Üretim at the beginning of the year with the unfortunate and sad earthquake event was at the very heart of what happened in the field. Enerjisa experienced certain things and drew lessons, and we want to note that they can share a lot with you based on that knowledge. Before we move on to our panelists, we're going to show you a very brief video to talk to you about what's happened in the background. So you can scan the QR code if you want to access the full version. I recommend that. It is a documentary that needs to be watched, but we have a 2-minute version of it, and we thereby begin the afternoon session.
Hissettikleri şey büyük bir korkuydu tabii ki. Ailelerimiz ve çocuklarımız, çalışanlarımızın tamamı Maraş merkezde ikamet ediyorlar.
They live in the center of Maraş. That's why Göksun, Ekinözü, Afşin, Elbistan and Kahramanmaraş are designed as our main operations base. Part of our team went to search and rescue operations, and then we got in contact with AFAD, and our friends got involved with the search and rescue teams of AFAD. Based on our preparations, what we did was we got all of our equipment, our cutters and our generators, projectors, and the fuels that we had. So if there was a need for our generators, or do we need electric cutters, how can we provide them? So we wanted to focus on those. The Polish military hospital team came over and they wanted to set up a hospital here, and we provided electric heaters and other supplies. And the day after it was set up, they started accepting patients. Around 900 patients were served here, and we provided heat and electricity. We want to get involved with it. Gopinaj Trout facility was where we hired to provide food. So we set up also a shower to make sure people got showers there. We wanted to help people close to the epicenter of the earthquake, and we had food packs, and based on volunteer efforts, we started packing canned food. Our employees' spouses helped us a lot. I hope we will never see any such disaster again. All of our friends who were people who lost their relatives, would like to send our condolences, especially to the entire population who lost their loved ones. So you can scan the QR code to access the entirety of the documentary. So, what lessons do we draw during this crisis? This is going to be the main theme of our panel discussion. I would imagine that everyone in this room individually learned things from this disaster. All of us, our children, our elder members of the family, we all wanted to do something because even if we didn't have very close relatives or friends were affected, we all commemorated the people that lost their lives. But I guess we learned a little bit about acting collectively. I saw this in my children. I'm very happy to have done so. I wished they hadn't drawn these lessons after such a terrible disaster, but I guess there is a silver lining even in disasters. So how do we look ahead without forgetting all the sad images? What can we do after these damages? So without further ado, I would like to invite the guests. The valuable panelists include Professor Dr. İdil Işık, and we have Serkan Özek from Enerjisa Üretim. He is the maintenance manager of hydroelectric power plants. Servet Sarısoy from Enerjisa Üretim. He is the senior administrative and social affairs manager. You're welcome on our stage. Well, let's hope that it's all behind us and the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Welcome. This is a very precious theme that we are going to discuss. Tufanbeyli and Ceyhan Basin is the area where we had the chance to work with after the earthquake, and we have our managers from that work. So what did the crisis show us? What did the crisis teach us? Just like it was discussed at the very beginning, a lot of losses came about after the earthquake, and then we are trying to recover from it. It is about a massive amount of loss. We would like to pass our condolences to the people who've lost their loved ones, and we'd like to also wish patience, strength to the people that are trying to recover. Enerjisa Üretim, Sabancı Holding are large-scale corporations that have really struggled, put out a very, very strong challenge and struggle in this path. Servet Sarısoy and Serkan Özek are precious managers. So, let's begin by discussing the morning of 6th of February. Servet, the floor is yours. What happened on the 6th of February? Obviously, this event shook the entire nation, the whole world, and when we think of this disaster, it was one of the biggest of its kind, of this magnitude in the region. Obviously, there was an emotional side of it. With the video, we kind of refelt those emotions, but on top of that, what did we do to survive? What did we do with our people and stakeholders? How did we protect them and our environment? We're going to talk about a little bit about that and our experience. What could we have done better? We're going to also discuss that. I was in Tufanbeyli on the day, in the morning. Well, it was very close to the break of dawn. What did I do first? I wanted to do a status analysis because I had experienced Adana earthquake the moment I realized it, and it was actually Sunday night, and I was the only manager at the power plant. We have a control room. We have a main brain, so to speak, of the power plant that governs everyone and their tasks. So I went to the power plant to analyze the status. you need to really analyze what's exactly going on. If everyone is alive, what are we supposed to do? Where are we? So after that, in about 15 minutes, we started receiving calls from Istanbul, and in about an hour, the Istanbul Crisis Center had been set up. We're talking about a significantly rapid action here, because some companies, well, let's involve ourselves as well, because you would freeze, maybe you can panic, and your reactions might be slow. Just think of like a patient that has entered the door of an emergency unit, and an experienced doctor would come and treat the patient with cold blood. Well, obviously, freezing is natural and it's a human reaction, but when we think of our company, we have been working towards managing crises for a long time, and we have experienced people that have been involved in other crisis management teams. So you work as a team. And what was our goal? So the first goal was the following. I remember very well from our boss: save lives. Because we were very much aware of the first 48 hours. Because survival after the 48 hours might be impossible, and you would not be able to do anything even if you wanted. So we had training in search and rescue. We were mobile, and we were very powerful in being mobile. So we acted with fast decisions, and you saw just several images of mobile generators and cutters and lifting equipment. So whatever was required. We had about 60 volunteers that got involved in these efforts, aside from managers, so they were involved in the field work. Because in Elbistan, on the night of the disaster in Elbistan, snowfall began, and we fought against minus 30 centigrade degrees of temperatures. But actually, that somehow helped some people's survival as well, because of the water that was produced out of snow melt. More lives were saved. So you need to do really good plans, and you needed to find out what you have, your assets, and you need to make use of your resources. And you need to know exactly what you're going to and what goals you want to achieve. Of course, necessities should be identified in a real way. Environmental social governance has been a trendy notion in the last several years. We were ready as a company, and we are ready. Wherever we are, with all of our stakeholders, we're constantly in touch, from public sector to the local communities, to teachers of schools, whoever is involved. We are in touch with them, both on the inside and outside, or law enforcement officials, because obviously our locations are mostly on the rural areas. That works towards improving the development of such areas as well. So we were very much able to find out what was needed where, from Elbistan to Ekinözü, from Çalış, Sarıgüzel villages. And so in a lot of the villages of Tufanbeyli and Göksu, we were able to find out what was required when. Because with district governors and with the law enforcement and municipalities, we had good contacts. Because you might remember the wildfires in the previous years and floods we had. You'll remember. And we were involved in operations after those as well. And what we knew from then was what was important was to find out what was needed, because you have a certain level of budget and resources. There might be abandoned lorries full of baby formulas and blankets. Why? They were idle because no longer they were needed. But of course, a lot of people wanted to help, and they started giving out. But resources were not allocated in the right way. So you need to find out exactly what's happened and exactly what is needed. So it's very critical to be accurate about this. So public resources were also identified. So we did not buy blankets, for example. There were excavators and also cranes operated by the municipalities. We bought fuel for them because anything can stop anytime. And we also provided thermal garments for people that worked outside. Our purchasing department worked tirelessly to provide these supplies, and both from the holding company and also from the top management of Enerjisa Üretim, we had prompt saying, well, we have a certain level of budget, act fast, and make sure that the necessities are provided. So for that to happen, you need to be ready on the supply side. When you think of, for example, the Maraş highway that was damaged, so we could not supply anything through Maraş. From the north, you need to provide supplies. So Kayseri highway had all the containers that were shipped and all the excavators, but the purchasing department found suppliers from Sivas. So we used the northern highway to reach Maraş. So you need to have your teams ready, and you need to also know where you are in terms of resources. So all of those helped us in providing help where needed. Maybe we can move on with Serkan. What happened with the hydroelectric power plants right after the earthquake? Sarvit talked about the correct identification of necessities and providing them, and how logistics and purchasing departments needed to work in a very agile way. And he talks about how that contributed. So you need to coordinate well with the public sector, and you need to access the right information. I guess that's what you talked about, Sarvit. So, Serkan, what happened on your side? Well, at about 5 o'clock in the morning, I found out about it. The crisis desk was going to assign me with the task that I needed to do. So we wanted to get data from the power plants, and they were trying to decide assignments for each member of staff. So here is what happened with us on a different level. What we do is such a thing that it's not about just the safety of the power plants or electricity supply. We are talking about millions of cubic meters of water, kilometers long tunnels where water is shipped, transferred to produce electricity. Any problem could could harm people in the region as well. So what you do is try to find out if there is such damage, or whether your staff are alive and well. So we had to get in touch with Teyash, and Senkron from Istanbul helped us as well. Some teams focused on their on the lives of their loved ones, and the data for water was under control. And about 2,000 centers we have for the dam safety, and every 20 minutes those sensors were checked. So you think of both your staff's safety, the safety of the people nearby, and you need to also supply power. And you need to also make sure that the power plants do not harm themselves or the neighboring region. So after we made sure all of that was in the right place, I was assigned for tasks in Maraş. What Sarvit just said is very important. We had instructions from the crisis management, so we were in touch with Kızılay, the Red Crescent, and AFAD. They said, please be in touch with them and be in touch with the local communities to identify the right necessities. So I was charged with this task for the first 15 days, and then we took turns in shifts with other colleagues, just like Sarvit said. Suddenly, you receive aid and you cannot distribute that aid if the right identification is not made. So I guess what made us successful was that teams had been assigned for these regions by the crisis management team, and we had managers there. So, well, I stayed in Afat headquarters in the first 2 days, and then along with Carrefour, we set up a massive soup kitchen. We served about 12,000 people there. So those 2 points were very precious because we were in touch with local governors and communities. We identified the necessities well. So the crisis teams and the staff on the field could change shifts very correctly. I remember that as a team, right after the earthquake, the day after it, we as psychologists wanted to help out with our professionalism. So based on the field info that we received, there was a lot of excitement to identify the location for the soap kitchen, and it was actually quite a life-saving location. When we were thinking about the location of the soup kitchen, and Isan was with us, he's now looking at me, so we discussed with the governor and the district governor. We said, where is the right place to provide food for the most number of people? And you need to also think of the safety, your staff's safety and the lorries, the trucks' safety, because there were also incidents that created problems during the way. You needed to work with governors and with the Red Crescent to find the right place. And you need to also check the expiry date of the food. If you want to create benefit, you need to do it the right way. So we checked the expiry dates of the food boxes, and then we had experts coming in from the OHS department to check hygiene. So you do all this work, but you have to pay attention to these aspects as well. Sarvit, we actually worked as a trio to get ready. So to get ready for this panel discussion. So you discussed one thing that was quite underlined. You should have an already established good relationship with your stakeholders before a crisis, because if you just show up in the moment of crisis, they will be like, oh, you just come out of the blue. Exactly, because think of it as an individual as well. If you've never been by the side of certain people in their times of need, and then you don't really have any relationship with them, you don't even say hi to them, and then one day you expect help from them, or then if you want to help them out in their times of need, they might be suspicious. But in those moments of need, you would always want to have people that you rely on, people that will not exploit you, that will very sincerely help you out. So I guess that relationship needs to be established, both between individuals and between companies and stakeholders. So you need to have a trust-based relationship with your stakeholders. And here's what happened. We went to Ekinuzu. There are two viaducts, the bridges that bring you to the power plant. We were worried about, the governor was worried about potential damage to the earthquakes, so they were closed down. And we could not reach our friends in the Kandil power plant that were locked in there. So we said we heard about them. Then we found out one other thing. Very nearby in Kandiluzu village, on the second day, all the food and the drinks of our friends that were trapped in the power plant were provided by the villagers. Why? Because they had already been in touch with them before. They were in touch with the local community before the disaster. And through the district governor, we also had contact with him. We had communications, and because the governor and the district governor knew about us and our technical capabilities, they said to us, well, please do check out what's happened on the bridge, and based on the report that you will provide, I will reopen the bridges, because there was no connection between two villages, and snowfall was very intense, because these were the two bridges that connected the villages with the rest of the district. And then the engineers looked into the potential damage of the bridges. We said, well, it's safe, they're safe, you can reopen. So we're talking about trust. You can't just show up and say, hi, there was an earthquake, I'm here. No matter how well-intended you are, you cannot make things happen.
Well, as we were working with the district governor, the municipality was opening the roads for us. So this is what we mean by the importance of stakeholders, the friendship that we have with one another, this relationship of trust that we have with one another, the confidence that we always stand by them, that we are equals to them, and then we stand together by them. And these are the lessons that we learned, and these are the messages that we conveyed and received. NGOs, public organizations, institutions, and all the other components of the ecosystem and the bond that you have with them. This is quite important, actually. And Serkan, you always underlined the following: holding and the subsidiaries and the bond that you have with them, and the speed of decision-making processes and the coordination will probably be the outstanding criteria for success. And how did you really experience it? Would you please elaborate on that? Enerjisa generation has different plans in different parts of Turkey, and you sometimes miss the chance to meet some of the members of your team, and conditions do not really allow you to meet with others. But it was the earthquake that really enabled us to meet for the first time with one another. Sometimes they call you in the middle of the night, sometimes you call them random moments. And a team that was based in Istanbul was trying to reach out to us, extend a helping hand to us. So one thing that made us survive was our culture, the culture of agility. And this is quite well established in all parts of the puzzle. Had it not been the case, we would have faced certain problems. And with Carrefour'sa, we had stood in unity. And as we were dealing with the distribution in terms of food, and we were trying to reach the villages, and they were working on the preparations, like 12,000 people and food for them, and you basically use 3 or 4 pots and pans and milk or other essential food items for daily consumption. And I gave 2 containers of milk. Why did it really arrive in the night? Sometimes we tend to think, and with you making the decision, and with you expressing your need, and your need being addressed, this is something that really boosts your confidence as well. The batteries that you have need to be charged, and electricity doesn't exist, and we had chargers and plugs coming from Teknosa. And what Servat said was quite important. What matters is that you establish these relations in the right time. Prior to the crisis, it is important to ensure this agility and this unity. And I went to Maraş, and in the regions that Servat was based in, what really made us survive, what really made us stand on our own feet was the relationship and direct relations that we had with the authorities in the region. And I'd like to continue by asking you, your employees were traumatized by what happened, and you were dealing with the impacts of the earthquake on the one hand, and on the other hand, you had to basically deal with the business, but you were traumatized, yes. plants had to be operational. They needed to survive because of the power that people needed and for safety purposes. And people who were in charge of maintenance, they were working on it. We needed to divide the teams. You needed to, let's say, leave one member of the team in charge of the welding, for example, and the other in charge of other tasks. But they were basically occupied with one thing, and it was the well-being of their families. And what really made it possible that we relied on one another. We needed to endure that. We knew that. And their families being sent to Tufanbeyli, the preparation of the camping site, it was quite important. In Kozan, 270 people had to be accommodated in Kozan. And after these things were cleared a little bit, clarified a little bit, we started to feel more comfortable, and we were basically talking each other. We were trying to comfort one another. It was quite important to feel your support as well. So technical teams and people, and the fact that they could continue working on the ground, Tufanbeyli became a shelter, it became a refuge where social support mechanism was strongly formulated and established. Well, how did you experience it? Let me summarize it as follows. I would like to have a look at the macro picture. First, you need to guarantee the security of supply, people, assets, and physical assets, and the environment in which you're in. And people first, and the presence of people. This is the most precious asset of all businesses and communities. So there is no more precious asset than the people themselves. And a huge concern and fear were basically marking that period, Tufanbeyli, Maraş, Hatay, especially if you were in those regions. You needed to abandon and evacuate the houses. It was the cold hours of the morning. No matter what you were wearing, you needed to be evacuating where you were staying. And one decision that we took was all the logistics teams, so the buses and the vehicles and the cars, whatever we had in Tufanbeyli and Basin, they were working in coordination with the crisis desks, and we received great support from HR teams. So who experienced what, who survived, and who was in what kind of a situation, we analyzed that in the first few hours of the earthquake, and we knew who to pick up from where. And the entire fleet were dispatched to the ground, and from all the spots that I was talking, we collected people, and it was basically a communication made to the entire group. There were assembly points, and if you had relatives, for example, Tufanbeyli and Ceylan, get in touch with them, we said, and we will provide necessary support, we said. And there were people who were visiting their relatives in those regions, for example, when earthquake hit, and there were people who went to certain wedding ceremonies, and then lists of those people were also sent to us. And we had a camp in Tufanbeyli. For those who don't know it, it's a prefabricated house, 1+1 layouts it has, and 150 people can be accommodated there. And we also had an area that we mostly used for maintenance tasks to get with fears and the concerns that they had. And shelter was important. Households and any place that they can take refuge was quite important. And psychological needs were also coming to the fore after a while. And then the eating and food and other needs also were emerging. And by the end of the second day, we were hosting over 1,000 people, and 350 of them were children. And they were basically just embracing their parents tightly early in the morning. And I was asked to take a step in. I was asked to contribute to them so that we could really shake off the trauma. And after we basically dealt with those concerns, the presence of people, people started to work with great devotion because they knew that their parents and their relatives and their families and children were taken care of. And right after that, earthquake support packages were prepared, while budgets were allocated, and it was an extraordinary situation. People didn't have houses to go to, and essential items were delivered, and all the types of support that people needed were basically delivered. And after people were redirected to safe areas, we basically rearranged our shifts. And Tufanbeyli and Ceylan Basin are plants there. We can keep them operational, we can keep them available, and we needed to consider many factors, and we needed to consider them holistically. And for this we need plans in place, we need some training courses, and this would be the things that I'd recommend to you, because those who manage their assets in the best fashion can survive, and those who survive can make a difference, and they can basically maintain their lives and operations, because without that you cannot really be beneficial to anyone. And our assets, people and physical assets, they need to be prepared. And Serkan, you may want to add a few things to that. Being a team is crucial. And being a team, we always hear about it. Being a team, building a team, we hear about it most of the time. But we have to do it with a certain level of sincerity and with confidence in it. It is not only about when you basically deal with your daily tasks. It doesn't contribute to you only in your day-to-day operations. You need to have the right teams in the face of all circumstances. This is when you can be successful. In the first 15 days, we were a team of 20 people in Maraş, and then we started to work in turns and rotations, and repair technicians or mechanical maintenance engineers were trying to help someone for the first time in their lives. And the culture that they relied on, and the fact that it was conveyed to them in the most accurate fashion, it was important. And the fact that they could be feeling part of the team was quite important. And one thing I'd like to underscore is from the village foreman to the gendarmerie and the police, you need to make sure that you have a good communication channel with them, you have good communications with them. And planning, as Servet said, this matters as well, because rather than focusing on doing something impeccably, you need to think about all the possibilities and probabilities in terms of what can really happen, what you can really have to face with. And for you to keep all the assets surviving and operational, you need the best team and most properly composed teams. So we are part of a whole, and we are part of an ecosystem, and I will be standing alone. You can't say that with that being the case. And these are the principles that we focus on. With that, you need to create these conditions in which you are feeling prepared. As for psychosocial support, the 1,200 people was the capacity of the camping area, and it was important to manage the psychosocial dynamics. It was important to ensure that people felt quite safe there, and the children of the employees, their relatives and the spouses, and the fact that their employees' loved ones were in good health and safe. And this awareness was quite important for the employees. And after the essential needs were met, were addressed, we've discovered and explored the people who lived there, the age groups that they belong to, the chronic diseases that they had, and whether there were people who needed to take regular medication, and to children, their specific needs, and the elderly and their specific needs. And we needed to identify them, and that's why we visited every accommodation, every shelter, and there were people who had to share shelter, and they didn't know each other before the earthquake. So we needed to take a good picture of the site, and we needed to evaluate the needs, identify the needs, and for us to address the needs, we needed to create procurement orders, and that feeling of trust that all these needs would be covered and would be addressed. And it was important to convey this message as well. I would like to call them as guests, and they were the relatives of the employees. Their housing and essential needs were being met, and as this was being the case, we had one-on-one talks with them in the company of psychologists, and we also had the chance to meet with employees at different levels and their management capabilities in the face of trauma, how they could benefit from these capabilities. And these were quite important concepts, and for the delivery of psychological assistance, it was also important that that capability, we also discussed that capability among employees. And there was one participant in one of those discussions, and they said, I had never seen such a structure. I was a little bit suspicious. Tufanbeyli is distant from the center, and a person who cannot really carry their relatives to the site. I didn't know to what extent I could continue, but seeing what I saw here, I will never ever leave that organization. This organization basically embraced me, and I'm going to embrace that organization. They said it was quite important that the employees felt safe and there was a strong bond. And tough times are basically critical and defining, and they act as social binding elements for us, socially binding elements for us. And we had assignments, and we defined them immediately. We also define our leading and leadership capabilities, and this is the way that we manage the crises. And of course, after essential needs are addressed and after people start feeling safe in that particular area, some challenges come along. Come along with the fact that people live together. Children, for example, can be quite challenging at times, especially if you don't assign a specific activity to them. It is quite difficult to discipline them, to keep them in discipline. And in some social spots, we created training groups. We organized screenings and sports activities. We organized sports activities, and the area Tufanbeyli was basically conducive for that. So from the morning till the evening, a full calendar of activities was created, and this is how we could basically tend to the stress that women felt, and this directly had an impact on the stress levels of the man in the family as well. And home visits, as we may call them, the involved volunteers, but at the same time professionals as well. And we also noticed that people who were in need were bored, and they wanted to be part of the kitchen, and they weren't really accustomed to not doing anything. A group of women started contributing to this process. Yes, they basically cooked the dishes, and as you can say, occupational health and safety principles were important as well. Evaluations were made, health checks, and whether there was chronic diseases and the risks that it can bring along. And the volunteers were basically selected according to these criteria, and a quite well-disciplined structure was established in order to guarantee hygiene. And I heard one thing, like, for years we've been at home and dealing with all these things, but maybe we can even leave aside some household chores, so some women said, and it was quite rightfully so. And if there are any contributions and questions, we thought we could give you a chance to speak up. So if you wish, we can proceed with your questions for 5 minutes. But one thing is important here. Proactive and reactive approaches are defining for crises, and it is an important component of the culture of a business, and a proactive approach should be adopted in the face of all crises. And companies, well, first, assumptions that a crisis can actually occur, being realistic, and analysis of the situation and preventive approaches and methods should be developed. So although measures are taken when the crisis happens, preparedness should be established, and crisis desk to the medical opportunities. It is important to take this into account, and these are also defining factors for success. And it is important to manage the moment of crisis well, and post-crisis is also important. And I think this meeting is taking place in a post-crisis environment. And in terms of the management, some principles should also be revised. And if you wish, I'd like to give you the floor as to what you may want to say in terms of post-crisis. And if there are any questions, we will take questions from the audience. So psychosocial impacts and investigation of that, we still continue studying that. At certain intervals, employees go and attend some sessions. We are very lucky that we're part of the structure. Mental health of the personnel. In order to discuss that, we organize meetings with physicians and with professionals, healthcare professionals, to understand what kind of actions we needed to take. And we look at the lessons learned, and we study different scenarios to understand what we can do and what we learned and what kind of measures we need to take. We basically study that. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. We carry on with our connection with our stakeholders. We didn't leave them alone. Following the 1 month that followed the earthquake, during which time we supported them a lot. But for rehabilitation, we worked as well in Elbistan. We did a basketball camp where we had children that were survivors of the earthquake. We wanted to make them have fun for a couple of days. And then we had Heideko, where we had children that were introduced to street animals, and for robotic coding. We also had activities, because you really need to keep the children busy. They need to do other things. They need to be out of that mindset that could trap them in the moment of the earthquake. And you supported us a lot, and we wondered what we could do in the districts. What about education? What about, for example, visits to make sure that children went elsewhere to get their education? We wanted them to have a sense of hope, and we will carry on with these activities. Lastly, I would like to thank the top management of the holding company and the top management of Enerjisa Üretim. When we worked in this region, especially the teams of Enerjisa Distribution, they worked a lot to supply electricity, and they worked in containers, and they slept in their own vehicles for many days on end. So we had teams of volunteers, and we had the entire management teams that really dedicated themselves and were worried about what was going on. I would like to thank all of them, because that synergy helped us a lot in achieving our goals, and these would be my last remarks. In terms of preparedness, we acted as professional psychologists out in the field. And it's also related to being prepared in the holding company as well, because when we think of the wellness, the well-being and the healthcare of employees, we were in charge of following that. In the week after the earthquake, we did risk assessment in the field. We're going to do that, but when the earthquake happened, Anıl and Ihsan called us and said, well, when we think of psychosocial risk assessment, we will have to act earlier than planned. We need to have you as an intervention team. Is that possible? Obviously, that's a very good example of preparedness, because there is a crisis possibility and you need to accept that. And the psychological health of employees should be an important element of the health and well-being of, and also the occupational health and safety of employees. And employee health and well-being department was set up, and that was one of the silver linings following the earthquake. And we are the first of its kind in Turkey. And we now have a new title, Employee Health and Well-being Business Partner. This is a very special function. As you know, we do psychosocial risk assessment and management. We're involved in that in an organized manner as it's part of the organization. And personally speaking, we saw the birth of a very important area of work. Do you have any questions or comments? Any feedback from you? Maybe we can extend them a microphone. Thank you very much. My name is Baran. I'm a university student from Sabancı University. You shared with us very important details. I have a question mark in my hand based on what you said. So, agile activities in companies and in terms of rapid actions. So there are all these activities and also a lot of efforts from the crisis desk. In case of an earthquake in Marmara, do you have spare similar units outside of the Marmara region to act urgently in response to an earthquake in Marmara? So I'd like to talk about our experience. In the first session, the professor talked about, for example, how people that are supposed to help you out have also gone through the earthquake. They cannot come and help you. That's why logistics and human resources should be already set up outside of the earthquake zone. We went through that because when you think of AFAD headquarters, all the police headquarters and military police headquarters, even their families were under the rubble. Nobody could help you out. People from outside the region should come and help you, and they should do the logistics for you. The first 3 days, and that was covered in the press as well, there were delays, but up until aid had come from outside of the cities, everyone was involved in their own business because nobody could really help each other. Carrefour has warehouses all over the place, and the holding company has a lot of locations in various cities. So that's a source of strength for us. I'm sure that we can react immediately again. It's my 5th year in this company. In any disaster, wherever it may be in Turkey, they said, go, help, and run. They said that was the instruction, that has been the instruction that we had. And based on our logistics support, all we did was to go there and work on the field. So rest assured, Sabancı Holding Company would be there wherever it may be needed in Turkey, with every department involved. Thank you very much for your concentration and for what you've shared with us, and the floor is yours, and our time is up. Thank you very much for your contributions. I would like to see you off. Let's just leave one chair here, and would you like to be on the right-hand side or the left-hand side? Let's have you here, maybe. I guess it's fine like this, no? Let's just have one bottle of water. I get very involved in all of this. I'm sorry. And, you know, women at homes are very involved in the orderliness of a flat and all of that. Now we have Mr. Professor. We have Professor Dr. Miktat Kadıoğlu. He's an earthquake engineer. He comes from the Institute of Earthquake Engineering and Disaster Management. Did you get books? You said, and I said yes, and now I'm handing it over to you to sign it for me, autograph it for me. Thank you very much. Have you had anything like this before? Does it happen often? We're already just about to set up. I'm buying time a little bit here. Thank you. Would you like a paper? Oh, a pen? Well, you know, some women are called calamity themselves. I bow you with respect, and I leave you alone with Professor Miktat Kadıoğlu. Is my mic on? Hello. I'm glad. I arrived here an hour in advance. Even if my speech is at 2 p.m., I'm picked up at 1:30. I'm glad I've arrived early because it helped me breathe in some of the air, some of the vibe here. Thank you. These kinds of conferences help us come up with a unity, a unison, to talk the same language, speak the same language. So if you've survived, leave your home. That's one of my notes. Who's alive and want to stay? Accommodation is one of your first needs. You need to be a team. You need to have the right communication. You need to have planning, preparedness. What kind of needs do you have? Management skills and disaster. That's why the disaster intervention plan of Turkey collapses. I was consultant for that plan. Fuat Oktay was the head of AFAD. I wasn't able to get involved fully. They kind of changed the content in a negative way, but I'm behind it. Usually, firefighters and healthcare workers are used to such disasters. In moment of a disaster and trauma, they don't have trouble managing this process. But when you think of civilians, they are put at the head of a working group and they freeze. That's why the intervention plan collapses. Preparedness, they said. So, proactive approaches, said Idil Professor. I said, well, fantastic. We're now on the right way. A student mentioned reflex, and then that was back to square one. We need to be proactive. We are quite heroic in moments like that, and that's how disasters happen. So the first stage is heroism, then there's honeymoon, and that was the second stage. And aid cannot be distributed. That was another note that I got. So you have heroism, honeymoon phase, and then all the aids are sent out and everything. And people are left to their own devices. And that's the disillusionment stage. Was the last final stage? I guess we don't speak the same language. You're going to say back to normal, right? Normal order. We say the back to correct order. But the normal for those people were damaged or ill-built structures. Are we going to put them back in there? So, here are some of the issues that I will talk about. Traumas of people trapped in certain areas. And you talk everything in terms of crisis. So you talk about disasters and crisis. Maybe you should elaborate, maybe you should enrich your vocabulary a little bit. Now, dear friends, post-1999, Federal Emergency Management Agency from the US found out that there was no disaster management structured in Turkey, and they selected professors. I was one of them. We were trained in the US and here, and along with Japanese, the British, we discussed and learned about disaster management. We started university programs, and we are trying to develop it as a science in Turkey. With governors and district governors, we've worked since then. Ali Yerlikaya, before he was a minister, he was in Hostel, and we trained him on that. Now he's very well versed in this area. We work with Hostel, with Afad, Borusan, Erdemir Iron and Steel Factory are among the companies with which we worked for disaster and emergency management. So, based on my experience, let me put it this way. There are 8 steps within which we are trying to achieve our goal. So, I guess you have an emergency and disaster management plan in place based on regulation. Have you put it in place? So, all these plans are there, but we never implement them. I don't know why. There is a scheme, but it's just put aside. And a lot of them are just copied and pasted. If you have it in your hands, why don't you use it? I'm not sure if you didn't like it or not. We make plans, but we don't implement them. So, for example, TUMP, the Turkish Disaster Intervention Plan, was not made use of during the pandemic. I was opposed to it, but nobody listened to me. So, I'm someone that has insights from the very core of it. So my recommendation to you is the following. If you're in the midst of preparing your corporation for disaster, you might have facilities all across the country. You need to have plans separately for each of them, and you need to have an umbrella plan. But they will have to do like Russian dolls, so they will have to all connect to each other for the umbrella one. The biggest problem of Turkish people is to be unable. The biggest problem of Turkish people is to be unable to work as a team. There was just one girl with whom we did disaster and emergency management work. All the other people were unavailable, and you need to have danger and risk analysis. Don't copy and paste. Everyone has their own unique dangers and risks. After your analysis, you need to mitigate the loss and all the risks as much as possible. That's what we do in Istanbul. So, for example, 340,000 buildings will require search and rescue in Istanbul. They will be medium to severely damaged during an earthquake. And I said that to the Minister of Interior and to the previous governor. You would you would have 34 million people involved in rescuing people from 340,000 buildings. This is not what can be implemented. We are almost all like planning for death. You cannot man all of this labor. Even if you find the right people, you cannot save lost lives. What you need to do is to make sure that those buildings do not collapse. So it's not about setting up tents and providing food. If you set up so many tents and if you set up so many soup kitchens and accommodation for people, that means that you're at that level of unpreparedness. I guess we're a little bit lunatic when it comes to planning things like that. So you need to mitigate loss and risks. We're talking about 340,000 buildings. That's not crisis management, that's managing dumb people. You cannot manage such a crisis. What crisis can you manage? If you have 340 buildings at risk, and that's not what we can do. We cannot manage to reduce risk at a manageable level. It's always that will-do attitude, can-do attitude. And we also have sayings that pertain to that. You cannot buy panties for a little child before it's born. And first, you need to mitigate loss and risks. Then you need to have command and organization. Then standard operative procedures and checklists. Everyone needs to do a similar job. You cannot have experts everywhere. Up until experts come in, people should act like experts and do things according to standards and instructions. Training and drills, they're very important. And drills are all over the place. In the places that I've been to, they do these drills, but they say, well, don't worry, don't feel disturbed, this is just a drill. Well, then why are you doing a drill? Just two people or one person is involved in a drill and everyone else carries on with their business. You know, they were saying in the previous sessions, we need to be in touch before a disaster occurs. And that's the mutual aid part of it. And lastly, emergency equipment. And it's not just a logistics center. We set up the biggest logistics center in the Balkans, where... So what? How are you going to be able to make use of that logistics center? Through what road? Is it what the Japanese do? That's why you need to have basic materials available. All of that transportation would be problematic. And the most important aid during a disaster is aid in cash, not aid in kind, because all of the transport would carry extra costs and that would be damaging to the economy. So I just wanted to add that.
And the most crucial problem is disaster management. Disaster, I'm not talking about incident management, I'm not talking about emergency management, I'm talking about disaster management. And we need to prepare accordingly. And if we were to prepare for incident management, we wouldn't be basically successful. Or if we were to prepare for emergency management, we wouldn't be successful. You need to prepare for the worst case scenario, the most devastating one. And what is an emergency and what is a disaster? I mean, people don't even look up in the dictionaries to understand. So they basically learn it from textbook. And this is just what students do. They look it up on Google. And 90% of Google search results would be useless. They would be nonsense. And incident management is not what we're looking into. Emergency management is not what we're looking into. Disaster management is our business here. And it has such a huge impact on the plant is that you can't really deal with it with local resources. Well, emergency management, for example, your local resources would be enough. The fire brigades would come, the police enforcement would come, and they would be enough. But disaster management would not be confined to local resources, and we're talking about rare situations. So you will have to expect for what is not expected, and you will manage the worst case scenario. This is the principle, and this is the principle according to which we need to take in action. Okay, incident, emergency, and disaster. I think I clarified it, I made it clear. And disaster management all starts with mitigation of damages and risks. And it starts with the mitigation of risks. And first you need to look at the risks and damages in your house, in your workplace, and in the city. Well, identification is not what I'm talking about. The municipality is just conducting all those studies on risks. Well, you know all those thousands of buildings anyways. Why don't you really tear them down and build new ones? No, they're not doing it. So after we identify the risks, we need to prepare for the risks. And the preparations are done according to residual risks. And you can't really prepare for 140,000 buildings, and you need to mitigate it. You need to bring it down to 140,000, and residual difference you need to prepare accordingly. And the philosophical approach and the biggest mistake that we make is you preparing for the risk without even mitigating the existing risks. So preparing for thousands of buildings is not really realistic, and even in the starways you wouldn't really have rescue and search operations. Even if you had them, you can't really bring back the dead. So risk mitigation is what we need to do, but we're not very successful at it. And then preparations are needed. After disasters happen, you need to intervene into that, and you need to improve. So mitigation, preparation, intervention, and improvement would stand for crisis management, and when they come together it is disaster management. So disaster management would include crisis management and risk management, and the first phase of it is the mitigation of damages and risks. And even intervention starts with the mitigation. It doesn't start with disaster. But disaster management and disaster and crisis management all starts with disaster according to us, and we're making it wrong. And emergency management and police, the ambulatory services and fire brigades, they go there and they fix it. We understand it with trial and error, but we cannot do it with disasters, so trial and error cannot be recommended for disasters. Istanbul is the case, right? It's beautiful, I guess, but there is a fault line underneath it, 174 kilometers of it, and it is actually waiting to be broken. And we don't really deal with fault lines in disaster management. And geologists give us some scenarios, and we take the worst case of it. And the C scenario is the worst one. So in the case of an earthquake with a magnitude of 7.8, in this case we're not really dealing with fault lines. I don't really waste time with fault lines. I need to prepare according to the worst case scenarios, and I pray for the good scenario. And this is basically what disaster management entails. The worst case scenario, what is that? But by the way, this scenario has been renewed. The number of death toll has gone up to 40,000. 30,000 is high. 1,000 is high. One person is even high. So it doesn't really matter whether it is 30,000 or 40,000. How are you going to manage it? This is the scenario. You need to act with this scenario and expected, anticipated scenarios for disaster. You need to plan accordingly, and dead bodies management is something that we look at in disaster management. And a colleague of mine was talking about the inability to distribute aid, right? In disaster management, there is a topic called donation management, and they're all expertise, areas of expertise, and everybody can basically claim that they're part of disaster management. For a dead body, you need 5 square meters in the cemetery together with its garden. So even if you are laying there with your normal height, you need some additional meters for the ancillary equipment and pieces, and how many debris will be taken out, and what are we going to do with those dead bodies. They're all questions that need to be answered. And the place of the refectory, the dinner hall, I mean, where is that going to be? Well, are you really going to spot the place of the canteen? So you need to really identify where you will dump the debris. And everything that you do when you are traumatized, you make mistakes, and because you have to act quite speedily. And there is a restructuring process going on, and great mistakes are being made. There was an earthquake in Fukushima, and the Japanese did everything in a temporary fashion, and the entire city was rebuilt as the city of the 22nd century. So this is basically an opportunity. They're trying to establish sustainable cities, but we're always in a hurry to basically rebuild houses, like we have to do it, but this is a big mistake. And how to really rebuild cities after earthquakes? We don't even plans for it. We don't have intervention plans. We don't have recovery plans. Do you understand what I'm saying? I said it to İmamoğlu, and just like Toki, let's have a restructuring plan post-earthquake. İmamoğlu welcomed my idea. I collected 20 people, but we couldn't really have a green pass from bureaucrats because they said we know it already. So it was basically the bureaucrats that we were all familiar with. So how are we really going to restructure the entire city? Apparently we won't really do that. And the earthquake in Istanbul cannot be managed, as you can see. So what are we going to do then? Reflexes. How many people we're going to save? Well, thousands of people will die anyways, and some of the people that we will save, we're going to be proud of it, which is nonsense. Now, this is what people tend to think it is about that. Is there anyone hearing me? Extend your hand to me. But this is only the surface of it. And the policemen, the gendarmerie, the military forces, they will all be survivors and victims. But it is as if they are really misleading us, right? There will be helicopters and with people coming from those vehicles. And, well, there is no drill like that in the world. Maybe you are doing that, but this has been the trend right now. But in no other places on earth would you see people coming down from a chopper or helicopter, and citizens are not really stakeholders here. They're only passers-by, they're only observers. But this is a social issue, and you're not even including society themselves. How many drills did you carry out? Well, you're not even answering. You'll see what I mean in the case of an earthquake then. Okay, but this is what they do, and apparently, right, this is how people are rescued, right? No, I'm just joking. I'm just trying to break a leg here so that you don't fall into sleep now. But the first 72 hours are the golden hours, and these are when we start losing people. And in these first hours, state does not really exist. It doesn't have a presence. So social disaster management or a collective disaster management is what matters. So it is not really ACOM or the ministries being prepared. It's about the community being prepared. And rather than your divisions being prepared, your employees should be prepared, because your organizational preparedness level would be defined by the preparedness of your employees. And for business, disasters are different. Mithat Kadıoğlu, as a person like me, I won't really have any loss of profit. I don't really lose any market share, so nothing will happen to me. However, we're talking about workers, we're talking about businesses, so your losses will be immense. Your loss of prestige, market share, loss of profit, workers will have to be displaced, and you will lose labor. and they will all have butterfly impact for you. And this is what really puts you in a different position compared to the members of the public. And management, and the disaster management would involve risk management as well, and crisis management. Risk management is all about how to prevent people from being trapped under the debris. And if you didn't really work on that question, apparently we're not really working on it, so crisis management would be something that you'll fail at. You can't really take people out of the debris. I was in a conference in the Esenler district of Istanbul, and I really wonder how on earth we could really get inside these neighborhoods and boroughs. It is not really possible to carry out these rescue and search operations there. Yes, preparations and mitigation, impact and needs analysis and intervention and improvement. So this cycle will never end. So it's not like you finish it and it ends. It's not like that. And disaster management is basically the whole of it. And disaster management, I managed it, they say. And I asked why, and they said, I managed the tent city, I distributed food. But no, this is basically an intervention. This is basically response. And this is preliminary improvement. It seems that everything is being confused now. But concepts are important, because concepts would define your thoughts and emotions and your practice, your action. And you need to understand concepts well, and you need to leverage them well. If you understand crisis management when you're talking about distributing food, then everything is quite problematic. But there are 4 phases of disaster management, just like the pieces or components of a car. So these 4 pieces and components need to be at hand. And we only focus on response and improvement. This is basically a circle that never ends for us. And crisis management, from crisis management we need to look into risk management, because at the heart of everything lies risk management. So you need to mitigate the risk, and this is how your response is going to be shaped according to the way that you mitigate the risk. And we always talk about business continuity, which will be after my panel as well. And disaster management and business continuity are basically the same thing, some people say. So business impact analysis would mean mitigation and prevention, planning and testing would mean preparation, and starting again and continuity would mean response, and mitigation would be about improvement. Well, civil defense plan, and Seroso plans and business continuity plans. We have all these different plans. You all prepare them and you put them on the shelf, right? Well, God has other plans too, but so plans and plans and plans everywhere. Well, imagine an auditor and give them the plan, but plans never work. And we never test the plans with drills, and they are all functional drills. So it's all about fire extinguishers and evacuations. It's all about people evacuating the building and escaping. Well, is that really how you conduct the drills? You need to basically test the plan itself. So disaster management, there are 4 principles there. All dangers must be taken into account. Well, there was a cartoon that I've seen, the danger of not taking all dangers into account. Aside from it, we took account all the dangers, it said. So you need to take into account all the dangers. You can't really select from among them, right? So they always just say it by heart, like floods and earthquakes, etc. But even the leaders of a management of a company taking the same aircraft would be the danger by itself, and all the resources and everyone. So, but they randomly pick people. Okay, you're going to be in charge of defense, you will be in charge of disaster management, and these randomly selected team of people will manage the entire disaster, right? No, we need to see who will be orchestrating the entire process. But this is how it really works in Turkey, right? Random delegation of tasks, and people will be dealing with these things. No, it doesn't really work that. I'm even skipping the regulations, and you see the emergency planning for earthquakes. Well, I am very much done with preparing a new plan. Well, if only we could really establish this plan very well and properly conduct it. We're not even doing it, but we didn't really adopt it, right? It came from the top. But my humble recommendation for you would be you do it according to all 23,301. Do not do it over and over. Well, I will basically give my messages according to different dialects, depending on the populations here, to make sure that these messages are felt more strongly. But this is basically a guide and booklet that I prepared. They're all planning steps, but I am always commissioned to prepare new versions of these guidelines. Everybody is asking me to prepare new guidelines. So this is another guideline that I've written. And this is for the Chamber of Industry, this is for the governorship, and I wrote another version of that. So it seems that I'm this never-ending journey of writing these guidelines, and this is the table of contents. I guess you have a plan, right? I mean, I wish we had some time to test your plan. Let's see how many no's will be here, because the number of no's in these kinds of plans would basically define your future. Well, everybody would have a plan, but it's always a copy-paste. Well, we're really doing it wrong. So we can't even set up teams here. And well, I basically hired women. I asked her to write the plan, but then I felt bad for it. And there was only one woman who was in charge of it, and she cannot really find enough time to prepare it. So I basically get myself involved to write it again. But when you come together and when you work on it together, this is what really matters, right? You need to work as a team, but we can't really do it. And once you have a plan, you need to pursue 4 goals. So it's not only saving individuals, it's about physical resources. You need to save service continuity, business continuity, and you need to focus on the return to the right order. So you can't really put people back in the rotten houses, right? Demolished houses. But we were always talking about going back to normal, right, during the times of Corona. Well, our normal was always about us being very close to one another physically, or us shaking hands before lunch, for example. I really don't understand why we don't really greet one another like the Japanese. So this was our normal. Maybe we should have really learned some lessons, right? So I understand by looking at the audience that your group has taken a strategic decision and an Enerjisa prepared for disasters, and for that we need a plan and we need to follow a program, and some people must be involved in implementing it in operation. So you need to have a higher level understanding of it. And the second step is about the analysis of dangers and risks. Yes, prioritization is something else as well. It's quite an important concept actually, but well, 40 to 50 dangers must be included here. The things that have happened to date and the things that can happen and the trends in the world. You need to look at all the dangers. 40 dangers should be subjected to risk analysis, and you need to start with the most priority one, but you shouldn't really fail at ignoring the danger of not taking all the dangers into account. Okay, nature. When we look at danger, people tend to think that it's natural. Natural is not about what means nature. It is about nature related. We have nature related disasters. We have hybrid disasters as well, like including human beings and technology. So nature related or originating disasters, let's say. Even in the earthquake, we have this equilibrium. And the risk is about danger plus vulnerability. It can be exposure and the vulnerability of that. Okay, when this happens, we call it an earthquake. When you take out the risk, it becomes disaster. However, disaster would mean danger, exposure, and vulnerability. So you always deal with dangers. Imagine me playing with my dialect here. You're always playing with dangers here. It is as if risk would mean just the danger. So you're always dealing with the fault lines, where it goes through, how it extends, and there is rainfall and the climate changing. Okay, it's raining right now, but why are you really inside that pond and stream? Why are you building that house on the stream? So that, I mean, at least you can prevent these kinds of dangers, right? So imagine those pictures in which we see the houses being flooded, but people are always tending to attribute these floods to climate change, and they're not even taking necessary measures.
And then you expect disaster management. Of course, they know everything. They don't accept any complaints. That's what the politicians do as well. So, don't talk needlessly about danger because you cannot do anything about it. That's the wrong playfield. Go to the very point that matters. Now, we don't say weather conditions, but climate. Climate is an average of a century. It's a weather condition you're talking about. So even if you're discussing the earthquake cannot be discussed all by itself. There are secondary disasters too. So you need to look at it from the complete picture. You are as strong as the weakest link. When an earthquake happens, what if there is a chemical rain coming from somewhere and you feel like, oh, we are supposed to remove rubble and debris. How are we going to deal with that? You need to look at all the other aspects that could come in the way as well. This was the danger analysis we did for Ipragas. At the headquarters, we had an item number 12, collective transportation. In Russia, Polish president and his aides had been killed, and Ipragas said to us, well, we mocked with you, but actually it's very useful. That's how it is. You need to act in a very specific way. After an earthquake, impact and needs assessment is very important. We don't have that in Turkey either. On February 2nd, what happened was there was snowfall and lines were cut off, the drones could not fly, and communication was not made. What kind of an impact and needs analysis do you need to do then? Because classical methods completely collapsed. So that was a plan for Tuzla municipality. 28 dangers were listed. 28. We had historical data to itemize these issues. Well, of course, in order for me to come up with these, I need to see what's happened until then, or look into possibilities, like food poisoning. I had dessert. Have you kept it refrigerated? What would happen if I was poisoned? Sabancı probably puts it in the fridge. So, that was a very simple danger profile given by FEMA. So you see lives and product and service continuity. You need to come up with the priorities as you list the risks, and you cannot just pick them at random. You can't say, oh, earthquake will not happen. You have to look at all the other possibilities, and people don't live in a single place. You need to train people no matter where they live, because they might travel to a place that is at earthquake risk. Damage and risk mitigation. If you have 100 liras in your pocket, 7 should go to risk and damage mitigation. You need to have strongly built structures. Where should I stand in case of an earthquake? Should I have a live triangle, or like where should I lie down so that my liver is protected. You need to have a well-built construction in the first place. In case of an earthquake, the earthquake will throw you around. It doesn't matter where you stand. You might find yourself jumping out of the window and landing on top of the building next door. You shouldn't fool yourself. Your building must be strongly made, strongly constructed. A life triangle and being in a fetal position, all of those will be useless. But these kinds of issues are what we are making do. So first, you need to have a well-built building, then furniture, then family disaster plan, corporate disaster plan, insurance. The first few seconds of the earthquake, can you do the first few reactions? Oh, I will just say your prayers. I asked him, do you always say the same prayer? You don't do a drill, even for the prayers you're supposed to say during an earthquake. In a moment of disaster, you will probably do what you have done before, not what you have read or listened to. If you have done, for example, the physical drill that you need to do, you will follow that. Otherwise, you won't be able to follow. Every drill will reduce panic by 50%. Do you have leaflets that say, do not panic? That's an order. Do not panic. Why do they panic? Because they don't know what to do. You need to tell them what to do in order not to panic. There are books that start with this line. I have a house in Maçka, Trabzon. There are bears running about. I said, well, what should I do to protect myself from bears? I got on the internet, which is a risky place. The healthcare ministry has a leaflet that talks about what to do in case you face a bear. The instructions that they have given are written by someone who has never seen a bear in their lives. This is the country that we're living in. Everything is a disaster in this country. So, unacceptable risk. Disaster management says you need to reduce your unacceptable risk into acceptable risk. It's not about saving just a few number of lives. I said this to the AFAD chief. We don't have anything else to do. Let's just hire about 4,000 rescue teams as well, rescue staff. And here is what the real problem lies. Why do we die? Because of this. The same earthquake doesn't kill the Japanese. My grandchild lives in Japan with with their mother. Said, well, I'm not afraid of earthquakes in Japan, but in Turkey. Even he knows it at age 8. People need to be exposed and be impacted by a certain danger in order to act. That's where the problem is. Istanbul is full of concrete, right? Now, when we do all these concrete tests, we cannot actually find concrete. Istanbul is not even built in concrete. Whenever I speak in this way, people really panic. Well, yes, you should. Again, buildings kill because we love poorly built structures. A guy from the Black Sea region said, Kelebir. This is said, we're selling at a very small price. It is built in a risky zone. And it's in workplaces, it's true as well. When you think of equipment, of car facade, they're all put in a warehouse. All your cabinets, your laptops, all of your furniture should be fixed where they are. a hospital will not be of use if you do not fix in place all the equipment you have. What about a hospital not functioning after an earthquake? This is the Hyoko governorship office in Japan. Lesson number 1, fix your furniture. They could not come back in. In an earthquake, if you haven't fixed your furniture, you will not be able to enter some of your rooms because they will be piling up at the entrance. Have you fixed, for example, mounted your wardrobes on the wall? Anyone? No? You? Why haven't you done that, girl? Come on, go ahead. Are you married? If you were married, I was going to ask if your husband sleeps on that side of the wall, but because there are those crafty people, it doesn't matter. Why? Because my husband or my wife sleeps on that side. Crazy people. Okay, as you know it. So all these pieces of furniture, they need to be fixed in their places. I don't want you to put you to sleep. That's why I'm making all these jokes. All the libraries and all the bookshelves will collapse. A lot of babies in the 1999 earthquake died because of those large brick-thick encyclopedias. These are very important. Look at what the Japanese did. Turkish housewives would never accept that. Does it look nice? What the hell is this? It doesn't look pretty. We would never do that. You think that's not going to collapse, right? Even the tiles and all the other items would fly all over the place, and they would pancake you. Even the pieces of furniture that you think are very firm in their place would fly out. And this is the danger hunt. Nobody changes anything, even when we have this list. You need to do this every 6 months because things move in a place. Evacuation routes are then filled up. People say, oh, I'm very ready, but then you go and find out that evacuation would not be possible in case of an earthquake. The red ones are urgent, and you see as it goes down, you need to have a danger and risk mitigation plan. You have problem strategies and actions. You need to have indicators, and they should not just be lists on their own. They should also have their budget. Whenever there is money, you go away, right? And then you need to have a instant command system. That's how I set up the Turkish disaster intervention plan. Well, we do have a system, 6331. That is also fine. What matters is that you implement it. Is this what it looks like? There is a civil defense member of staff. Everyone is at the job. If there is an economic restriction that we're facing, then they first dismiss the labor. You need to have one chief, and then a lot of labor is actually here, blue collar. Is my time up? You have 5 minutes. But do I not have more time? We're just about to get rid of one disaster. I will speak on, because you said to me I will speak until 3. People are hungry and thirsty. They need to go out. Okay, 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Is that fine? That was the plan anyway. So we have an instant command system, and that's what it looks like. You need to have a command. Operations, logistics, planning, and finance. No matter what you do, you can plan it for symposiums, home management, disaster management. So you need to have these 5 functions. So the command is the person who says what needs to be done. Logistics is supplier, finance is the pair. So you need to divide the tasks accordingly, and that's what it should look like for a disaster. So you have the details here. You need to have hierarchies, and also you need to have public relations and press relations. Sabancı holding should have press releases already in place right now. The drafts should be ready. So then you have operations, logistics, everything should come under the previous stages. We have the disaster intervention plan for Turkey and for Istanbul. You have the command system. Do you have horseshoe tables like this? So you see the white shirt person cannot give commands to everyone. You have span of control in disasters. So one person can manage up to maximum 7 people. And in a case of a disaster, every person around the table should know what they're supposed to do, because not a single person can manage them and check them. From horseshoe, go back to instant command system, and from crisis management, go to risk management. All the laws and regulations no longer have crisis as a word right now. They have disaster. So here's what it looks like in laws. Plan your branches and all of your other premises based on this. The drills should be made by these people, together and separately. It's not just about evacuation and putting out a fire. Every member of staff in these functions should be a part of that drill. This is what the law looks like. 6331, law number 6331. I believe that this should be put in place because we have so many plans out there. Every function and responsibility is listed here. Where should be the assembly point, what operations begin when, what materials are required. All of those should be a part of your plan. And make sure to have a checklist. Because in a moment of disaster, people are traumatized. What they need to do is to go and check whether the items are in place. So don't have paragraphs. Itemize what you need to do. And here is your disaster management room. You see the teams over there? I'm talking about disaster management room, not crisis. So you need to have the right people. Operation, logistics, finance, planning. All of those teams should have desks. Operations will have to carry out and follow all the operations. Finance should get in touch with the finance people, so they should have like a Russian doll structure to report to the higher person. And then procedures and directives, very important. Let's say the person in charge is on vacation. What do you do in case of a disaster? Then whoever is working their place should apply the procedures until the person in charge comes along. The standard operations should run. When the experts come over, you give it over to them. So you need to have an SOP for a checklist for every function. Then you have the schemes. You see checklists and reporting forms. Like, for example, you put someone in an ambulance and they go somewhere and you don't know where they go. You cannot follow where they're going. Press release, for instance, and training, very important. All the plans should be internalized with proper training. You need to have orientation, and you need to have on-the-desk training as well. You now have drills on Twitter. It was very nice. We did it in MEF the other day. Disaster intervention. First, units and individuals. In case of an earthquake, here we are together, and at home we are with our family members. So it would take 3 days for the state or other professionals to come to your rescue. That's why grassroots disaster management is very important. If from the first moment you cry out, where is the state helping to help me right now, you cannot find that. In some places, you would have 3 months before the state arrives. You would really be afraid if I showed you some photos from disasters. Japan's do tests to measure preparedness for earthquake. I did that in Malatya. Everyone actually died based on that plan. And Adiyaman, they did as well. So are you prepared for second 0 of the earthquake? I ask all these questions. Okay, in such a case, then you will all be died. But if you ask them, they say they're ready. But the Japanese repeat these tests every 3 months. I'll come back again next time, and then we'll do the test here. You need to find out about you need to know about all of these gestures. You probably know about the first one, and then shelter in place, lockdown. Number 4, evacuation. 5, run, hide, fight. You need to really know about all of that. We're really lagging behind. A lot of people give different instructions and people come up with their own solutions. So you go down and hold on to what you have around you. Now we have a very small amount of time left. Thanks, Calamity Jane. So you need to have the right procedures. If there is a chemical facility near where you are, you need to also know how to manage the incident place, then evacuation. Interior evacuation, exterior evacuation, and vertical evacuation. So I know that your entire evacuation is about escaping, right? And you have evacuation staff, right, on the floors. Somebody just came up with an idea, and nobody else in the world does that. What happens if that person dies? Oh, okay, we don't have a member of staff dedicated for this job, right? So we are the first ones to invent such a position.
And automatic evacuation would kill people. NY body system. There is a body system in evacuation, and that we can't really teach in Turkey. And I can't really change it at all. And the planning of the exterior of the building, what you're going to put, for example, there will be fainting people. All those concerns would be really spread among people. You shouldn't be putting them together, and managing it would also be important. IDIL, for example, needs to teach people how to mourn, what to say to people who are traumatized, what to say to people who are mourning. And imagine district governors going and slapping people, and the district governors get the blame, but you should be protective there. You need to remain immune to these kinds of reactions, and lockdown is important. And this is our school. You see the circles there, and they are matched classes. Me and my buddy. When an earthquake happens, the teacher would instruct children to go underneath the desk, and then the teachers would be checking one another. If there are injured people, one teacher would be tending to the injured, and the others would be taken out by the other teacher, who would communicate to the others that the injured are basically assembled in a single spot. So this is how they will deal with the delegation of tasks, and it's quite simple, right? But we always just run and run and run. Well, no time is left here, so drills need to be realistic and functional drills, and don't really jump from the roof. Who does that? Everything is demolished already, everything collapses. The fourth floor would become the first floor anyways. And When an earthquake happens, children will be somewhere else and parents will be somewhere else. And my book, who was being distributed, I guess a handbook, just have a look at it to understand how the Japanese do that. And well, training should not be composed of search and rescue only. You need to look at them all together. Your employees, your organization. First, you need to prepare for the disaster. And it doesn't really matter how strong you are. You first need to make sure that the objects around you are firm enough, are fixed enough. And it is not really about organizing drills which would involve others watching you only. And drills, assessment, scenario, and checklist, you need to have them as well while you are conducting your drills. And you shouldn't really be quite successful in your drills. Successful drills will mean waste of time. Don't fool yourself. And solidarity and cooperation. I have 5 minutes. Okay, I'm concluding. Okay, solidarity, cooperation. And in the earthquakes and in the disasters, people would go to the very bottom of this Maslow pyramid. And Sabancı Holdings managers and teams responsible for that need to have a calendar. What will you do in the first 30 minutes? What will you do? I am basically standing right behind you. I'm concluding. If you're coming from Trabzon, the Black Sea region, I'm from Trabzon as well, so we're two mad people on the stage. So look at the Japanese putting the materials in the school. And this is a disaster park. And the stools you can see there. Right after that, there is a drainage hole, and this turns into a toilet. We don't have parks like that. Your plants like that, for example, can feature these parks. Your employees can also say it's not really about recreational parks with QR codes and signs. It doesn't really matter how many times you scan it. It doesn't even involve any toilets. And there is a pipe over there. You can even use it for cooking purposes. Could you please share your presentation? Could you please send an email to us? I will send you the PowerPoint presentation. Okay. Put your plans on the internet system. And this is all. A big round of applause, please. Well, now that I'm shaking your hand, you need to wash your hands before leaving this building. I'm from Trabzon as well. Well, he is prepared with a wet towel. Well, yes, preparedness, disaster management, right? I very much admired this bear example. Just look up for me on the internet. You will see the example of the bear. Well, thank you very much. We need to have a systematic look. Thank you very much. The most pleasurable and the most challenging topic that I've heard so far. Thank you. I don't know what to say actually. Miktat, Professor Miktat delivered a magical presentation really. It was a striking one. 2 minutes later. Okay. 10 past. We are going to see each other in this room.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Öyle tembihlediler müziği.
Welcome. I was told to not come on the stage without hearing the music. I was warned, and Professor Miktat delivered a presentation, disaster management and business continuity was going to be the panel after him. So without further ado, I'd like to invite the panelists, Enerjisa Risk Culture Management, Ethem Babiloğlu, and Bahçeşehir University Communication Faculty. Çiğ Sohodol, by the way, her book is in the library. My Security Analytics founder and general manager Mesut Demirbilek, and business continuity group manager from Denizbank Özgüven Sayvas, cordially invited to the floor. Welcome, welcome. Welcome. And it seems a person who is from Trabzon as well is taking over the stage from me. We really wanted to gain the same momentum after the professor, maybe with some tricks. Maybe I thought I could give the same impression with my origins and with my hometown, but I was called a vet in terms of preparations, and I had the chance to take many notes. And Miktat made the introduction a little bit, and now we will be talking about the details of that with our panelists: crisis management, business continuity, and managing business continuity, and crisis communication. They are quite experienced and quite valuable. And without further ado, I would like to give the floor to panelists. But before that, when we talk about crisis, we tend to think of incidents that would rarely happen, and low probability incidents we would think of in the past. But I don't know if you'd agree with me, but when we look at the past 3 or 4 years, and maybe 50% of that period had been basically spent on crisis management and variability, one thing being quite unknown. And in a world of chaos, crisis management needs to be part of our daily lives. And we are basically seeing that this is becoming our reality. But Chisir, this is a question for you. We are talking about crisis, but what is a crisis and what isn't a crisis? How to really distinguish them and how to really manage them? Well, first of all, I would like to thank everyone, Enerjisa Generation and dear panelists. Thank you very much. And first, I will share some information about introduction. When I started working on crisis, I know my age will be quite discernible here, but it was 2004. And at lectures and at conferences, I was unable to find crisis cases to present, and we would always repeat the same cases. And from the pool of cases in one semester that I deliver, I can't even pick from among them, because we have new and new cases every semester, and the numbers are quite high. And you'll understand the size of the challenge that is facing us. The World Crisis Institute releases the number of crises related with media and related with organizations, and it releases it in the form of a report, and you will see the numbers belonging to the previous year. So 2,275,000 news items were studied. These are the reported crises, by the way, and there are the crises that we prevent from being published. But 6 out of every 10 companies deal with crisis cases, and 7 out of every 10 companies have a crisis every year. And in the coming 5 years, when CFOs and CMOs are asked if they are expecting any crisis, almost all of them say yes. So 100% of the respondents expect a crisis for the year ahead. But what is crisis management? Well, before we try to explain what it means, we need to understand what it is not, because it's overused and we are using it excessively in irrelevant points as well. I've used it for 5 times. So 3 tasks were allocated to me. I called it a crisis. There was traffic and I called it a crisis. Apparently a document was missing at the faculty. I called it a crisis, but it's not a crisis. Crisis is not something that you can fix with small interventions. It is not something that you can eliminate promptly. It is not a simple problem that you can fix. For you to describe a fact as a crisis, you need to have certain criteria. The first is about the brand or organization, and it needs to result in certain deviations in its normal operations and its normal functioning. And if you have the capability to continue with your day-to-day operations, it is not really a crisis at hand. It is only a case that can be fixed with small interventions. And we are talking about a system that is being impacted and that is being harmed by what's happening around it. And one thing that I frequently encounter is if you're not losing the market share, and if it's not really have implications, it doesn't have implications on the client, it is not a crisis, they tend to think. But we need to think about the stakeholders. It may be a problem with you and the government. It may be a problem with you and the civil society organizations. So it should have a negative impact or emotional impact on different stakeholder groups. And one other key characteristic of that is related with the current reputation and position of the brand, and it may have the capability to impact the future reputation and market share of the brand or organization. It has other characteristics as well. It resulting in pressure, it resulting in panic across the organization, and it requires immediate response and resolution. And when students ask me, I say it a crisis or not. There is a huge chart, and I hope we will have the chance to discuss it in further detail. You need to respond to certain questions, and every answer will take you to somewhere as to whether you need to initiate a crisis management, and say it quite comfortably without any concerns whatsoever in your heart that's happening, because all the negative impacts and the harm that it causes on the relationships that you have with your stakeholders, you need to think about it. And if you're a manager, you will basically just see how your heart beats in the face of a crisis or in the face of an incident, and you can distinguish them accordingly. And I guess you have seen significant crises and you manage significant crises with different roles. And as we talk about crisis management, you need to see and could you please describe us how to really manage it? Well, here is one experience that I'd like to share with you in regards to crisis management. 999. 090909. It's an important number, and it's a date, by the way. It's basically about the history of Vodafone, and back then I was please bring them on the screen. It's important to share these photographs with you because it's not an internal issue anymore. We actually made it publicly available so that everybody could learn from these lessons. People, individuals, other companies in the world could understand what we went through, because once you learn a lesson, lessons are quite costly. And the Jews have a saying, the cheapest lesson is the lesson that your neighborhood would learn. And I would like to share this lesson with you. I'm going to stand up and I will describe what happened there. The pixels are a bit low quality because this was retrieved from the cameras of the system, but you can see it on YouTube. This is a security room, and everything happens in 7 minutes here. In 7 minutes, it is basically a building built on Ayamama stream. Its former name was Telsim. With the rain that hit the ground that day, that center was basically under the water. So data center at the entrance of it, the security center and the security room is just underwater, and there was 7 people who workplace, they drowned inside the shuttle bus that they took. And that 7-minute disaster, and the data center and all the cabinets and all the servers or whatever you call them have been under the water, and they all got disappeared. And you see how the water starts flowing in, and you can see it all happened in 7 minutes, and 7 people lost their lives in the shuttle bus that they'd taken to come to their workplace next to the building, and 37 million euros was the loss that Vodafone suffered. I'm talking about the figures of that date and reputation. I'm not even talking about the reputation, because for 2 days Vodafone basically broke, and for 2 days people were unable to communicate with one another, and we had significant losses. And what we would have done, we should have acted with a certain of agility to basically prevent the problem. What is my crisis plan and disaster management plan? We were trying to find it, but nobody was able to find it, and nobody knew who was the person in charge of the process. And we had some backups and cassettes, and they were saved at least, and they were dispatched to another data center in Izmir, but nobody knew how to really take them, how to really take out these equipment. But then some employees, our colleagues, have noticed the following. Apparently on the top floors there were helicopters and a helicopter track. After, it was something that was used by the Uzan family, and after they left, nobody had used it. And some choppers, some helicopters were found, and helicopters were sent, and former backups were basically loaded on the helicopters, and they were sent to Izmir. On day 3, everything was reactivated. But there was one other painful fact. When the company acquired Telsim, well, it was something that had been present for years, and experts were investigating the site and the location that it's in. It's not really a good spot. Maybe we can pick other spots, so they said. But for 37 years, I worked in public institutions and I worked in private sector, and almost all the reports issued by the experts were written in red. And this location should not be used. It should be the center should be relocated according to the experts reports. But the stream never really overflooded, so maybe this would never happen to us. The managers tended to think. However, crisis management plans, we didn't even have them, and only 3 months after that, a person who was working in the finance department and who was basically made redundant some months ago, the plans were found in his drawers. And nobody wanted to take on this responsibility. And together with that responsibility, I was the one who took on that responsibility as the director. And the reason for that was not really related with corporate security. The first was nobody was really willing to take on that responsibility. The second was I was still going to be the person who would deal with the implications of that. So business continuity, crisis management, I needed a colleague who would be with me, and Mustafa Konmut is with us right now. And do you know why I picked him? Because Mustafa Konmut, that year, well, he was working in the information security department back then, but that year he was going to Amsterdam to deliver a conference on information security. In order to be on time, the aircraft that he took fell. The aircraft that fell in Amsterdam airport, And apparently all those passengers on the front row died. There were some survivors, but Mustafa was still chasing the conference and he was still trying to be on time. And yes, he goes to the conference and he's on time. He doesn't really say people that his flight was delayed. He says that his flight basically didn't happen. The aircraft fell. So I really needed a person who had this horizon. So in all circumstances, standing and doing his work. And it was basically a journey of 8 years that we were together, and we basically strengthened ourselves so much so that we eliminated almost all our vulnerabilities, and we were operating in a regulated industry, and the journey that started out like that continued, and the only way it was possible was the support of relentless support of the senior management. And I want to exaggerate it a little bit. DCM is never a democratic, BCM is never a democratic process. So you cannot really pursue democratic paths, and you can't really convince people that it's nice to have. And such a structure should be imposed in a dictatorial fashion. And this was the way that we disseminated this understanding. But at the end of the 8th year, well, there were many terror incidents and earthquakes in the meantime. And by the 8th year, no telco operator on Earth could carry out a business continuity drill live, real time. I mean, you cannot really shut it down, and you cannot really take this risk because it may never come back to life. But by the end of the 8th year, we had the chance and we had the courage to do it live. And it was 2017, I guess, when we did it for the first time. And it was the Antalya region and the entire Mediterranean region. We tried it for the first time, and nobody felt it. We basically shut off everything. It was as if an aircraft really fell on it, or as if a terrorist incident happened, and then we reactivated it. And the continuity of that business brought us an award, a global award. So it was basically how far we came in the course of 8 years. And this also helped us become more agile with our muscles as well. And it added value to our business as well. And today, when I look at it, I understand that even the fact that this symposium is taking place in terms of crisis management and business continuity, there is great level of sensitivity, and I'm very happy to see that. But unfortunately, it is not something that we encounter frequently. So picking up from where you left off, the system that you established is related with your resilience and your determination. And it is also related with organizational resilience, I guess. What should we understand when we talk about organizational resilience? What kind of links does it have with business continuity? We always talk about business continuity, but how it works is as follows. After an incident happens, at the time periods that I define, it needs to be brought back to life. But together with resilience, we need to think of other aspects as well. How to really prevent this from happening, and what kind of measures I need to take. And if measures don't work, how I am going to bring things back to life. This is about resilience. So 70 liras of your 100 liras, you need to spend 70% of it on risk mitigation. Yes, 51% of this is holistic risk management and the rest is crisis management. Well, of course, if you're not adding risk into it, so actually coming around a desk and discussing that after an event happens, it is basically 49%, but 51% happens beforehand. And resilience is related with the organizational objective, and it is about survival in the future. Business continuity is about coming back to how things were before an interruption. However, resilience is not related with that. Resilience is not really about going back to the past. Together with the pandemic, resilience is about the capability to go back to normal in the new normal, because a new normal is being established there and you go back to learn. You have new learnings there. So this is a big difference.
And here's a common denominator. An incident occurs and let's recover after it. Well, this recovering in resilience means, well, you have risk analysis, crisis management, instant, and you have incident management. So all of those need to be managed in an effective way, in a holistic way. So we call it resilience. Well, it's not flexibility or endurability or being very endurable, but it's about a capability to recover. We all get sick, but sometimes it takes for some people to recover in 5 days. It's just for 2 days with the other people. So when you recover, you don't go back to the past. You go into your new normal. New organisms develop. You become more resilient to those microbes. So this is how we view resilience, and I think we need to look at it in this way. I have a lot of notes, but I'm trying to limit myself because we have limited time. Just from where we've left off, maybe I can complete what he said. So it's about how we see crisis management. One of the basic mistakes we make is about crisis management. So something happens to us. Generally speaking, we go to the communication of the PR team. We say, well, something bad is happening here. Make a statement, send a press release, and fix this crisis. That's how we look at things. But the best crisis management is about not letting crises happen. That's why what you say matters, because crisis management should not be reactive, just acting after the event. Because you said 51% of it, but actually, latest figures show us that 55% of crises are the ones that are smoldering and they keep cooking, so to speak, until they come about. And 40% of sudden and unexpected. So in 55% of the cases, the crisis already tells you signs and it gives you a chance to prevent. And that's the incubation phase of a crisis. So if in that incubation phase you do not have forecast systems that can work very well, then the crisis inevitably happens and you react after that. Like you've said, they want us to come up with separate definitions, but resilience, crisis, and all of these issues are very much intertwined, and we need to hold them together. Here's how I define it. Resilience, flexibility, and harmony. These are all based on the same thing, and you need to have a management skill. Without these elements, you cannot call yourself resilient. You need to have all of them at once in a holistic way. We have so many pieces. Unless you see the pieces in interaction, it's game over, really. So organizations have a lot of layers. You have implementation, executive, and strategic level. Are we talking about a strategic or a tactical crisis? Maybe over time you might want to separate all of them because you need to behave differently in every other type of crisis, because an IT crisis might not be relevant to marketing and a reputation crisis doesn't really bother the IT one. we need to maybe like give the good news to them. All organizations have one purpose: to be able to exist in the future. Resilience gives you that. So how does this organization exist in the future? And what kind of a future are we talking about? You need to define that, and you need to adapt to that. That's the management structure we're talking about. So with your metaphors, we have a good picture. Maybe part of it is immunization, and part of it is to draw lessons or to learn lessons from others, like vaccination. So you dedicated many lives to a specific area, digitization. It must play a good role for what's coming up next. What kind of crisis management are we talking about? Organizational resilience are we talking about in the world to come? So where does digitization sit in all of that? So there are two perspectives, both in the bank and elsewhere. So we do our jobs digitally. We do everything digital. Everything is digitized. So with digitization comes along a crisis. So you need to do the continuity online, for instance. And then with business continuity, you do what you need to do on a digital platform. So you can have digital twins and do fantastic tests. If you cannot do it physically, you can do digital. It can be fantastic, especially on the F1 side with F1's development. So you don't wait for the race. You create a digital twin, you come up with so many simulations and change a lot of pieces and try to find the best. That's how digitization helps us. And secondly, if there is an interruption, if there is business loss, you are alerted in such cases. So it works a lot there. And then it increases our uncertainty, because in the digital world, if you carry everything to the digital platforms, you cannot just focus on supplies. You need to focus on the supply chain, because you have a supplier, and what if they cannot provide supplies? Like, for example, you want to buy a server and they need a chip. Where is that chip produced? Where is that used? Where do I rank in that supply chain? So you need to consider all of those. Digitization gives us facility in usage, and it also gives new uncertainties in a uncharted territory for us. I'd like to add one more thing here, actually. What Özgüven says, adding to what he said. So digitization today gives us an opportunity to benefit from data science. So we collect all of this data as they go up in number and in diversity. Our capability to forecast crisis goes stronger. So you have AI, algorithms, and all the other technologies. As a human being, you forecast crisis, but you can go beyond that. So certain apps, for example, have started to do precisely that. It's not just about apps. We don't want just sensors to give us red flags. With the sum of all of that is provided, we can maybe have an information that says, here is what might be coming in terms of a crisis. Here's how I actually use an analogy. If you see a gun on a theater stage, you know that that gun will be used to shoot at some point in the play. So it's about foretelling. I took over, but so digitization and AI is not just helping us with forecasting. It is also about strategic decision-making during the crisis. Giving the right reaction is very difficult. A lot of tests are made. Timothy Crooms, he's one of the best crisis professors in the world. With a media provider and AI company, they did tests. So they taught crisis information to the machine. So there are about 8 to 9 main response strategies when it comes to crisis response. And then crisis management team was working on the side to ensure business continuity and to go back to normal. That team wanted to find out about the best response to the crisis. So teams worked on the one side and AI worked on the other. They overlapped in 97%. We are talking about a completely cutting edge and development that brings in a new era. And crisis is a very situational issue. 2 plus 2 never is 4, and water doesn't boil at 100 centigrade degrees. Enerjisa generation might have that, or company X might have the incident, but one will be damaged more than the other, depending on their stakeholders and their level of damage and their reputation. And there might be so many different variables, and we have that even for people in our daily lives. Well, you would say, for instance, oh, I wouldn't expect more from that anyway, but you might want to expect more from others, and you would be more disappointed if you don't see your expectations met by that person. And that's the same thing with companies. The higher your expectations, the higher their expectation to receive a correct response from you. You can say, well, this is a very human-oriented company, but you see how there's a 97% overlap between human teams and AI. It's not just about forecasting. In the upcoming term, digital technologies will be involved in fixing the crises as well. We don't have a lot of time, but I'd like to underline one more issue. So we have a preparedness level of a potential crisis, and then preparation for the organizational resilience. So we have preventive preparedness, and at the same time, preparing for the reaction that we might want to have. So, for example, if you've not been able to prevent crisis, you need to react. For that, what's important is communication. Setting up communication after the crisis is challenging. I'm a communication professor, but I'm not saying it for that purpose. You know, whoever is really competent in one area, they think that's very important. But our general problem is communication. Unless we fix the communication problem, you see, brands and corporations are like people. They cannot fix their problems unless communication is enabled. Do you turn into dictators then to fix the issues? But I really get it. You might want to act like a dictator maybe at school sometimes. I'd like to go back and respond to that earlier question, actually. So, if employees do not internalize a certain perspective, you can dictate only up to a point. When we think of all of that preparation for a crisis, you have employees that are very important stakeholders. They are a very huge source of crisis. You need to face that fact, because all of us, each of us, is a serious risk for a company. And secondly, they're also an important part of the solution, the employees. In order for an employee to not become a reason for a crisis, we need to do the following. They might not always be able to forecast the results of their actions. They might not know where and how to report their mistakes. So correct communication is something that we need all the time. There's a serious issue there, unless we manage to do that. The other part of your question. So I think we need to think of it in 3 terms. Pre-crisis, unless the CEO owns it, I don't know who said that, but the CEO's ownership is very important. Otherwise, you cannot do anything else. So, you need to have a crisis activist. What do we mean by crisis activist? First of all, you need to be in a corporate culture that has an awareness of crisis. And then, it was about the definition. So, crisis definition should be done in a certain way. Then, people's competences, we need to improve them. Employees are important crisis signal collectors. Sorry, but they are doing a better job than CEOs sometimes. I teach at university, but rectors do not teach. Because I contact students always and every day, I will have a very, very high chance of predicting student-related problems compared to a rector. So, The crisis activists at the management team should communicate precisely that. So you need to set up a culture and an awareness and improve human capacities and competences. This is all for forecasting and preventing crisis. And if you cannot forecast or prevent, there are, of course, ways to come out of it with less damage than you want. The Vodafone example is not an unfamiliar one at all. I work with dozens of companies. Whenever I go to a company, I say to them, well, do you have a crisis scenario? Do you have functions defined? Ali, Veli, Aisha, Mehmet, they say. Who's seen that? Nobody has seen it. So this is something that I hear very, very often. So you have all these preparations and plans. You need to have pre-draft messages, because in a moment of crisis, here's what I'm going to say. In 2000s, we called it golden hours. You have the golden hours within which you need to react until the hours are out. Before digital and social media era, it was longer, because you had 24 hours until the newspapers were printed the next morning. That's a very long time for you. You collect information and do communication. But right now, the golden days and golden hours are no longer relevant. We have golden minutes. And for that, you need to have an initial response. In that moment of pressure, in order to not make mistakes, you need to have pre-approved messages in front of you. But I agree about the three-pillar structure: operational, managerial, and communication levels. After an incident, a CEO that I do not know sends me a DM on LinkedIn at 11 p.m. I don't know them. I don't know about their company. I don't know about the incident, nothing. 11 p.m. is when I receive a DM from them. Oh, here is what's happening. It's turning into a crisis. We need your consultancy. Crisis response is not that easy. I can lecture you about 10 response strategies, but these strategies change according to so many different variables: stakeholders affected, reputation, responsibility, reputation that's appointed for that. And then strategically, we can ask you to maybe remain silent or do corrective action and say you regret. So there's a very wide range of options out there. However, all of these depend on management, stakeholders that are affected, and which stakeholder really asks you to respond more. Actually, if you left us alone, we would talk until the end of the day, but unfortunately we have just 2 minutes and a half. But lastly, we discussed this already, but there is also a KPI. So, for example, how good am I in business continuity? How resilient am I? Because if I say to you, the best business continuity system is what I am doing, that wouldn't mean anything. We need to look at our capacity. How productive can I be in what situation? We should know the answer to that question. Our risk management should be combined with incident management. A resilient company looks back on their incidents and they say, well, have I done risk management for these? Why didn't I prevent it? Didn't my controls work? So they ask all these questions and answer them. Then you see your performance for past mistakes, past incidents. So if we are going to be resilient, risk and incident management should be combined. You know, we say 51%, 55%, right? So performance criteria should be a part of incident management. If we manage to do so, we can be resilient and we can be successful in business continuity. And that will be my last note on that. I was going to say it just briefly, but I think communication ranks at the very highest level as 2. So post-crisis, especially after disasters, in crisis management, you will find how important communication methods are. In the last earthquake we had in Kahramanmaraş, most companies had factories there and there were employees and shops, all of that. So a lot of companies got in touch with us, and here's the feedback we received. I have 500 employees there, but for 3 days we couldn't reach them. At the end of 3 days we reached them, we sent our people, and when we finally reached them we said 30% were not living there anyway. Our staff lists are not even up to date. We're trying to reach them by phone. They're in Izmir because they were appointed to Izmir or they've left work. I'm not talking about small-scale companies. I know that they have even very good HR systems, but do not forget, in a moment of crisis, well, I should know the email addresses of these people, their phone numbers. If they're not available, I should have their close members of family to reach them when they're not there. You cannot fix that in the moment of crisis. You need to be ready for that pre-crisis. How am I going to reach them? WhatsApp, phone, call, email, SMS? What methods do I put in place? How do I see these pieces of information live? So crisis communication needs to be managed. Otherwise, you just sit down and try to call people and reach them. You can't. You try to give them calls. You can't. So, unless you communicate well, you will not know what to do after a crisis. So we have 20 seconds, and I'll add 58 seconds. It shows on the board. We need to have inventories that are full, accurate, and that which we can access instantly. So whatever we need, they need to be accessed at the time you need. If you do not have that, you cannot manage crises at all, and you cannot communicate at all. At the core of it is that. Does that inventory include human resources? Yes. Assets of a company? The most important asset of a company is a human being. We had that. Özgüven was to be replaced by someone else, and then we sent off the call center staff, and we couldn't get them back. So that inventory authorized list also should be a part of it. We don't have a lot of time left. We can have your questions during the break. You can find us on LinkedIn as well. I am available 24/7, so you can write to me anytime. As you know, Professor receives DMs on LinkedIn as well. On a maximum level, we want to talk about as little number of crises as possible, so that we'll talk about how we have managed to prevent, because all of these efforts are about being ready, being able to forecast, being prepared. If you have humans, no matter how fantastically you've prepared for anything, no matter how fantastically you've set up the systems, unless you predict, it'll happen. And we're living in such a world that you have political, sociological, intellectual heterogeneity is all over the place, and we're all divided, and our companies and brands try to survive in this world. I mean, to have a LinkedIn post, look at what Zara has been experiencing since then. One collection is associated with the Gaza incident, and they're being lynched. So business continuity is not just about physical disasters. We have business continuity that can be affected by reputation problems as well. Digital crisis footprints. Google will not forget you. You might be forgiven the first and second time, but isn't it the case for all of us? If you love someone so much, you forgive them once, twice, but at the 10th, you say, well, that's it from me, and you cut off ties. So I haven't really lost my market share, and I've arranged the press, and I've come off it lightly. No, your footprints are there, and people put the pieces together, and that impact grows even bigger. That's why, yes, prediction and preparedness are important, but we also need to be able to react. You cannot prevent anything by 100%. It is not at all possible. So we're discussing Vodafone. You have 5 employees by Pegasus. They had posts with Rakı on Kadir night, and that led to Ali Sabancı having to give a statement. Should they fire them or not? Half of Turkey will be angry if we fire them. Half of Turkey will be angry if we don't fire them. So you cannot really bar that from doing it.
Ben de dahil olmak üzere.
Well, me included, we may even be all the sources and the causes of crisis, but what kind of a prompt action we can take for communication, we need to think about them and we need to plan them. Well, I am coming slowly. As for positive discrimination or affirmative action, let's say, I didn't want to interrupt you. I've noticed that you were coming towards the end of your remarks. Thank you very much. And a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much for your contributions. We will have a 10-minute coffee break, and on the way back we will talk about cybersecurity, and we will end the day with that note. See you in 10 minutes. Welcome back. Yes, we have the last two panels left, and digitization, technology, artificial intelligence, and some threats that they bring along and some opportunities, how to really spot them, how to really manage them. And we will be talking about that in the last 1 hour slot. And this first 30 minutes of the panel will be in English, so headsets will be handed out. No, if everyone already had their headsets at the entrance, I am switching back to English so that our guests also follow us.
Right here is concerning cybersecurity, proactive threat detection, and cyber resiliency is what we're going to be talking about. And we have three distinguished guests with us today. I would like to announce them, and I would like to start with our moderator, who is Enerjisa Üretim Bilgi Güvenliği Mentoru Güray Oğuz Güray. Buyurun efendim. And then we move on to IBM Security EMEA kıdemli danışman, OT ICS Cyber Security, Moon Eluvengal. Hello, Moon, welcome. This whole English part is just for you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for being with us today. Ve IBM Security Danışmanlık Dağıtım Hizmetleri Lideri Ulvi Cemal Bucak. Welcome. Hoş geldiniz. And so the stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Merhabalar herkese bu arada.
Hello, everyone. I will continue in English from that point onwards.
We're glad to see you in here. And of course, once again, thanks for coming here and accepting our request. So for our audience today, we will be discussing about cybersecurity in operational technologies, critical infrastructures, and in other terms, cyber physical assets, that is how it's called in nowadays. Well, day by day, risks are increasing for OT, IT infrastructure. Each day we are facing with new threats, and moreover, the attack types are becoming much more complex. Therefore, as we asset owners, as we security engineers, tech experts, site engineers as well, struggling how to figure out, respond those threats. In very basic terms, operational technologies are hardwares, softwares that provide controlling, monitoring, and operational abilities to the physical processes, unlike the information technologies. In the information technologies, we are focusing much more data, processes, and business operations as well. And mostly, operational technologies are used in energy, transportation, healthcare, utilities, oil and gas, and thus, those sectors are also might be called as critical infrastructures, which means functional systems, assets, networks that are vital for functioning of the society, economy, and governments. That is why OT security is becoming a vital topic, and that is the reason why each day we are facing with new OT cyber attacks in all around the world. And as IBM, my first question to you, what is the trend that you see in OT attacks? Which sectors are mostly affected from the situation? Which sectors are becoming much more fragile, vulnerable to those attacks?
So first of all, I would like to thank you, Enerjisa Üretim, for inviting us to this the conference on physical asset management. Coming back to the question from Gurai, so just to give you a background, so IBM have something called as X-Force Threat Management Team. Actually, that services take care of responding to incidents, and they also do respond to OT incidents. So, and they, at the end of every year, they generate a report. Means like so the 2023 report is out there, and it have the statistics from 2022. So now, like for the past few years, in the report there is a section dedicated for OT. And so if you see the last year, this 2023 report, around 75% of the attacks has been on energy sector and the manufacturing out of all the critical infrastructures like oil and gas is there, transportation is there, then teleco is there, but these two sector is contributing to the 75% of the attacks that has happened in OT. So, every year the malwares which were targeting OT has been on rise. Like since the Stuxnet was found way back in 2010, which is supposedly the first official OT cyber attack which had happened. So since then we have seen malwares which are specifically manufactured for OT has been on rise, and in the past year, as per our report, IBM's report, there are 2 or 3 new malwares which were designed for OT specific cyber attacks. So from the trend perspective, like it has been on the rise, and energy along with the manufacturing account for 75% of the attacks, and mainly from our experience, the reason is that most of the asset owners, okay, across the globe have a very low level of, I would say, cyber maturity when it comes to the OT side. Means it is very different from banking, financial, insurance corporations. This the security when it comes to OT is comparatively very low. So that is one of the reasons for it being a prime target for the attackers across the world. So yeah, so the trend is always increasing. From 2010 to 2023, it has been on rise, and it has been almost exponential rise. Yeah.
Maybe if I want to, by the way, I'd like to start also by thanking you, Enerjisa and the Sabancı Holding, for the invitation. Maybe just a couple comments to add to what our expert on OT, Moon has said. I mean, IBM has various reports. IBM Cost of a Data Breach report is one report that usually looks at the impact of a cyber incident. There's also another one, more technical, provided by our team called the X-Force, which is more consisting of a cybersecurity practitioners doing various types of analysis, malware analysis, response, those type of activities whenever something happens, an incident happens. And those report mainly focuses on, you know, the root cause for the attacks, the story of the attack, what was the root cause or the vulnerability in the cyber terms that allowed the attacker, which could be a state-sponsored group or a cyber criminal group looking to make some monetary gains, right? What was the motive? And how they penetrated, they were successful in terms of penetrating inside. So when we look at these two reports from IBM, and there's also several others, you know, from well-known companies and the vendors, we see that the increase from a sector perspective, manufacturing, which is one of the main sectors using operational technologies, is being targeted a lot lately through pandemic. One reason could be usually the financial sector was the number one because they have a very valuable asset, which is the digital assets, the money or confidential information that the bad guys would go after to make monetary gain. But because of the pandemic, one of the winning sectors, I would say, is the manufacturing. Obviously, energy is always critical. It's part of the critical infrastructure. So, and as the financial sector started they are heavily regulated. They are more mature. They are having their plans and invested in having you know, robust cybersecurity frameworks long before than the manufacturing. And in some cases, the energy companies, that could be one reason why the bad guys could be looking after the manufacturing and the energy and those relevant sectors because they could find more vulnerabilities, open doors more easily, which we call the attack surface, to be able to penetrate in and do damage.
Thank you. So We have seen cities without electricity, stopped power plants for months, and halted pipeline operations, which led to the panic buying in the cities, and ransomware attacks in hospitals, which led to human life loss. So, are all those things are true? What are the consequences of the cyber attack in the OT or in some other terms, once again, critical infrastructures?
Yeah, so
And of course, could you please
yeah,
give us some examples
yeah.
from the real world?
Yeah.
Are they really true?
Correct.
Are they happening?
So yeah, it is not, I would say, hypothetical. It is happening, and it has happened. So like I said, it started with Stuxnet, attack on a nuclear plant in Iran. Then it had continued. So some of the attacks are very specifically targeting the OT infrastructure. But some of them are like accidentally which got into the OT side. For example, WannaCry outbreak was everywhere, right? But in some auto manufacturing plant in Germany, or and there are other similar examples, were also impacted due to WannaCry, which means spilled it over to the OT side. So that's one thing. And there are a lot of examples, but I would maybe focus on the three considering the relevance. Okay, so one was the I think it happened 2 years back in Florida for an old smart water treatment plant where the operator noticed that the mouse is moving. But he was not concerned because it's a regular affair that they share their screen with other employees, other colleagues, or even with their manager to check. Means they use TeamViewer as a software for that. But after some time, he noticed that the mouse is moving near one button, which is actually setting the sodium hydroxide level for the treatment. So it was normally 100 parts per million, but then it was suddenly changed to 10. Yeah, I think 10,000. So then he alerted the team, and then this is one example. Then we had a very recent one last month, which was DP World Australia. So DP World Australia is actually operating the shipping ports, 40% of the shipping ports in Australia, and they had to stop their port operations because of a cyber attack, which means the trucks cannot move in and out of the port, and it took around 3 days to bring back the port into normal. Okay, so that is very recent. So that's why I mentioned which happened in the November of this year. And the last one which I would like to focus is about the attack happened in Ukraine in the power sector, where around 20 to 30,000 consumers were impacted, and they were out of power for around 6 hours. Okay, so what happened? There was like 3 distribution companies were attacked, and their 135 kV and 35 kV distribution substations were shut down remotely. Okay, so if you just explore the sequence of events, how it happened is basically there was a spear phishing attack in the corporate network. Okay, from there it moved laterally to their SCADA network. Okay, and in the SCADA network they actually turned off the remote substations. Okay, and also what they did is they interrupted they shut down the UPSs and all the remote connectivity. They attacked the modems. Okay, even there was a DOS attack on the call center. So nothing could be done. So it was actually the person has to manually travel to that substation and switch it on. Okay, so this is the kind of impact a cyber attack could have on a critical infrastructure. So yeah, and there are multiple other examples as well. But yeah, this may be the 3 most important. Yep.
Thank you. So actually, basically, we are talking about APTs, which means advanced persistent threats, actually somehow groups, actors, and organizations that are developing much more complex and targeted attacks. And attacks, if getting complex and harder to detect, takes time and effort, and focused attack we are talking about. And of course, need to add that the most adversaries who is targeting OT critical infrastructures are mostly supported by nation state sponsored. So actually, what are their motivation? What are their motivation? What is the motivation of those groups, or APTs, actors, or whatsoever call them? What is the motivation behind of those attacks?
Yes, so basically the motivation is like you said, it is a state-sponsored attack. There may be a geopolitical reason is of course one of the motivation for this kind of attack, and we have seen. I think if you make a graph of all the OT attacks, okay, the major one which had the most impact, it was state-sponsored attack, okay, and there are other attacks like I said, the WannaCry, so which was not targeted on OT, but still it had some impact. So the main one would be state-sponsored, and the motivation is the geopolitical reasons, and maybe other than that, as like the normal the other APT groups which target the security of different organization, and primarily the I would say the IT domain, and then it getting impacted onto the OT as well. So, yep.
Well, maybe just a couple of comments. The motivation could be various, right? The motivation in the case of the blackouts, I would say the malware that was used during the conflict, the war between Ukraine and Russia, the motivation could be probably there was a state behind it to damage the infrastructure of the Ukraine. But motivation sometimes could be to extort the data exfiltration, as in the case of a ransomware, for the bad guy to ask for some money, some ransom, make money out of it. And the way we see these days, compared to maybe 25 years ago when I started the business, when I started my career in the area of cybersecurity, information security, now we can actually find these bad guys, hire certain tools. They even have a call center which you can dial in if you want to, for example, start an attack campaign. You can rent their resources, their tools to be able to get to the objective of, making money or damaging a competitor or damaging a country's critical infrastructure. So it's really the way it's working is really like a business mindset. But the impact, I think, what should be focusing on, regardless of the outcome, regardless of the motivation of the bad guy trying to harm you, and when it comes to energy, Enerjisa Üretim in this case is one of the biggest private energy companies. So you're serving a lot of cities, a lot of enterprises depend on this energy to be able to perform and be resilient, continue the business. We talked about business resilience, but the impact is really really high in terms of revenue. And this applies to any cyber incident. A brand reputation, your brand is going to damage when people start reading about the incident in the news. This is not good. Some customers or potential customers could look at elsewhere. And also some illegal fines. But there's also huge cost involved in dealing with the incident, right? So it's either brand damage, financial loss, and your reputation down the line when it comes to cyber.
Yeah, thank you. Let's talk about a little bit cyber resiliency. So cyber resiliency is a term that we are always facing with, especially nowadays. So basically, we all making and creating plans, creating huge incident response templates, policies, and procedures as well. Whereas, do we really know how to use them, how to implement them, and even do we ever tested them whether they are working or not? We are not sure. So my question is, what could be the best approach and strategy to defend OT networks in increasing cyber attacks, or how we can build an effective cyber resiliency program for our infrastructures?
Maybe I'll take that first, and I'll give it to you. Now, and this is a terminology that was discussed in the earlier panels, business resilience, right? This is a terminology that we kept hearing again and again with the pandemic, or cyber resilience for that matter. Well, it's the concept of, as it was discussed in the previous session, being able to respond efficiently and in a very fast manner to recover from a bad experience, from an incident. When it comes to cyber resiliency, so most, I think, cybersecurity practitioners, experts around the world also agree that, I mean, any company can get hacked, and at some time you're going to experience an incident, which can also be a result of not just bad guys trying to penetrate, or it could be a result of a negligence, a human error. This is also part of cyber that we have to deal with, that the cyber policies, insurance policies also cover this. So there's various factors that not easy to control. Risk is not easy to control at some point in time. So every company is likely going to experience some type of a cyber incident. Resilience, again, as I said in the beginning, is morely around focusing on the ability to be ready. That readiness means having crisis management, incident response procedures, processes, and tools in place, and continually testing them in the form of it could be a tabletop exercise, or nowadays we can simulate these events which we call cyber range in IBM portfolio, where a group of clients we take to a specific setting and we simulate a real cyber exercise and see how they respond, right? So constantly doing cyber drills to test your capability, your muscles in terms of how the relevant stakeholders communicate together to be able to respond in an efficient manner to recover from that situation is also important. But I'll also try to sum up by saying, when it comes to information security, as in the case of IT as well, so we have three triangles. We like triangles, right? People, process, technology. So all three aspects are very important. When you talk about cyber resiliency, any critical company needs to focus on these three pillars: human, or people, process, and technology. So it is important to have a cybersecurity framework or a program that looks at the people side, the roles, responsibilities, a leader, constantly in communication with the upper management, communicating the risk, ideally in financial terms, right? I'm not going to get into that, but cyber risk quantification is the tool to use there. And that there is the technology aspect, which I'll let Muntu to dive into, as to what is important to secure OT infrastructure. There's specific solutions, security solutions to use there. And there's also processes, right? You can have the tools, you can have the people. They need to be trained and educated about how to use it, right? The processes, standards, policies are also important to have and to update based on the business of the company. So maybe I'll let you to dive into the technical aspect.
So coming to the strategies, means mostly this asset owners adopt based on the experience from what we have from IBM and also working with other similar organizations is basically, so we might have seen defense in-depth strategy, which is very commonly used, and nowadays zero trust is very commonly used in the IT world. Okay, so so the CIOs and CISOs of the organization who have the responsibility for OT is trying to implement that also, that kind of model into OT with a little bit of tweaking. And they are building a roadmap in order to secure their perimeter, then their endpoints, the data, the application. So that is already happening. But like Gurai said in the beginning, IT is not OT. It's very, there's a huge difference. It's not easy to implement a new technology in OT as it is in IT, right? So it's a very lengthy process. It takes maybe 1 year, 2 years sometimes. Most organizations I have seen, they have more than a 3-year plan, 3 to 5 year plan to improve their OT security. The roadmap is definitely a 3-year plus roadmap, okay? So, so that is happening already. They are implementing new security controls in OT. That is one thing happening. But at the same time, they are also implementing threat detections. I mean, which is the topic maybe of today. Okay, so the threat detection, so that is implemented parallelly, so that they have got the awareness of the current situation and they can tackle with any present day incidents. Okay, so they build a kind of some security monitoring by using some technologies there are something called as OT IDS, and maybe they build a SOC for OT monitoring. So different technologies are used. So that is built on maybe day 0. At the same time, they have a long roadmap of 3 years, and so that attacks are not missed, or means the company is not into trouble before this 3-year period. So this is commonly seen as a strategy. Means I think if you take 10 organization, more than 5 or 6 organization is following this kind of strategy.
Yeah. So do you have additional questions? I think that's all
Maybe
from my side.
about the plan you have with managed services for OT.
Yes, actually last year we done, I'm a little bit looking to the time, but of course last year we have done some SOC project with the IBM team, and as some subsidiary company of the Enerjisa Üretim, Senkron Enerji Digital Services, we just established OT dedicated security operations center in place. So actually maybe you would like to introduce what we have done together, just 2 minutes maybe.
Yeah, quickly maybe Ulvi also can contribute, but quickly we kind of was helping Senkron in their effort to build an OT SOC where it is a kind of managed services which can be bought by any energy asset owners. So we have leveraged our accelerators, the use case library, and the methodology that we have built or that we have used and proven for other clients. So that was used to means in helping Senkron to build that managed OT SOC, maybe which can be used by other similar energy clients in the region. So,
sure. Maybe a couple words about because you asked about the cyber resilience, the detection and the response capability, which is basically offered by this dedicated team, which Enerjisa, with the vision that you have, which really was a proud moment for as an IBMer working in Turkey, looking at the Turkish market, for us as well to work together on that. So because the main roles on a SOC, Cyber Security Operations Center, or some people may call it Cyber Defense Center these days, is to detect the anomalies, detect if someone is trying to hack in, damage you, those criminal groups or it could be happening from inside as well, and respond to those. So having that capability is important for an organization, but we do understand that because of a resource issue, not many corporations have the manpower or the tools or the budget to implement those type of an organization, which is not easy because it requires a very balanced and a program-driven implementation of people, process, and technology when it comes to implementing an SOC. So we were very happy to work side by side with Enerjisa to implement this. To secure the businesses. Hopefully it will serve more clients in the sector in Turkey and outside of Turkey. But it's important, I guess, a important step for any company looking to improve their resiliency, especially against the cyber risk, to have that capability in place. Obviously, I'm not going to get into the various services that an SOC can provide, but the monitoring is the basic step, which should be followed by incident response. But also one more note. Yeah, we talked about risk here, but cyber is not just risk. It's also an enabler. I mean, this is not the topic of this question, but just to give an example, a VPN technology, for example, or SSL VPN technology, or any other remote access methodology that we use today, employ security technologies in it, like encryption. They're like a security products, which people use, which could be your employees working remotely, or your partners, your customers, to allow them into your services, or single sign-on, or a technology like single sign, or identity and access management, which fuels, know your customer these days. It's all about identifying your customer or your employee or partner in a secure manner, allowing that entity, that user, the right set of tools and applications that you would allow with the right entitlements. So I'm not going to get into that, but cyber, yes, is a risk component of it, which needs to be understood, ideally in the financial terms, using risk quantification. But there's also areas for the OT companies as well that the cyber technology, secure technology, in the case of Synchron, I think it's a good complementing point to the other type of services that you are trying to promote to your clients in the energy sector. Adding security, embedding that into it, I think makes a lot of sense, and should generate value for your clients as well, and for Enerjisa as well, companies as well.
Thank you. Thanks for your answer. Sizlerin sorusu var mıdır?
Any questions?
Siz için. Thank you. Thank you, Moon and Ulvi.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you very much. Thank you for enlightening us on cybersecurity. Thank you very much for your contributions. With a round of applause, we'd like to send off our guests. As my further guests are getting ready, they're being mic'd. Let's rearrange the chairs on the stage. Could you please help me? We are in our final panel discussion. Again, it's going to be about security. We talked about OT, industrial side, the control systems were discussed. Both of these actually are very important for sustainability, especially when it comes to energy. What kind of interaction are we talking about? How important they are? We are going to discuss precisely these in the next panel discussion. I guess my guests are about to join me. When we think of OT systems, like I've said, in order for them to be sustainable, they play key roles. We need to underscore that. Cybersecurity and asset management, and obviously we're at the third physical asset management conference, and it's probably quite meaningful to have this panel at the very last. I'm not sure if we're going to have another chance to say this, but first of all, thank you for bearing with me from the first hours of the day. I have really enjoyed my time here. I hope you have as well. Are our guests here and ready with us? We are ready. Fantastic. So I'd like to announce them. First of all, we're going to have the leader of the industrial control systems from Enerjisa Üretim, Soner Solak, and we have Professor Dr. İbrahim Özçelik from Sakarya University, Computer and Computing Sciences faculty. We have Kerem Barlak, the Assistant General Manager of Industrial Business Unit by Schneider Electric. I have a lot to learn. That's why I'm going back to my seat, and I hope you'll enjoy the rest of it. I'd like to thank Didem. Well, I'd forgotten why we were here, because we've been here for a long time. Thank you for reminding us. Thank you for your patience, and welcome. We're going to talk about something important today, OT and cybersecurity crisis. So our speakers previous to us talked about incident investigation, proactive approaches, access to data, and risk analyses. So there were the various topics that they've touched upon, and with digitization, we have heralded the Industry 4.0 age. We have AI, performance monitoring. So, for example, Synchron remotely manages faraway power plants. Their dashboards, their very fancy dashboards in the room of Ihsan, we make decisions based on the data incoming from the field. As they come in order for IT to reach the field, we have now in our lives OT. So my first question to Ibrahim, what is OT? What does OT cybersecurity mean? What has it contributed to our lives? Could you talk a little bit about that? Hello, everyone. I have a slide, actually. We'll have it soon. I'd like to begin with a definition of critical infrastructure and to make a distinction between IT and OT, and then move on to cybersecurity. So, the definition of critical infrastructure. We are talking about the entirety of networks and systems that are interdependent to each other and that are required for a smooth running of the state order and social order. And they are at the core of all other infrastructures, but they're also interdependent and interconnected. So we produce electricity out of natural gas, but with the electricity that we have, we carry natural gas. Or when you think of a telecom system, it's fed with electricity, and for the transmission and distribution of electricity, you have a requirement for grids, for networks. So we're talking about an interconnected system. If, in case of a natural disaster or cyber attack, these infrastructures go dysfunctional, they would hamper the running of operations in various infrastructures at the same time. So in order to protect their critical infrastructures, countries around the world, based on their assets and their public authorities, they have set up certain strategies. So they have defined their own critical infrastructures. So you see on the US side and the EU side and in Turkey. In 2012, Cyber Security Board was set up, and it was reporting to the Ministry of Transportation. And starting from 2013, National Cybersecurity Strategy and Action Plan was published, and that included 6 critical infrastructures, critical ones: energy, water management, finance, transportation, electronic communication, critical public services. So the underlined ones belong to the OT world, and the other ones belong to the IT world. In terms of the relationship between IT and OT, and in terms of cybersecurity, we need to really make the distinction very well, because security is shaped based on that distinction. Because generally speaking, the OT ecosystem has its own structure, and IT staff, when they start getting involved in OT, they might have terminology problems. That's why the IT might fail to do certain tasks. So unwanted situations could occur. This is a very crowded slide, but on the IT side, when we think of the banking industry as part of IT, then you have app servers, computers, credit cards, payment systems. All of these systems, the entirety of them, they're a part of the TCP/IP. They communicate with each other through protocols, and when you think of the information that's carried through, you have our personal data, credit card data, our spending data, finance data. All of those information pieces that are carried are all info-based, obviously. And then you see OT and energy. Generation of energy is on one side, and for that to be distributed to us, you have several phases. You see DCS or SCADA. You have the industrial control systems that get involved. These industrial control systems have several components. So they have PLC, HMI, IED elements. In IT, our personal data and financial data are relevant. Now here we have frequency and circuits and flow. And these are the elements that we're involved with. In case of a problem, for instance, the relay device would react and separate that unit from the interconnected system in order to isolate it and turn it into a safe device. So, OT security, when we think of OT security, and look at the elements and services, producers in the background between IT and OT, there are differences. So OT and IT ecosystem, security should be considered as part of an ecosystem. And based on the main requirements of information security, privacy, integrity, and accessibility should be followed. So privacy is number one in IT, but in OT, accessibility is the number one principle. So maybe that should be the definition. You opened Pandora's box. Let's talk about the physical asset part of it. As an important supplier of the ecosystem, I'm going to ask you, Kerem. So when we think of asset management, what do you see as a global supplier? The microphone doesn't work. The microphone doesn't work and we cannot hear. Unfortunately, the microphone doesn't work and we cannot interpret.
Operasyonel teknolojiden bahsedeceğim size. O da aslında şey tarafı, bakım tarafı. Şimdi bildiğiniz üzere sesim gelmiyor muydu? Tamam.
I guess it's better now. When we think of operational technologies, I'd like to talk about maintenance. As you know, so there are all these layers, right? What is reactive maintenance? So in case of a breakdown of an asset, you repair it or change it. Planned maintenance. There is this term, mean time to failure. Even if a certain breakdown doesn't occur, you need to replace that asset. But when you think of digitization, what do we see coming? The three layers above come in. So you have condition-based maintenance. So for example, if a certain asset goes up to a certain level of temperature, that needs to go into maintenance. And you have predictive and predictive maintenance, and that's very trendy right now. It's about AI. So you follow the data that's fed into the system, and you predict when an asset might break down. On top of it, you have a facility, a manufacturing facility. It doesn't have to be manufacturing, actually. Then you have a risk-based maintenance. So I have my assets, and what kind of a communication do I have between those assets? Like, for example, you have a lighting system in an office. What is the risk level of that breaking down compared to the UPS of the SCADA systems? Those are different risks that come out because the failure of UPS can cause huge risks in terms of a case of an interruption of energy. So I'm going to talk about cybersecurity, and I'm moving ahead into that direction right now. What does Schneider Electric do? I'll talk a little bit about that. In energy and automation, it has 130,000 employees across the world, a technology company it is. When you look at the mission and vision of the company, we are working in sustainability and digitization, and we want to be a desired partner in these areas. I'll give you a global example. Enerjisa is hosting us today, Enerjisa Generation. Thank you very much for your invitation. When we look at what's happening in India, what's an equivalent of in Enerjisa there? Tata Power. We're talking about 14 gigawatts of installed capacity in that country. Actually, they produce 7% of the entire country's energy. So this third layer, I mean the fifth layer, starting from the bottom. So we started with their thermal power plants. They have 5 very large thermal power plants. And as you know, you have so many assets in a power plant of that kind. Sonar would of course know far better than me the processes. At Schneider Electric, we are the owners of Aveva. And Aveva has a preventive maintenance software platform. So we uploaded these elements on our maintenance. And even at the POC level, at Tata Power, the system gave us 2 recommendations.
Operatörün bypass valve'ını
And the operator didn't really shut off the bypass valve, and it was one of the predictions, and it was checked and efficiency was boosted. The second was a more critical problem actually, and it was related with circulation pumps, and it was about the temperatures of the bearings. And there are 3 temperature sensors each in every one of them, and in the past 85 Celsius degrees would be the point of alarm, and a pump basically being triggered may have a huge risk of resulting in a crisis. And the software checked the past trends, and in a preventive fashion it understood and recognized an unnatural rise in temperatures. So before it hitting 85 Celsius degrees, an action should be taken according to the software. And the company looked at the maintenance plans, and they conducted maintenance in the night when energy prices were lower, and 270,000 USD was the basically profit that Tata Power actually attained thanks to such action. And I know that other panels discussed that, but the synchronization system established only a synchron center can be used to monitor everything remotely. In the beginning of the year, we experienced an earthquake, an unfortunate one, and Enerjisa service teams, and when they should respond to which plant and which plant should be prioritized, it was basically spotted thanks to the system, thanks to the software, and quick response was facilitated, which basically constituted a huge advantage for Enerjisa. I was talking about these examples because asset management is what we're talking about here. And also in an engine, in a pump, I mean, 3 sensors are placed, I said, and cybersecurity, well, among operational technologies, it's a critical one. And I wanted to provide further examples. It's quite important to collect data, for example, and cybersecurity on the side of OT is quite important. I share these examples to amplify my message. And cyber security and its importance was described from an academic perspective, and different efforts are being undertaken, and Enerjisa is also providing support to new regulations, cyber security, maturity models, public and private sector auditors and academia working all together in collaboration. We see these cases, and I will actually look at Uludağ University as well. You're not only wearing an academic's hat, but you are also leading a pilot project conducted in coordination with the government as well. Could you please describe the project a little bit and the expected outcomes of it? Sakarya University is working with the Directorate of Defense Industry, and it is also collaborating with the public sector, and there is a center for national testing beds for critical infrastructures. Well, online connections can be included in that, and private industries can be included in that. But assets and systems that enterprises have, I mean, our center may not be really that big compared to the private sector, but in terms of research and development and in terms of training, this test center was quite needed, actually. And for those who haven't seen it yet, I prepared these slides. For this testing center, two critical infrastructures have been modeled. One is electricity grid, power grid, and mostly, primarily, transmission and distribution grids are simulated here. And we look at the infrastructure of that, we look at the devices of that. This system has them, and it is equally modeled system, SCADA and relays, and we have different remote devices. And interoperability is important for us, and in order to boost the efficiency of R&D activities, we worked with different manufacturers, and we have installed and placed different products of different manufacturers. Students, MA and PhD students are welcome here, and for them to understand it well, we have a model here as well in terms of simulation. It is working in interaction with all these devices. The second critical infrastructure is water. It is drinking water, actually potable water, and after we use that water, discharge of wastewater is needed, and 7 stations are involved here, and PRC and SCADA control processes are all in place. And this is another project that we are running at the moment, and there are main objectives of this project. The first is to establish a working environment. Well, enterprises and businesses have their own relevant cybersecurity activities as well, but when it comes to a special control command, for example, it may be a huge risk for them. However, in our own system, we have the relay that is controlling it. We have the SCADA systems, and we may give the command that we wish, and we may even do it without having to obtain an authority. So we have different research activities in that particular area. Yes, relay may react in order to open the switch, but significant and extensive R&D efforts are needed in that area as well. And every activity that we carry out here is basically reinforcing the founding objective of this center. We have different academic activities and efforts. It may not be quite clear by looking at the slide, but one problem that we always face is the training of professionals with relevant qualifications, and it goes for many fields, and this center would greatly contribute to it. The training of an academic from the perspective of a BA student would mean contacting many other students. When you look at it from the viewpoint of MA and PhD studies, it is quite important to train other academics. It is the standpoint through which we will contribute to these areas. Conducting R&D activities is therefore important, and preventive and mitigating measures and solutions can also be developed here and can also be researched here. But at the same time, training such professionals is also one of our objectives as well. We have university and industry collaborations and the testing center. When it comes to product development activities and training activities, for example, national and international products, for example, and their success in the face of attacks. We test their capabilities, and our center can be used for that purpose. We also host different efforts to create local and domestic products. And on the other hand, public authorities, we have worked with them, we have activities with them, with the Directorate of the Defense Industry and with the Digital Transformation Office. Cybersecurity clusters, we work with them, and we organize different events with them. We attend the events that they organize. And for EMRA, in the summer period, it organizes certain events, and the maturity regulation that it released in summer, we comply with the procedures, and we were granted an authority by that regulation. So 100 megawatts of installed capacity, the enterprises with a higher capacity with their leakage tests and their auditing functions will be carried out by us, and certification processes will be carried out by Sakarya University. Training sessions will start soon, and applications were open last week. And I visited the center. You are carrying out important activities for confidentiality purposes. I'm not disclosing that, but we would like to do our best for that collaboration. Now, back to you, Kerem. Yes, some activities are being conducted in Turkey, critical infrastructures and OTC systems. Could you please talk about digital transformation as well? And there are different players that drive that industry. Could you please talk about that area, digital transformation, with the vision of your company? Schneider Electric's purpose and vision for digital transformation. Well, as the professor mentioned, the things that he brought up are basically within the scope of sustainability for us. Generations, new generations coming in, rising costs and equality, gender equality and energy are all the subcomponents of sustainability. And last week there was COP meeting in Dubai, COP28. I think Enerjisa was one of the participants of that. And one thing I'd like to underline here is that when we look at the history of humanity, even to the times before Christ, let's imagine how things were. Protein, for example, we started consuming it by cooking it. We started making pots and pans, and we started making tools and weapons out of metal, and we facilitated and accelerated transport, automobiles, aircraft, trains, cement. We started working on it. We started constructions, and we sent and launched rockets to the space. So this is basically the evolution towards digital transformation. As we look at the history of humankind and humanity, there are two commonalities here. The first is that it contributes to people. The second is that we use these technologies by burning things. Imagine us cooking protein, and we were using woods for it in order to take better calorific intakes. And we talked about weapons, automobiles, aircrafts, and we are always burning things. And the world is now at a point that is unable to withstand us burning things all the time. And the energy that we need for that should also be factored in here. And when you look at it, the gray trend shows us CO2 emissions. And if we continue with this pattern, in the beginning of the next century, the world is going to be 4 Celsius degrees warmer. And you wouldn't really mind 4 Celsius degrees warmer, actually. If you go outside today, you may not mind it right now, but it's quite important. And it has huge impacts on sustainability with less agriable areas, for example, and the hours during which we have to work, and due to AC systems, energy consumption is on the rise. So these are all the other impacts. But we have to control carbon emissions as well. And sustainability of companies also matters here when we look at macro trends, energy costs rising, and our difficulty in accessing qualified human resources and higher raw material costs are all the aspects that we need to take into account. And the companies that we are working with right now, they need to be selling goods and services in an efficient manner, and we need to consider all these developments, and we need to invest in digitization. This is how we can add to the sustainability of companies. And in order to make our world a more sustainable world, we need to reduce CO2 emissions. I was sharing an example of an engine, a pumping station, for example, a circulation pump, for example, from the point it is produced, or it could be generation, it could be used for the generation of other energy sources. But until the point that energy comes to that pipe, we are talking about a loss of 60% transmission losses and energy losses and production losses. And the efficiency of pipe and increasing its efficiency by 20% would mean us reaching 2.5 times higher energy. So for the side of supply, this would also mean that we will need 50% less energy in generation, both for consumption and at the point of its generation. It is important to keep energy under control, and it is important and beneficial both for governments and for the companies. And cybersecurity in energy industry, I would like us to get back to it. And you are academic at the same time. You pay visits to different stakeholders in the energy industry, and we also hear that you visit certain power plants, and we would like to invite you to see our plants as well. Cybersecurity in power plants, for example, when you think about their maturity, when you think about energy efficiency, what kind of an assessment would you have? And the critical infrastructures we have here, and what about their implications on national security? Well, we always have to be quite vigilant against the bad guys, let's say, and we may always be in the sleep mode, but APTs would never sleep. And when we look at the sites, when we look at the enterprises, especially for the authorities granted to us by EMRA, as we are conducting audits, cybersecurity experts we work with and other professionals we work with, when we talk with them, there are 2 points that they bring up. The first is the closed network, that being a closed network. The second is the presence of physical security. Yes, they're important points, they're important matters, but industrial control systems and OT attacks, you can see all these attacks against them, and this is our reality. So what's true and what's real, we need to make a link between them, and we need to draw certain conclusions by looking at it. And is it because we're very safe that we're not really facing such attacks, only because we're very safe, or APT or state-sponsored actors are not putting us in target, are not targeting us? So we need to basically ask these questions. And APTs, especially for OTC and cybersecurity, we need to monitor them closely, and day by day we see their number rising, and the attacks against them and security investigations. When you conduct this, it basically points to certain groups, and there are new groups also emerging and rising. And on the right-hand side, we will have APT groups, new ones, I mean, and this is the security matrix. APT groups are using these tactics and techniques in orchestrating their attacks, and the one in red brackets represents the impacts that occur after these attacks take place. So rather than, it renders the systems inoperational, and at the same time, these impacts include the system being inoperational. For the energy industry, black energy is an important case. In 2015 and in 2016, a cyber attack was orchestrated. When we look at the details of that attack, a phishing email was sent. It all started with a phishing email. And an Excel or a Word file was attached to that email. The user was inattentive and the user wasn't aware of it, and the file was clicked and a macro was deployed by the systems, and this is how the malware started spreading across end users' computers. For that APT group, the initial access was quite important, and after that you will see the techniques and tactics here, and as this is used as an important tool, it was quite easy for them to navigate their way. And these APT groups, and in terms of their attacks, there are two phases. The first phase is about transition from IT to OT. Different explorations and discoveries must be done. Some horizontal attacks must be orchestrated, and in order for that attack to maintain its existence. And every OT system has a specific infrastructure, and that malignant attack install its own malware inside the system, and new attacks are developed. When we look at black energy, a UPS in the system, and UPS was not being monitored from a monitoring or surveillance system, and the firmware inside of it was replaced, and after some commands were sent, the communication was not interrupted, and the relevant APT group replaced the firmware on the OPS. And there was a command sent by SCADA, and they sent it from UPS. So this is how they turned on 8 different substations. And this basically resulted in 6 hours, and 200,000 subscribers were left without any power. And yes, here we need to take into account a specific activity here. This was something specifically designed. So you may have a closed network and you may have physical security, but it won't really matter because it would bypass it. And when we look at the details of the attack, different details were also present. The components of the software, some of them were deleted, and backup files were entirely deleted, and an outage of 6 hours was entirely caused by that, and communication panels, in order to cut it, some other attacks were also carried out. So it was quite a targeted attack that happened. OT cybersecurity, when we look at it, this is not only something that we can approach from the perspective of IT and security technologies. The first principle that we mostly hear is related with security principles and the devices with the same security approaches can be divided with a particular segmentation like A, and access principles can then be established. And as we are picking a product, secure by design products should be selected. And for the products with tightening functions, after access is made in all the relays, RTUs, and all the other devices, while tightening functions should be carried out, and for the purposes of active security, people who have awareness of the process, cybersecurity, and the workflow should be deployed there. And monitoring systems should also be involved in the process. And we need to establish these kinds of systems. This is how we can implement proactive approaches here.
Yes,
And inside Black Energy, the commands from UPS can be identified very easily. So OT's cybersecurity will have active defense, passive defense, and other kinds of architecture, and monitoring capabilities should also be there. They are a must. In terms of national security, well, I've tried to explain it in the first part. It's another critical infrastructure that is related and connected to the others. So a black energy attack would cut power supply in a certain region, but multiple power companies are involved here, and you have main lines that go dysfunctional, and other critical infrastructures can be very severely hampered as well. And that directly relates to national security. And in our country and in other countries, these kinds of systems have authorized headquarters, but as far as I know, a project of this kind has not been launched in Turkey yet. When you think of electricity cut, what kind of effect would that have in telecommunication? Or, for example, what kind of natural gas supply might be affected? What kind of problems might occur in terms of our own requirements? So all of these should be studied from a national security axis as well. In previous panel discussions, were discussed the damaging consequences of natural disasters. We see that from OT and IT side, an APT attack could create a massive defense weakness, vulnerability in our country and in other countries. And so you need to have a high level of security. We have reputation, data, monetary loss, especially data loss is at the very heart of it. And I am both on the supplier side of the global companies, and now I'm also a client in this ecosystem. So demands are directed now in this area, and competition is being geared towards an area as well. So when you think of the SCADA and DCS solutions of Schneider Electric and about the improvements in OTC securities, what kind of proposals do you have and what kind of benchmarks do you have? Just to visualize maybe in the minds of our listeners. Kerem, the floor is yours. Thank you, Sonar. So I'd like to ask you a question. Has anyone been burgled before? Any burglars in your home? In 2016, in August, I remember very well, it was on the 11th of August, if I'm not mistaken, a week before my birthday. When I think of the damage, the psychological damage of the burglar, I can't even forget it. My computer was stolen, the hard disk where I kept my spare info also was stolen. My keys to the car and my car, therefore, was stolen. Why have I given you this example? Because cybersecurity is a little bit about burglary and like the insurance that you have against burglary. I did not think of it before that happened to me. Now, every year, I renew my insurance against burglary. Cybersecurity, just like Mr. Professor said, is about taking action before an incident occurs. And it's not something that you can predict the consequence of before it happens. And during the IBM session, it was also mentioned. So I'd like to talk about a global manufacturer of cars, Renault. a French company. They have so many OEM centers across the world. In 2017, because of an attack, 5 factories of Renault in France, Slovenia, India, UK, I have to check my notes, and in Romania, their factories came to a standstill. The attack occurred on a Friday. It carried on, spilled over into the weekend on Monday, and isolating all of their factories, cutting down their internet, took them 3 days and to turn back to operations. And when you think of the unofficial loss was not communicated to the investors, but when you think of its affected the production of Renault globally, we're talking about 50 to 100,000 cars were produced less in automobile. When you think of the costs, it corresponds to millions of euros. Following that, Renault started a global study. When I say global study, actually, cybersecurity is not just one point. It's not about just buying a device. I have an IP filter on my device. It's not going to communicate with foreign devices. That's not as simple as that. That would be quite reductive. It is way more integral and holistically proposed. So Schneider also provides training and consultancy and implementation. In 2017, following that attack, in 2018, Renault started to work with Schneider Electric and to set up the cybersecurity infrastructure in all the factories. Why Schneider Electric? Because we have operational experience. Just like Professor said, the segmentation and IT and OT are separated. On the OT side, we are very well versed, and they worked with us in 2019 for the Bursa factory. Along with Schneider Electric, it was rendered cyber secure, and they carry on working with us for cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is a framework and a long-term investment, and it needs to be renewed every year because new problems come along and the systems should be monitored continuously. We have exceeded our time enough. I'd like to stop here. We've had experts all day long. We'd like to thank you all. If you have no questions, this will be the end of our panel discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for the valuable pieces of information you've shared with us. We'd like to see you off. Thank you. It's been a long, beautiful, and efficient day. Now we're at the end of it. I hope you're all feeling a little relaxed because we have accumulated a lot of knowledge. We've hosted very valuable guests at the 3rd Physical Asset Management Conference. We are now saying goodbye, but as we say goodbye to you, we're going to have Murat Eros, the manager of Asset Management and Sustainability at Enerjisa Generation. Maybe he'll have a few words of conclusion here. I guess it's been quite nice, right? Thank you so much for your work. So this is the 3rd of its kind. If we'll have a 4th of it, I'll be definitely happy to join you. The floor is yours. I'd like to reunite you with our audience. We're all tired. We're at the end of the day. We have touched upon very good topics today. Just one thing I'd like to wrap up with. We're talking about vulnerable, fragile systems. With external factors, they can be damaged at very intense levels. Physical asset managers need resilient systems and design the physical assets that they're responsible in such a way, and it's become an imperative at the stage we're in. The good news is the following. When we think of resilient systems, how to design them, we know how to do that. We've discussed the earthquake in the morning. We know what earthquake resilient construction looks like. We know about what to do against floods, what kind of infrastructure protection we need to put in place. We know about processes that are fire resistant, how to apply them in the field. We know how to maintain them. That's why when you think of physical asset managers, they're constantly responsible for their assets. They need to transfer these assets from being fragile to resilient, and they have the responsibility to make them learn all the time. Lastly, the world is changing. We face challenges, crises, and disasters. They're not going to go down in number. Experts tell us that they're going to grow even bigger. In the upcoming years, we're going to see more effects of the climate change. New fault lines are discovered every year. Seismic movements are carrying on, and in some regions they go up in number, and we are expecting large-scale earthquakes. So, correct positioning is important, not only for resilient systems, but Talib also mentioned it in his book. If you haven't read his book, we need to have anti-fragile systems. What do I mean by that? You're exposed to wind. We're not talking about a single candle flame that is just put out. We are going to turn that into a big fire, even against the wind. We know that these systems work well. So pre-COVID, post-COVID, think of what Amazon went through. Of course, it's not about a desire to have a crisis, but we have seen how Amazon really benefited from it and came out of it in a very good way. Finance as well, financial asset management. If you are positioned in the right way, then you can become far richer and far more wealthy outside at the end of the crises. And infrastructures show a similar pattern. In Holland today, with the sea levels rising, they have two walls to protect themselves. So they protect themselves from floods, but at the same time, with the sediments, as a result of those ebbs and flows, they have created agricultural land built with those sediments. So they're feeding themselves with those crises. When you look at an energy company, after a high level of rainfall, some facilities might have production loss due to that, but if they have built their dam reservoir in the right way, they will have more energy at the end of that flood. So, to wrap up, physical asset management involves resilient systems, and we need to have, as much as possible, anti-fragile systems. Experts have told us what we need. We should be decentralized. We should be high appetite for certain systems, and we should also be able to face defeats and also challenges. We need to keep learning and become more anti-fragile. And in the coming years, the needs for those systems will be even higher. Thank you so much for your participation. It has been all problem-free today. A lot of people worked towards that. Esa Şeker, my teammate, and everyone else, I'd like to thank you all for making all of this possible. Thank you, dear participants. See you next year.
Murat Bey sağ olunuz. Efendim herkese iyi akşamlar diliyorum. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz katılımınız için. Sağ olun. Çok.
Thank you very much.